Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, good morning, Madam Deputy Mayor and members of the committee. There are several changes to the agenda today which have been distributed. There are two additional delegation requests. One is for today's meeting, and it is a request from Sarah Poljansky, representing the Canadian Awareness Network, to appear before the committee respecting the referendum on the 2014 municipal election ballot. And for a future meeting, there is a request from Carol Mitchell of MTE Consultants and Sergio Mancha, Urban Core Development, respecting the mandatory record of site condition requirement of the Race Development Grant Program relating to the redevelopment of 440 Victoria Avenue North, formerly the Studebaker and Otis Elevated plants. Under the public hearing for delegations, the request from Tim Podachik on behalf of the County Arts Council has been withdrawn. Yes, Mr. Podachik advised by email and has confirmed that he will not be requesting a future, making a request to attend a future meeting.
Thank you.
Under discussion reports, there is an additional supplementary report with respect to the strategic municipal arts investment. It was distributed electronically to members of the committee and is identified as item 8.3A in the changes to the agenda. And under private and confidential, item 12.1, the title of the report is to be amended to be corporate organizational changes, report number CM 13020. And also the committee has been distributed with items 510, 511, and 512, which on the agenda were indicated as reports to be distributed.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended, please? Councillor Pasuda, Councillor Partridge, all those in favor? Carried. Members of Council, are there any declarations of interest before you today? Okay, seeing none. Members of the committee, you have before you the minutes from November 20th, 2013, meeting of the committee. May I have a motion to approve these minutes as presented, please? Councillor Partridge, Councillor Barr, all those in favor? Carried. Members of the committee, you have before you two delegation requests. What is the committee's pleasure with respect to the request from Sarah Poljansky, who wishes to address the committee at today's meeting? May I have a motion to suspend the rules to allow Ms. Poljansky to present at today's meeting? So, Councillor Whitehead, do I have a second? Councillor Ferguson, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Powers.
So can I get confirmation of a decision that was made before? So anyone speaking today with regards to the proposal for referendum for fluoride is only to speak to whether they are supportive or not against the referendum. I believe the understanding was that the issue has been referred to the Public Health Department to return back to us when they do. So the issue before us today is we are in support of a referendum or opposed to it. This is not to reopen the discussion on the floor.
Thank you. That's my understanding as well. And I'm going to ask, before us today, we have Rose Catarine, who is the clerk, city clerk, and we also have Janice, and she is our city solicitor, and we're going to refer to these two ladies to keep us on track. So Rose or Janice, whoever wants to start.
Yes, good morning, Madam Deputy. That is the understanding for the delegations today is that they're to speak about the referendum process, not specifically about whether fluoridation, the merits of fluoridation or not. That was handled through the Board of Health, and so this delegations today will speak about the referendum process.
The referendum process. Councillor Powers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's go back, please. So what is the committee's pleasure with respect to the request from Carol Mitchell and Sergio Mancha? They've approved. They will be invited to present at a future meeting. Councillor Merla, Councillor Whitehead, all those in favor? Carried. Members of the committee, you have before you consent items 5.1 to 5.17. Do you want to go through them one at a time? Okay, let's do them one at a time. So first we have 5.1. This is the site enhancement redevelopment grant application for 70 Barton Street in Lauderdale in Ward 15. Councillor Partridge.
Thanks very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. I do have a question for staff, and then I will be bringing a motion forward to table this. So if I may, through you, to, I guess it would be Glenn Norton.
Morning, Glenn. Come on down.
Morning, Glenn.
Glenn?
Yes, good morning, Glenn. So my question is there any issues with tabling 5.1 subject to a successful planning application?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, there really shouldn't be. The only one I could think of is if this particular applicant was making an application for his financing and his bank required this in advance. But again, even a bank would require that he have the zoning in place and the planning approvals. So I think the motion would be absolutely fine and it could be deferred, and we will confirm that with the applicant later, but I don't see a problem.
All right, thank you very much. So when it's appropriate, I'd like to put that motion forward.
All right, ready now, go for it.
All right, thank you. So it will be moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chad Collins that the 5.1 erase application be subject to a successful planning application. And Carolyn, you can pretty that up for me?
Thank you.
Okay, and
Moved and seconded for a tabling.
yes, for a tabling, please, and I
Okay.
appreciate that.
All those in favor for the tabling motion, please?
Carried.
Carried, thank you. 5.2, Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you very much. This is just a policy question, and it just concerned me a bit when I read through this report. I saw the owner is Glenn Norton, who's the staff person who runs this department, and we're issuing a grant from his department. And recognizing it's coming from the old signed by Neil, signed by Joanne, but this is giving out grant money, and I'm wondering whether we should have a way where this is publicly disclosed, just so we're transparent about it. I have no issue with any staff person making a private investment. We all do that. But I just think that it should be disclosed to us that a senior staff person, particularly in his department, should in fact declare it under declarations of interest. And just so, once again, we can show the taxpayers of our community that we're being transparent with this. So question to you, Jason and Chris Murray. Thoughts or comments on that, or Neil or Joanne?
Morning, Mr. Murray.
Deputy Mayor, Neil has a specific answer.
Okay, so Neil Everson.
Thank you. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. To you, to the councillor, this program was applied for in June of 2009, prior to Mr. Norton becoming an employee of the city, which was in August of 2009. Mr. Norton is one of two directors and one of four shareholders. He does not have control of the vote. He did only disclose this before joining the city. We have a disclosure agreement to that effect. And other than that, Councillor, there's no conflict of interest in this at all.
Councillor Ferguson.
Okay, and I'm pleased that you did avoid disclosing to you, that makes me feel uncomfortable. It just concerns me when handing out taxpayers' dollars, particularly from the manager who's running that department. His staff actually prepared the report. There's a perception there that we just got to let the public know we're doing this. And how do you feel through you, again, I have to go back to Chris again, how do you feel about senior staff people declaring a conflict in situations like this under declarations of interest?
Councillor McCarthy.
I think, first of all, to you, Deputy Mayor, I fully agree. I mean, the transparency isn't just, at this table down here. It's, we are in positions to advise particular directions, and if there's in any way, shape, or form a perceived conflict of interest, I mean, it does not help in the final decision. So, I think we need to be held to the same standards that you are in ensuring that the information coming to you is good information and is not tainted in any way, shape, or form, and that if there is a concern with respect to conflict, that we should be very clear and not just state it, but find yourselves in a position, or whoever the individual is, to be removed one step from the information that's being brought forward. So I think that is absolutely in the interest of citizens, and so I don't see why we wouldn't be held to the same standard.
Councillor Ferguson. I think Neil would like to just
strongly that Mr. Norton had nothing to do with this report. It was written by Hazel Nilsson, it was reviewed by Judy Lamb. He did not see the report, and I signed off on it, so this was done exclusive with Mr. Norton's involved.
Okay, and I want to be very clear, I'm not being critical of Mr. Norton on this. It's just a policy issue, and that's why I'm asking questions to the city manager about it. And Madam Chairman, what would be appropriate? We refer to this whole issue of staff potential conflict of governance for the report back to the future GIC meeting. I don't know if the chair of governance would like to comment on that.
I've got the chair of governance on the list, so if you're patient enough to wait till Councillor Power speaks, that would be great. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Farr, then Councillor Clark.
Just very briefly, I'm pleased to move this at the appropriate time. I'm glad the previous speaker asked those good questions, and that the record now shows that disclosure and this investment, a significant one, I might add. The place has fast become a hub of activity, and when one contemplates what it once was and what it is today in relation to all the great things happening on James Street North, it really is an inspiring story and an incredible investment by not only Glenn but others. And certainly a lot of us here in the area are proud that here's an individual who clearly, as the front person for urban renewal, has put his money where his mouth is and made this significant investment, and lives downtown and is a big part of the culture and the rejuvenation. It's much appreciated. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate that the report is here, and those were good questions to ask, quite obviously, but also on the same token appreciate the investments made on a personal level and also as our urban renewal guru for the city of Hamilton. Thank you, and I'll move it at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. So, quick question to our city solicitor.
Janice? City solicitor, there's a question coming this way. Wait for it.
So we're dealing with item 5.2, which is the Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program, and it's dealing with an employee of the city who manages the program. Yeah, I'm assuming it's the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act that is the act that we would need to put our eyes to with regards to whether or not there's an issue here.
Janice, City Solicitor.
Through the chair, actually the Conflict of Interest Act applies to elected officials. Rather, it would be the city's own employee code of conduct that would be germane to the question of a staff member's potential conflict and the steps that have to be taken.
Councillor Clark.
Okay, and were you advised of this particular application, and did our development staff contact you to make sure that there were no issues?
Janice.
Through the chair, that wouldn't necessarily be the process. I mean, the process would be that the staff member might look at the matter and take the appropriate steps to step away or speak to their direct supervisor. So no, I wasn't contacted, but that's not necessarily the process.
Councillor Clark.
So am I to understand, I guess my next question would be either to Neil or Mr. Murray, Ms. Milsom, under our hierarchy, works for Mr. Norton?
Neil.
Madam Deputy, yes, she reports to Mr. Norton.
So where in our system do we have a fairness officer or someone who looks at it that's independent of it to ensure that Ms. Milsom didn't make a decision based on the fact that her boss is the boss of the department?
Neil?
You see, historically, you'd want to separate that out so that someone else would be involved, not someone who works for the person who's controlling the system.
Neil?
Through you, Madam Deputy, as I mentioned, the report went through Judy Lamb, who is our Senior Business Development Consultant, who also reports to Mr. Norton, but Mr. Norton was not involved. It ultimately came to myself.
Councillor Clark?
So I guess I go to Mr. Murray. I guess we have a little bit of an issue because the people who are actually being managed in the department are making a decision about their boss's application for a grant within the department.
Mr. Murray?
There's inherent conflict of interest written all over that.
and through you, Deputy Mayor, I think to your question about there being an officer that is arm's length that assesses this and comments, I mean, there isn't such an officer in our organization, which I think is why this matter and providing some clarity on exactly how it needs to be handled, even though it may be touched on in the Code of Conduct as a, you know, in a policy sense, I think in terms of the mechanics of how in the future we deal with this maybe more clearly is why I think going to Governance Committee to sort this out makes a lot of sense, because again, you know, in our world, perceptions are reality, and we want to deal with any perception. So that to me is probably the pathway that we can get to a solution quickest.
Councillor?
That's on policy in the future. We're dealing with an application today. So we still have an application today where the employer has filed for a grant from taxpayers, and his employees, who he writes performance reviews for, is the ones who are actually making the decision.
And through you, Deputy Mayor, that's exactly the case that that is in front of you right now, and it's in your hands to decide if there's a need to table this until some other approach is taken, or else recognize, as it has been handled, ultimately, you know, I think Neil, having signed the report, you know, would have taken that into consideration and would not be signing a report that he didn't feel confident moving forward. So that's the fork in the road that we're at right now. And
I guess
just if I can, through you, Deputy Mayor, as well, just if there's something that you know, we could do, assuming you went ahead and supported this, you know, if there were matters that appeared before council ratifies it, we could certainly look into it further to see if there are any, you know, outstanding concerns. I mean, that would be the other way that we could handle it, is to move forward with it as it sits, and then you know, do whatever follow-up work we need to prior to council ratifying. I mean, that's another option that we could suggest.
Councillor Clark?
Yeah, thank you. I can't support it today. I think it should be referred back. I think there should be someone who's independent of Mr. Norton's department reviewing the matter and making the decisions on it. Anything less than that, we're going to be open to an allegation of conflict and cronyism. And that's a division that we want to avoid that at all costs.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Powers?
Well, the report, I mean, there was absolutely no attempt made in order to hide the people who were involved in the property. I mean, the name is clearly there in black and white, along with the other two people that are involved in the property. So from that standpoint, I don't have an issue of deception or moving forward. I don't have any problems today supporting it. It's gone through the, I'm going to say, the fair and proper analysis. So that's with regards to this report. I agree the issue should be referred to governance. The issue for governance will be is that the municipal conflict of interest deals with the elected members of council. Our policies and procedures deal with the elected members of council. Where the issue is clarity with regards to either the employee code of conduct or the code of conduct for the city, and that which the governance committee has had the opportunity to comment on and make revisions to. So I think a referral of, I'm going to say, the general issue be sent to the governance, but I don't have any problems moving ahead and supporting Councillor Farr's recommendation on this. Full disclosure is here.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Chair, well, I want to make it clear, this is not impugning the credibility of all those involved at this point in time. I want to make that absolutely clear, but this is a policy issue and a perception issue that we do need to resolve. And I know, and maybe this is to Janice, but there was the Bellamy report. Code of conduct did not work in that situation for staffing. It was pretty clearly identified by a retired judge on the Bellamy report. They put certain mechanisms in place to ensure that there was no perception. I mean, it doesn't mean real, but even perception of conflict. the question is, do we have those mechanisms in place today? Have we looked at the Bellamy report and instituted some of the recommendations that came out of that report?
Who are you asking?
Well, whoever can answer from staff.
Chris?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, so the answer is that I don't know, and I doubt that it has been specifically. So again, it's something that we're happy to turn our mind to. I think if it's okay, through you, Deputy Mayor, there's it's in the report, and I think I'd ask Neil just to kind of clarify one important fact related to this this decision. So if it's okay in terms of just the timeline on this particular matter, and it's if it's okay, I think Neil needs to clarify something here.
Councillor Whitehead, are you all right with that?
Chair, I'm going to be supporting the report. There's a higher level issue that's been raised as a result of this, and that's why I would support this report before us today. But I think what it does highlight is, do we have the appropriate mechanisms on a go-forward basis to address these issues? So that's why I started my comments, Mr. Chair, that this is not impugning anyone in this file. But it does highlight an issue, and do we have the appropriate mechanisms in place when these things arise? And so I would ask that we take a look at some of the recommendations. I think that'll be part of the governance responsibility as well, but I think the city manager needs to look at some of the recommendations that came out of the Bellamy report, because again, clearly if we were relying solely on the code of conduct, it failed. It failed miserably in Toronto. It was highlighted by the Bellamy report. So I would only hope that there's a lesson learned here and we can improve on the transparency of those type of processes. But I will, in fact, be supporting what's here before us today.
Thank you. Councillor McCaddy.
Madam Deputy Mayor, just very briefly, I thank Councillor Ferguson for raising the issue. It's an important issue, and I'm very satisfied with, I guess, Councillor Powers in particular comments that this will be referred to the Governance Committee. We'll have a policy in place that's very clear on this in the future. On the other hand, I am very satisfied as well in the efforts that were made internally in the department by isolating the staff member, Mr. Norton, who was involved as an applicant or a proponent in this case, and working with different staff in the department. Most importantly, the report signed by our General Manager of Economic Development, Neil Everson, who has great responsibility and takes this responsibility seriously. So I think it's important for us to respect what was done in this case, in this particular application. At some point today, not in the future, because in the future we're going to have a policy in place and we're not going to have to deal with specific situations as we are today, but there's trust involved in this. And there's respect for our staff and the integrity that they have. That's what we're relying on today. In the future, we won't have to do that. We'll have the ability to have a policy in place which will be followed, and it'll be much clearer in the future. So important to raise the issue today, but I will be supporting this application today on that basis.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And not to reiterate what's been said around the table, but I'll also be supporting this today, although I do agree that it does need to be referred to governance for all of the reasons that have been previously said. But I just wanted to point out that, I'm supporting it because it was voted on and supported by this council back in 2009. The names were part of it at that time. Today we have a report in front of us, and it's clearly in black and white. The names are all here, and it's, clearly references that it is a staff person. So I will be supporting this, but really appreciate Councillor Powers' words as well, and some assurance that it'll be dealt with at governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, could you please take the chair for a minute? I'm the last of the first-time speakers, then we'll go back to Councillor Farr. I too have some concerns, and Hazel and Neil and Glenn, this has nothing to do with your integrity or the way that you carry on. I have the most high esteem for you, all three of you. But the perception is that we're held accountable. You're our senior staff. You're now our right and left hand. So we're the ones that work closely with you. And to say that we are going to approve this today and fix the problem tomorrow, to me, doesn't jive. I think we need to fix it before we approve whatever it is before us. So on that principle, I cannot support this, but again, it's got nothing to do with the personal staff, it's got to do with the process. So thank you, Councillor Jackson. I will take the chair back, and for the second time, I have Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I trust that this committee is not creating our own controversy, but rather just being prudent in addressing what may be perceived as a conflict, but when you read the report, certainly in hearing what our senior staff are saying, everything is in order. It's clear. And so through you to Neil, this address, first and foremost, falls within the footprint of eligibility for these incentives, correct?
Madam Deputy, that is correct.
So that's important. It's eligible, and there's nothing that can argue that. And you were referencing when Glenn Norton started with the City of Hamilton? Could you reiterate through you, Chair?
Yes, through you, Madam Deputy. The program was applied for in June 2009 when Mr. Norton was not an employee of the city. It was approved on July 12th. And then Mr. Norton was hired the next month in August 2009. So this was, he and the other shareholders applied for this prior to his employment with the city.
As also referenced in the report. So again, great that we're not here to stir it up and create our own controversy. We're asking the right questions, prudent questions, and I'm very pleased to hear that governance will address this issue as a whole, should it even be an issue in the future. So again, 5.2, I'm happy to move the recommendation before us, and I'm very happy to be affiliated with a gentleman and a department that is working hard on all of the taxpayers' behalf as it relates to all of our downtowns here in this great city of Hamilton.
Thank you. And for the last time, second time speaker, for the last person is Councillor Ferguson.
I'd like to move the issue of perceived or actual conflicts of interest among senior staff be referred to governance for a recommendation back to.
Okay. Do you want to deal with this motion first, or do you want to receive? You wanted to move this?
I'm not sure.
I don't think we put the motion out there yet.
I think you can go.
I'll go put this one forward, then go back to Councillor Farr for the other motion because it hasn't been put yet. He said he would do it.
I didn't think we had approved this being on the floor yet. So yes, thank you.
So
You're going to.
I'll move that. If there's a seconder, we can vote on this, then go back to Councillor Farr for his motion on the report.
Okay, we got a seconder here for Councillor Whitehead. Just for clarity, can you just do that one more time?
That the issue of actual or perceived conflicts of interest among senior staff be referred to governance for a recommendation back to GIC.
Thank you. So there's the motion. It's been seconded. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
If Councillor Powers suggested that I should, rather than say senior staff, just say staff.
Staff, yes.
So.
And everybody okay with the amendment? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now going back to Councillor Farr, you're going to move. And Councillor McCaddy, all those in favor? Carried. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Pearson?
I just want to be clear. So, city manager and the city solicitor, how long would it take to review this file to make sure that there were no issues for the two of you to review the file as the two independent people in the organization?
Through Deputy Mayor, we could turn our mind to it. I would think we could certainly, if it was approved here and you wanted our opinion by the time of council next week, we could easily give you our opinion.
So to be clear, with all of the things that we've heard, the council does not want to have them review it. They just want to vote on it.
Right, that's what I'm hearing. Okay, so all those want to do a standing recorded vote? All right. All those in favor, please stand. Oh, sorry, I call it out. Ooh. Councillor McCaddy, Councillor Farr, Councillor Marula, Councillor Collins, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Duvall, Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Powers, Councillor Ferguson. All those opposed? Myself, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Pasuta, Councillor Pearson, and Councillor Clark. And the motion carries. Thank you. Yes, sir. Councillor Powers.
And this is just an assumption, but I'm assuming that the city manager, along with the city solicitor and that, might take a look at this and be prepared to answer any questions should it come to council.
I think they found that direction. They're nodding their heads. Okay, we've got 5.3, folks. This is the Ancaster Business Improvement.
In the interest of time, I'd be prepared to move 5.3 to 5.12, which is all the BIA appointments.
Is everyone okay with that? Thank you. So we've got moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Duval. All those in favor for 5.3 to 5.12. Thank you. 5.13, Arts Advisory Commission, Volunteer Committee Budget Submission. Councillor Jackson, Councillor McCaddy, all those in favor? Carried. 5.14, acquisition as part of 1400 Upper James Street. Councillor Whitehead.
Madam Chair, I had a phone call last night that raised a concern on this report. I'm almost prepared to support today. I think there's one condition we need to add. I need to talk to our city solicitor. So can I just, I'm going to ask guys from the clerk, can we just move this later in the agenda today? Because I will have the answer before then.
What you could do is move this item to the discussion agenda, and then it would come up for discussion later on.
Perfect.
Do we need a seconder to move this to, lift it from consent to, okay. So we're going to move this to...
So I move it to discussion items. Thank you.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Clark. So let me get there, please. Give me a second. All right, so we'll deal with that before 8.1, and this will be 5.14. 15, thank you. Okay, thank you. So we're going to move this to discussion items, seconded by Councillor Clark. All those in favor? Thank you. 5.16, without cause. Oh, sorry, we did miss that. 18 to 28 King Street East. We're doing 5.15, are we not? Yes. Thank you. 5.15, please. Can I have a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Farr, Councillor Marilla. All those in favor? Thank you. 5.16, without cause, severance payments. We got Councillor Marilla.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Firstly, I want to thank Councillor Collins for having initiated this report coming forward. And in saying that, I think it's important to recognize, although the severance payments themselves, on the surface, seem problematic, compared to what, based on comparisons with the private sector, the one thing we need to really focus in on is the precedent-setting cases that lead to the continuation of these severances being in our best interest rather than fighting them within a judicial process. So in essence, what it comes down to is, when you look at all the options available with respect to terminations, due to the courts and the fact that they feel that we have this endless amount of money to deal with, and unlike the private sector, those precedent-setting cases has led to the cheapest route being providing the severances, as opposed to fighting it in court. So I think that needs to be expanded upon a little bit more detail, even perhaps from our legal department, to really expose that for what it is. Because on the surface, and simplistically looking at it, we can say, well, how are we providing these blank checks? And I can recall back in the day being very, very vocal on that particular issue. But when you analyze it based on the judicial process and what we're faced with and the reality of that, of those facts, that's when it becomes problematic. And I think if we can have staff even expand upon this report to look at how much that plays a role and to simplify the message to the public so that we're not in a situation of seeming as if we're just providing these blank checks, because we're not. And that's where I think at this point, this should be extended to and have staff expand upon it accordingly. And I believe there is a presentation today. Am I correct in saying that? And perhaps just as a heads up, if we can expand upon that today, in some way, it would be helpful, but I'd like a fuller report on that particular issue in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Collins? Oh, sorry. Is it all right? Laura? Did you want to speak to that?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. That was actually my point that the councillor made at the end. There is going to be a presentation, both out of camera and in camera, dealing with the challenges that he was referencing.
Thank you for clarifying. And Councillor Merle, are you all right with that?
That's fine then. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. And I was going to speak to item 7.2 when staff presented or make their presentation. So I didn't want to speak twice to it. I was going to refer 516 to the 7.2 presentation. That's all. I understand you have other speakers, though. So if you
Councillor Clark, are you willing? You're the only other person I have on my list for that. Are you willing to refer this to 7.2 and we'll deal with it both at the same time? Or 7.3, sorry.
7.3, and that was the same question I had. Thanks.
Okay, so we're going to refer this. Sorry, folks, I'm just following the bouncing ball here. Okay, so that's 516 will be dealt with at the same time, 7.3. Carolyn, you've got that? Okay, thank you. 517, Hamilton Police Services Forensic Lab. Councillor Jackson.
Madam Deputy Mayor, through you to Chris Murray. Chris, I just want to make sure that this is not committed council to the $15 million, the capital needed for the new forensic building. We approved our half of the $1.5 million for design work, but I want to make sure that it's going to line up with all other projects, that there's no expectation that this information report means that the $15 million for the new forensic has automatically been approved or will be approved. Madam Deputy Mayor, through to the City Manager, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that is correct. It does not tie your hands to having to commit the $15 million.
Thank you, City Manager. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
I'd just simply like to move the consent item.
You're going to move it at the appropriate time. Councillor, sorry? Seconded right now. I've got two more speakers, sir. Okay, Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. The question or the issue I was going to raise related to this matter relates to how we finance the police capital budget. And traditionally, if you look back at capital projects that have flowed through the city's budget process, they were funded from year-end surpluses. And so from an operating standpoint, if the police had a year-end surplus, that money was put into a reserve and it would pay for the capital requests that the police brought forward on an annual basis. Unfortunately, as I understand it, the surpluses that previously might have existed through the police annual budgets are less than prior years, and that reserve is almost completely diminished. To the point where now, as you'll read in our capital budget book, or you probably have already read, that the police have now submitted two smaller projects, certainly a lot smaller than the forensic building, and they're now in competition, their projects are now in competition with our own capital budget submissions from our staff. So the question that I would have for Mr. Zagaric is, again, it's this push and pull of where the jurisdiction is and who has, I guess, the right to say yes or no. What is our policy as it relates to the police making budget submissions through the city's capital budget process?
Mr. Zagaric, would you like to tackle that one?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, our practice in terms of the boards and agencies' capital submissions, including Hamilton Police Services, staff review the requests from the various boards and agencies. We discuss with their finance staff the status of their reserves. As the councillor identified, in the case of police, they have a tax stabilization reserve and a police capital expense reserve. The police capital expense reserve has a balance of approximately $980,000. You'll see in Friday's presentation of the capital budget, there are two Hamilton Police capital projects that are being recommended to be funded from the capital levy. This is the first time in a number of years that Hamilton Police projects are being recommended to be funded from the capital levy. The recommendation is based on the fact that their reserves are not sustainable and they haven't capacity to deal with the two projects that are being submitted for committee's consideration on Friday. So in terms of our internal practice around which projects are reflected in the capital budget, again, we review the submissions from the various boards and agencies, review the status of their reserves. In the case of police services, I'll just remind committee that they provide council with a expected budget, and it is the expected budget that committee and council considers through the budget process.
Councillor Collins.
So thanks for that, Mike. And knowing our past practices where, as was referenced, had taken the capital budget projects out of their own reserves. If they're now in competition with our own projects, I guess the question would be, does council have the legal ability to say no to those requests? And we know what constraints we have with the operating budget. If their own reserves now do not have capacity to fund these projects, and this is a fairly large one, it certainly is a lot different than the two smaller ones that have been submitted through this budget year, but I think it's an unresolved issue that needs to be addressed from a policy perspective. And I'm hoping, again, I've taken us a little off of the one that's in front of us here, but I'm hoping that in our presentation through the capital budget process, our own process, that Mike and his staff will be able to give us some guidance in terms of creating some policies and providing us some information related to what our legislative abilities are to either say yes or no to those submissions when they're made.
Thank you. So we're going to take that as direction, or do you want to bring it? And that's all right. We can get that as direction, and Mike is nodding his head yes. Last speaker, Councillor Clark.
Mayor, can I ask Mrs. Zagaric when the police services budget will be presented to us for approval?
Can Mr. Zagaric?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the boards and agencies are presenting, I believe, the third week of January, and the police services will be presenting through the non-legislative boards and agencies, which would include MPAC, the Library Board, and Hamilton Police Services.
Councillor Clark?
So, being very cognizant of the timing of that, understanding that I don't really know what the Police Services Board is coming forward with on their budget. What I do know is that they were police officers that were added after the fact without council's agreement. Notice I didn't say approval, I said agreement. My preference would be to see the Police Services budget prior to making any decision on any of the capital projects, including this RFP. But I'll leave it to my colleagues how they'd like to proceed. But I really do not. I don't know where the Police Service Board budget will be. I can't even start to calculate what the costs are because of the additional police officers that were added after the fact. And all of that, in my opinion, should be taken into consideration before we begin making decisions on capital decisions. If we're supposed to be asking the Police Services Board to be fiduciary in their responsibilities, then that includes everything, operating and capital.
Thank you. And second time speaker, Councillor Collins.
Thanks. Thanks, Madam Chair. And on this issue, we made a conscious decision to fund the design aspect of it. I think the big question for us will come, are we prepared then to put the construction or capital dollars in at a later date? Based on Mr. Zagaric's last answer, we'll be in a tough spot to try to find the sufficient resources to fund the construction of this building, regardless of what the design looks like. So my fear is that we're going to spend this money, as Councillor Clark has said, only to end up in a situation where we don't have the sufficient resources to build the building. So we'll have these plans, they'll sit on a shelf for who knows how many years, and in the absence of actually coming up with in the absence of coming up with some kind of a policy that addresses how capital projects are funded for the police department, this could sit out there for years, knowing what our financial situation is with our own capital infrastructure deficit.
Thank you. Second time speaker, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that this is not committing council to funding the forensic building. This is simply confirming the location of it, which has been bouncing around like a button on a back house door since, I believe it's 2009. And it's a country expression. But the money to do the design was approved in the capital budget, I believe, 2 years ago. But they can never move forward with the design until we lock up the location. And Councillor Farr has been working very diligently with the neighborhood, and we now seem to have closure on that issue. And so now we can lock up the design to allow them to go ahead and do the design, which to say has already been approved. The key thing is that sometime over the next, there's going to be absolutely no application for the 2014 budget for this building. But we sense that, or at least I sense that the federal government's moving into surplus by 2015, so there's probably going to be grants starting to come available from the other two levels of government for these sort of projects. But they will only fund them if they're shovel ready. We've been through that many, many times. So it's important to go next step in this. Pick the location, get the design done, get it shovel ready, and then troll with the other two levels of government, because I agree $15 million is a lot of capital dollars for this council to suck up. But we've got to chink the problems off one at a time. We're trying to chink one off today with this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
I'm simply suggesting that 7 weeks is not a whole lot to ask for us to do our due diligence on everything.
Okay, thank you. We've got a mover and a seconder. We've got moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Powers for 517. What is the committee's wish? Receive. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Okay, we've got 6.1, and that was from Tim Posick, and he's withdrawn, so we're going to 6.2. And before I call on Lorna, I just want to ask Janice, and Dr. Tran is here as well. Can you please give us some indication? We've already heard earlier, this is just to discuss the referendum debate, not the fluoridation debate, correct? This is the process. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't had my second cup, guys, of coffee. Sorry, Lorna. But if you want to talk about your teeth, you're welcome to. I will now call on Lorna to speak on behalf of the Arts Gallery of Hamilton, the Broad Music Festival, and the Hamilton Philharmonic Orchestra, Opera Hamilton, and Theatre Aquarius with respect to the Arts Funding Task Force.
Yes, we'll be good with that.
And I'm getting my other coffee, so we should be okay soon.
Just don't stand on your toes.
Good morning, Madam Deputy Chair and members of Council. And, oh, sorry. Good morning, Deputy Madam Chair and members of Council, and thank you very much for this opportunity to appear before you today and to speak on behalf of our respective organizations. I have with me here at the podium from the Broad Music Festival, Jackie Templeton-Muir, Art Gallery of Hamilton, Mark Stewart, Hamilton Philharmonic Orchestra, Carol Kehoe, Opera Hamilton, Stephen Bai. In the gallery is Ron Ulrich from Theatre Aquarius and Greg Taylor of Theatre Aquarius, and I am Lorna Zaremba from Theatre Aquarius. We always start by saying thank you. We sincerely thank you for the investments that you have currently overall many seasons made in each of our organizations. We are here speaking as a united front, and Boris can't be with us today because he's in Montreal, but he did say to us when we were all together that never in the history of the arts community in Hamilton has the 5 professional organizations come together and talked. And so you've given us that opportunity, and thank you for doing so, because the city and the arts community is stronger because we are all speaking together. We are here speaking as United Front because as representatives of Hamilton's municipal cultural assets, we believe that it is vital that our voices and our expertise be considered in the development and implementation of a revisioning of the arts and cultural funding formula and process. To that end, we are here to request the following: that you continue to invest in success, that you apply the key principles of the city's recently adopted cultural plan, specifically the 4th pillar of sustainable development, and that you continue to serve as our peer evaluators in terms of the return on investment that you make in us to our taxpayers. As Hamilton's 5 professional anchor arts organizations, we attract in excess of 450,000 Hamiltonians, our audience members, into the downtown each year. We represent a combined 300+ years of service to the community and contribute an economic impact to the city in the millions of dollars. The collective funding that we attract federally and provincially, and in turn reinvest locally, is in excess of $3 million each year. We serve the cultural needs of the people of Hamilton and also draw visitors from outside our borders. Our patrons are tourists, and they are also taxpayers. We help to provide an image of a transforming Hamilton, a source of community pride and quality of life for our city. The organizations we represent are vital, energetic, and engaged with the new Hamilton through partnerships, mentoring, and program development. Our anchor arts programs are accessible to everyone, regardless of age and economic circumstance, and feed the creative brain power of our children. Our request is simply that you continue to invest in success. As you consider new funding formulas, we ask that you first strengthen the existing base. Our organizations have each expressed their individual concerns with their current funding limitations. Today, we are here to speak with one united voice to make it absolutely clear that our efforts for continued success are ultimately not sustainable at the current funding levels. We believe that in your discussions about municipal funding of the arts, one critical point to consider is the need for a firm foundation of organizations that drive culture as an economic engine in this city. It is through the network of stable professional anchor organizations that a diverse cultural community can thrive and grow. There is no question that artists and emerging organizations and those arts organizations currently outside the funding formula must also be supported, and we are committed to work together with the city and other arts organizations to make this happen. We respectfully request that you continue to invest in success. We can see, based on the wise and generous investments that Council has made over the past decade into the Art Gallery of Hamilton, how that investment has transformed the art gallery and with it the visual arts community in Hamilton. There is enormous value to the city in having healthy, stable, anchor professional arts organizations that are able to expand and grow beyond their perceived limitations. We, the professional anchor arts organizations, believe that the city senior staff and political leadership can ensure guaranteed success of the recently endorsed cultural plan, your fourth pillar of sustainable development, by first addressing the funding needs of the professional arts anchor organizations. As an example, the City of London, a city of comparable size, applying its own cultural plan, conducted its own evaluation of the economic importance of the arts and identified key anchor organizations that exist in that city. London City Council made a conscious decision to invigorate the city's cultural life by stabilizing the municipal investment in key arts organizations. Museum London receives $1.2 million annually, plus capital. The Grand Theatre, our sister organization in London, receives $500,000 annually. And Orchestra London, the sister organization to the Hamilton Philharmonic, also receives $500,000. Stable, professional anchor arts organizations can act as an economic engine, helping to build tourism, foster neighborhood revitalization, build community identity and pride, and contribute positively to the overall quality of life in this city. Through these efforts, our grassroots arts community will be able to grow and thrive, and together we will ensure that Hamilton becomes a more vibrant destination for both business and individuals. The hard work of members of council and the city's culture department has provided an excellent roadmap for the vision of success. By applying your own recently passed cultural plan, weighted and qualified as an evaluating tool, we are confident that you will see the tremendous positive impact of the professional anchor arts organizations as we are best equipped to deliver the principles of this plan. Given the level of taxpayer-funded investment in the city's professional anchor arts organizations and our obligation to deliver a demonstrable return on investment, we believe it is appropriate to continue to stand before you as your peers, and that you continue to evaluate our contributions and our successes on an annual basis. In summary, the city's professional anchor arts organizations have for more than 300 years played a significant role in shaping Hamilton's arts and cultural identity. As a new model of funding is developed for all eligible candidates, it is our sincere hope you will agree that stability of the city's professional anchor arts organizations must be ensured in this first phase, in this process, and that we can continue to work together with you as our peers in the shared process of building our city's successful future. And could I just say that coming in here this morning, Ms. Bradford approached me, and she was generous enough to provide clarity in terms of the process moving forward. And may I just say that we are willing to work with culture and you to make it as expedient as possible to finish this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorna, and I gave you some leeway because you're speaking on behalf of a group. And also, if you will refer committee members 8.3 and 8.3A deals with this issue, so we will be discussing that right after we have questions to the presenter. Questions to the presenter only, please. Councillor Farr.
Glad you noted that. We should also note, though, that 8.3A is more or less just an update, an information report, and 2.5 pages in length, and certainly is not the final draft as we have moved to carry out in June when the Arts Funding Task Force came before us. This committee and Mr. Mayor will recollect that the Arts Funding Task Force was a subcommittee of the Arts Advisory Commission, which is the arts body that is duty bound to report annually, and I believe they're reporting today to this council. So with that and from that, first of all, through you, Lorna, and everybody, it's nice to see you again. We've been meeting up lately, and certainly a few days ago we had a very good meeting. I think the prevailing message here is that you want to be, and I think I even quoted you when we met just the other day, that you want to participate in the dialogue going forward. Through you, Chair, that sums it up.
That's correct, Councillor Farr. We feel that given the 300 years of expertise and the fact that we've been here building the arts community, the arts and culture community, that we have something to contribute to this process.
Right.
Councillor Farr.
And as we talked about the other day, early on, the Arts Funding Task Force, I believe, took 2.5 years and consultant-driven, but a lot of good work from local folks in the arts, including the Anchor Arts Organization did have representation early on as consults began, but it didn't last very long because of so many commitments that our executive director at the Art Gallery had. So she was, for the record, representing the Anchor, the 5 folks that we're talking about here today, you people. Lorna, or sorry, not Lorna, but Louise Dompierre was part of the consult initially, but then became the chair of the Chamber of Commerce and got involved in other things in the city and had to step away from the Arts Funding Task Force initiative, correct, through you, Chair?
And initially, yes, that was the case, but I guess our voice dropped off the radar from that point on. So we just would like to get back in and be part of this conversation.
And that's full circle to exactly the point we're making here today. And my assumption is that you not only got a draft and heard a few things from our Director of Culture, Anna Bradford, before your delegation here today, but can I ask then through you, Chair, are you feeling, do I need to move a motion that says include these Anchor folks in the dialogue henceforth, or are you feeling confident enough that you've spoken to it, you seem to be confident? Is it required that we make it on the record, or are you good to go from this point forward through you, Chair? Carol?
Through the chair, I absolutely don't believe you need to make a motion. I believe that the arts community is a really good group of people who can work together, and that absolutely we believe we have the support of both the culture staff and the Arts Commission and all other arts players. So no, it doesn't have to be formal.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Good to know.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Two, I want to know when, if we're sold out for The Sound of Music yet at Theatre Aquarius. That dramatically affects our bottom line for the good, by the way. That's going to be a great show. But I'll get to that in just a moment. I just want to make sure that one thing we didn't talk about just the other day when we met, I met with the anchor organizations, as my colleague on Theatre Aquarius' board of directors, I think, also has done, and I think he's speaking next. But item C here in your handout. Continue to serve as our peer evaluators in terms, and this is to council, continue to serve as our peer evaluators in terms of the return on investment to taxpayers. When you ask this of us, Lorna, are you, through the chair, suggesting just maintain status quo as you've dealt with us in the past when we continue to serve as your peer evaluators, or you knowing that we staff are just delivering an information report today and we're working on a comprehensive report that answers the Arts Funding Task Force strategies, which include two big things, a whole bunch more money and a governance piece that we're well aware, and it's well publicized now, that you have some issues with. So are you saying here today, through the chair, just maintain for us, the 5 anchor arts organizations, the status quo in terms of how we're reviewed by council?
Lorna?
Through you.
Madam Deputy Chair, probably you are not aware that we are already juried at the Canada Council level and at the Ontario Arts Council level. And with the level of investment that you make in us, we just think it's appropriate that in order to provide a return on investment to our taxpayers, that we come before you and report to you so that you know that your investment in us is being spent wisely and that we are making a difference in this city.
Thank you, Councillor Farr.
Finally, through you, Chair, we still have some tickets for Sound of Music?
Okay, well, offline.
Oh no, we've got to give it a plug. You're up there. Are there still tickets available, Lorna?
Oh, there are still tickets available, but you better be quick.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Madam Chairman, and thanks to the delegation for making another delegation request and appearance before us. This isn't the first time. To the question that was put to Lorna, I thought that we actually had a motion on record. I mean, I've raised it I don't know how many times around this table in terms of dealing with the anchor arts organizations, but other organizations as well through the grants process in terms of creating a template or a blueprint, something that speaks to sorting out the grant application process wherein there's criteria established, and I'm not suggesting that there's none there now, but there's nothing that, phrase my words carefully, the amounts that are granted today to the anchor arts organizations are historical in nature. They are, in most cases, they exist because they were funded to that extent prior to amalgamation. What we've heard consistently from the anchor arts organizations is that they would like a better process in place that seeks to reward those organizations that have the ability, as a for instance, to raise private funds, funding that would be based upon, in part, their attendance figures, their economic spin-offs that they all provide. Each of them, almost all of them, are in the core. So I thought we were leading down a road where we were developing that process, and most of us around this table understood that through the review that was taking place, that a recommendation would come to this committee and council for consideration that dealt with those issues. And unfortunately, as we've been advised late in the process, that's not the case. Through you, Madam Chairman, to Lorna, is that a summary, a good summary in terms of where the anchor arts organizations are at? I think based on, and I'm using my own example around the Theatre Aquarius table, our board anticipated something coming forward through this review that would speak to those issues. And as I understand it, Councillor Powers is leading a process as well, and maybe he can fill us in on a comprehensive review of the grants process. Lorna, your thoughts on that issue?
To you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yes, our board is waiting on a clear, equitable process that respects the return on investment that we are making in this city, and we're here today saying we want to be part of the process so that we can make this happen as quickly as possible.
Here, Councillor Collins.
And I believe that original request was made in 2011. Lorna was here in front of us speaking not for the arts anchor organizations, but for the Theatre Aquarius Board in particular. And it was raised at that point in time that there needed to be some form of equity built into the grants application process. And so it really is disheartening, I think, for all these organizations to, who, as was noted, may not have played a prominent role in this review. They were certainly invited, as was pointed out at the beginning of the process. But I don't think any of these individuals sat around the table and discussed ways and means in which to incorporate the anchor arts organizations into a more comprehensive, predictable, and sustainable funding formula. And I'm very disappointed that that's not the case. And as each update has come along, there have been several questions, and thankfully it's now on tape. We tape these meetings that we have, and you can go back and you can listen to the questions that were put, wherein we specifically asked, will we have a funding formula in place that will deal with all of the complaints that we've received, not just from those people who participate in the CPP process, but in the Anchor Arts Organization process as well? And the answers consistently were yes. So I don't say that to ruffle any feathers. I raise that because there's growing frustration around the tables that these people sit at on a regular basis, and they've been told consistently that this system will be fixed, it will be tweaked, it will be better at the end of this, and here we are years later and that's not the case. So I raise that on their behalf. I think what I'm hearing, again, as the main message, might be you'd like to know a date as to when you can expect a recommendation to this council. Is that correct?
We would certainly like to know that, we just want to stop coming before you asking for more money each year, because that's not a healthy message to keep coming before you. And we would just like to have that resolved. And we're here today, it's a new day, we're all here, we all want to be part of the tent, and I think that we can get this resolved working together in a timely fashion.
I appreciate those words. Thanks, Lorna. Thank you, Madam
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Lorna, and to the anchor organizations for coming in today. Excellent presentation, Lorna, and really appreciate the bullet points, succinct handout as well that we can peruse after today. Councillor Farr asked some very good questions, so just let me ask them in my own way here so that I fully understand. Back in June, when the Arts Task Force presented, I recall of the anchor organizations, I believe only your chair, was it Mr. Jurius, was it, that was here?
Yes, John Juris.
He came in, Lorna, and again, not pitting any organizations against any, because all of you, including the grassroots organizations, the festivals, all other visual arts and that, all bring their talents to the table and try to make Hamilton the vibrant cultural city we are. But he expressed some concerns then, and so are you five here today building on some of the concerns he expressed, if I recall, Madam Deputy Mayor, in June, that, if you will, folks, hey, don't forget about us, and we kind of feel like we've been dropped off the radar to some degree. Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Lorna, is that part of the purpose of the five of you being here today?
Lorna? Madam Deputy Mayor, we found that in our discussions with community leaders that because we're in boards and agencies that we are taken care of, and as you know from our presentation and from others, we are not, and I think and that's why we want to. That's why we're here together, and that's why we want to be part of the process, because we're not asking for anything more than what we're contributing to the city, and we just want to be part of that process and and ensure that there is funding for all and funding that is equitable based on merit and measurement.
Thank you, Lorna, for reaffirming that, because if I recall, none of the presenters from the task force itself, I don't recall if any of them that spoke at the podium had any representation from the five anchors. Just your chair showed up, but he showed up, if you will, in response to some of the recommendations. Secondly, again on the information report, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I'm not talking to it, but one of the things I told the presenters in June, I am really reluctant and in fact very strongly opposed to what, and I'll interpret it my own way, they were recommending some kind of a new governance model where council would hand over whatever $1 million to $3 million hypothetically in the future to this group of members of the arts community. They'd peer amongst themselves how the money would be divvied up, and they'd let council know once a year with an information report how it's all going. If I heard you correctly in an answer to Councillor Farr, you feel the accountability within the current system to taxpayers, to this body that represents 500,000 people, is prudent, proper. Madam Deputy Mayor, just a further comment and clarification from Lorna, please, on that point of governance.
Deputy Madam Chair, yes, as all of us here today are juried by our peers across the country. So theatre organizations of our stature jury us, whether that's at a national level and at a provincial level. That's the same for my colleagues here, and that as we are one professional theatre in terms of an art gallery, an opera, and symphonies. You are our peers in this community, along with our granting organizations, and we want to make the process as efficient and effective as possible and save you money.
Appreciate that, Lorna. Thank you very much, and I'm glad to hear that you and our Director of Culture and Tourism had a chit-chat before to, as Councillor Collins said, to eventually bring some hopeful positive conclusion to this. And as you know, Madam Deputy Mayor, we are fiscally strapped. We usually get 2 to 3 times the requests across the board for the limited dollars we have every budget session. But Lorna, I can't thank you and the anchors enough for coming in today. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Just some quick questions, if I may. Would you say that the general public, or even this council for that matter, truly understands the complexities of your industry? Who wants to answer that?
I'll let Carol speak to that.
They're going to put me on the spot for the answer for this.
To the chase.
Absolutely, any particular sector, I'm not sure that it's just the arts, but any particular sector that exists in a community is going to be very complex, complicated, and anybody else looking in is going to have to take time to understand it. I think that's a truth that if you asked me to talk about manufacturing, I'm sure that's going to be challenging for me as well. So the answer would be, of course, it's complex for everybody in this in our industry.
Councillor Clark.
Yes, but manufacturing doesn't come here asking us for money.
Well, sometimes it does.
So the challenges that you have to advocate for yourselves and explain to the decision makers, whether they're around this table or at your arts council, how do you present all of that information? Because there would be a plethora of information for each group in terms of what you're experiencing and what's transpiring at this particular time.
The documents that we send into the Canada Council and the Ontario Arts Council they limit us to about 30 pages. That is our proposals in for our annual funding. It's complicated.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm really well aware of it.
Yeah.
May I just
please?
May I just say that yes, I think to a certain extent what you're saying is that the general public often think that the arts exist because we love the arts, and love is what makes the world go round. And so we love theatre, we love the symphony, we love the opera, and so it will happen. I think that the general public perhaps don't understand that it does require funding and financing. And that's always a problem. It's not a problem when we present to our provincial and our federal funding groups, because they understand that. But I think you're absolutely right, Councillor, that the general public are unaware of those problems.
Further to that, we talked in our presentation about being accessible to the whole community, regardless of age or economic circumstance. And to do that, we have to hold our prices down. And we want to do that because it's important that everybody in this community gets the opportunity to experience professional music, orchestral music, opera, and theater, and an accessible art gallery. And to do that requires that we can't always balance our budget. The other key thing is that the federal and provincial level, given that they invest in us, would look to there being an investment from our city, because this is where the greatest impact is in terms of our organizations, is on our taxpayers and our citizens.
That was my fourth question, but we'll go there now. So I know how the Canada Arts Council, they always ask what's the support from the host municipality. So do all of the granting communities make that same request? And is there a difference in the amount of support you'll receive from upper levels of government based on the amount that you receive from the host municipality?
Yes, it's a factor. It's a contributing factor in the discussion.
And when's the last time, if at all of your groups have done some form of joint economic assessment in terms of what you bring to the municipality? You all have employees, you all bring investment to the community. When's the last time that was?
Through you, Deputy Madam Chair, I think that we've all done it for our individual organizations, but we haven't pooled it. And I think it would be very useful in the process that perhaps the staff in the Culture Department is doing is to look at doing, I guess, an arm's length impact in terms of the arts community. Other cities have done this, and it might be a valuable part of the whole process in terms of setting up the funding formula.
Councillor Clark?
And a valid suggestion, and I understand there's some challenges when you're looking at the broader arts community in terms of establishing an economic impact assessment. It's a lot easier dealing with established arts communities. The longevity that you have, it's easier to do that type of. So you haven't done one jointly, though?
We have not, but we'd love the opportunity to do so.
Councillor Clark?
I'll have a question to staff at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put you down for the second time. Over here, staff. Okay, thank you. Councillor McCaddy?
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thanks a lot for coming today, and had a chance to meet with you as well to hear your ideas and thoughts on this. I think it goes without saying for me, but I thought I'd ask you to say it anyways. This discussion's kind of been driven by the Arts Advisory Commission's work on the task force and the funding task force. But and I know the answer, but I think we need to say it. You're not certainly against, that's not the way to phrase it, but you're not against additional funding for artists and smaller arts organizations. And in fact, you would support that, is what my understanding. And you're just making the point that we also need to include the large anchor organizations who have different but equally important concerns. I think that just needs to be on the table, needs to be stated. Madam Deputy Mayor, Lorna?
Madam Deputy Mayor, yes, that is the gist of our presentation here today, that we are in favor of every eligible arts organization or artist being funded. I think that's just great for the future image of our city. However, there is an infrastructure that is here that supports the arts and cultural community, and that's in your 5 anchor arts organizations.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thanks, Lauren. I think that's important to be very clear about, because I think that is shared universally amongst the 5 organizations and others throughout the city. Councillor Clark asked, I think, an extremely important question: the economic spin-off of the arts organizations, the 5 in particular, and of course others. We heard earlier this fall about the Supercrawl spinoff. I think it was 8.8 million or something along those lines for just the several-day event, which is impressive. And when we look, Madam Deputy Mayor, at some of the material before us today, Lorna, you make the reference to London and the example of the Grand Theatre and substantially more money invested by the City of London in those facilities and other facilities. Opera in London, I guess, is another example. It's a conundrum to me, Madam Deputy Mayor, why we are where we are. Obviously, maybe historical reasons, of course, in terms of the funding that we provide to the anchor organizations here at Hamilton City Council. It would appear that spin-off argument is not having a huge effect on us, and I'm not sure why that's the case. But I think that perhaps maybe comparing it to the London spin-off, if some of that information is available, their response as a London City Council, how they got there might be interesting to compare to the combined spin-off that Councillor Clark referred to of the 5 organizations. There must be perhaps another way of changing the language, changing the discussion on that hasn't happened yet in Hamilton. I know you brought it forward. I remember the one that sticks in my mind is Theatre Aquarius, Lorna, because you've been very clear about the spin-offs down to the detailed information. So that's something I think we need to continue to work on and work with council to ask them what they need to help them on that issue. Madam Deputy Mayor, maybe just a quick comment.
Actually, we have Carol Kehoe, who came from London and was part of the process where they moved to identifying their key cultural organizations. I don't know, Carol, if you have anything you wish to say.
I certainly can't answer to the detail. I'd have to do the very same research to provide that. I can tell you from an anecdotal position, because I was within the arts organizations, that the sustainable funding that was provided at the municipal level allowed those organizations to stabilize their core products, and by allowing them to stabilize their core products, they were able to put their efforts into growing other specific things that were audience development activities or niche product activities for specific audiences that then were able to grow their organizations even that much more strongly. So certainly from a staff point of view at the time, that's what we saw.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor McCaddy?
Get that perspective, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I think we need to do some more work on that. I'd be happy to try and work on that. And I'll just finish by, not going to refer to 8.3, we'll get there, but I think we'll probably hear that community grants process. There is a way to tackle that in the shorter term. I think John Hertel is going to play a role for us on the city side. So I think there may be some useful direction coming out of that. Thanks for coming today. Thanks,
Thank you.
Deputy
and
Mayor.
Can I remind my colleagues that we've got a long agenda today. We'd like to keep this just to questions, please. Councillor Powers.
So I would believe that I'm probably not the only one who would have to declare a conflict of interest because I've been to every one of your wonderful facilities and benefited from the productions, and you provide me with the opportunity to bring friends from out of town and I congratulate you for it and whatever we can do to help. One of the things that might help us in discussion, I'm gonna stay out of this until we get to 8.3. I've got some thoughts, certainly from the CPP standpoint in the review, which I'll contribute at that particular time. But certainly if you could go back and have dialogues with, I'm going to call it the comparators, and provide us as to the city or the municipalities or the collective's contribution that assists in not only covering maintenance but operating costs.
Right.
That would help us in our discussions as this review proceeds. It's our intention, certainly just getting ahead of us on 8.3, it's our intentions to have the discussions soon. Now that we're part of the decision today will be to dedicate the staff and the resources to move it forward. And it's certainly my intentions to have this kind of put to bed before June happens, with a position taken by the city as to what we're prepared to do or where we're prepared to go on it. So thank you for all your efforts, and thank you for providing.
Thank you, Councillor Powers. Councillor Whitehead, last speaker, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank the core arts groups coming forward and presenting, because you are part of the fabric of this community and contribute significantly. I'm a new discovery of the theater, Aquarius, and my wife just loves it. So, I mean, you do great things. The piece that hasn't been, and opera, which is I'm not a big fan, but she is, so unfortunately I get dragged off to the odd opera. So no one's left out of this equation. Philharmonic Orchestra, you know, I'm a rock and roller. I sometimes find myself sacrificing and listening to the great music of let's put it this way, my wife appreciates it very much. So you do contribute to a quality of life in this community, without question. The other piece that we fund that needs to be equated in this equation is currently we're funding and subsidizing the Hamilton Place Cops Coliseum, which is a form of entertainment, at $1.4 million. Certainly better than we did in the past, but it's still a significant amount of money and a very little envelope that the city and capacity the city has to fund. So not all of it's getting streamed to perhaps where I would prefer, but this is part of the legacy issues with the city of Hamilton. Primarily, I think what I'm hearing is that the envelope, regardless of what the envelope is, even if we increase it, I mean, we do have a limited capacity. You want to ensure that whatever matrix criteria that is brought as part of the assessment ensures fairness and equity to the current organizations in this community. Is that what I'm hearing loud and clear?
Lorna?
Madam Deputy Chair, yes, we just think that we believe that measuring impact, merit, and a clear, equitable process that respects the return on investment, that whether that's artistic and economic, and it's all there in your cultural plan in terms of the impact that culture brings to the city in terms of economic development, downtown renewal, the tourism, quality of life. They're already outlined in your cultural plan, and we ask that perhaps that's the document that needs to be used in this process, weighted and evaluated, that we're all filtered through that, and we fall where we fall.
Great. So the next question I have is, I mean, I think the biggest challenge for me when I go to the taxpayer, and when you do these economic spin-offs and so forth, the challenge is translating that, how that impacts on their the taxes they're paying. We haven't done a very good job. I mean, you know, numbers are numbers. A weekend, $8 million, a year of X activity. But the problem is that when we fund it, that actually has an impact on the levy. That's the direct relationship between the arts and the taxpayer. We haven't been able to, other than the quality of life issues, as far as the economic piece, I think we haven't done a good job communicating and transposing that economic activity to how it may be impacting on their taxes versus we're throwing more money at the arts, we're throwing more money at the arts. Have you any thoughts on how we can equate the investment versus the impacts on the taxpayers of the community?
You want to count?
Again, that's a loaded question in many respects because it's such a big issue, and I think that what we're interested in is working with the team that is part of the city staff who can help us with a lot of that information, and we can all bring our voices to the table in terms of information so that we can build some kind of model that shows that.
I appreciate it. I think the biggest thing I find when I talk to some of the critics out there is you're throwing more money at the arts, my taxes are going up, they keep going up. Where's the benefit? So we haven't done a great job in communicating that benefit, and I would hope that that's part of the focus. It makes our job easier to justify if we have to, and I think there's a law, per capita, I think it's pretty clear that Hamilton is falling behind in funding the arts. I think that's pretty clear through the data. The question is how do we translate that information to the benefit to the taxpayers in regards to if we have to go to the levy to increase that contribution. So I would hope that we work on that strategy.
Thank you. And thank you to our presenters for coming forward. Really appreciate that. Your job is done. And you
Thank
didn't
you very
talk
much
about
indeed.
your teeth.
Thank you.
Okay, move to receive. Councillor Jackson, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor? Thank you. I was remiss, actually, Councillor Jackson, thank you for pointing this out, that we also have 7.1, which is the Arts Advisory Commission Annual Report. So at the will of this council, do you want to go to 7.1, then 8.3, 8.3A, and get all this whole topic all together? All right, so we're going to bump 7.1. There's no copy. I believe it's on your blotter right now. It's this one. Thank you. So at this time, I'm going to ask for Patricia Leclerc, Chair of the Arts Advisory Commission, to provide the annual report. And you're first on the list for questions. Okay, yeah, great. All right. Good morning, Patricia.
Hi. Morning, everyone. We're here as Chair of the Arts Advisory Commission. I'm here to provide you an update on the past year and what we've accomplished as a commission. So just to refresh everyone's memory, our mandate as a commission is to, first of all, we're an appointed group. We're to recommend activities for the stabilization and strengthening of the arts community. Our role is to inform council of issues and achievements in the Hamilton arts community. We're to liaise with and act as a point of contact for members of the arts community regarding issues affecting the arts community. And as well, we are tasked with assisting or monitoring the implementation of the Public Art Program, implementation of the Arts Awards Program, and implementation of the Community Partnerships Program, and that's specifically the culture stream. So our accomplishments to date, as you all know, we've spent a lot of time, actually 2.5 or greater years, focusing on arts funding, and the Arts Funding Task Force completed their second phase of work, resulting in the presentation to Council in June, with a recommended approach to strategic municipal investment in the arts. And in that report, if you recall, in June, it included a new model for arts investment, 8 new or revised investment programs, an increase in funding and investment, peer assessment as the primary acceptance or aspect of the governance approach, and to develop and implement the tourism and cultural division. And I just want to comment on the governance approach. It was looked at as terms of getting peer adjudication, artist experts as part of the process to ensure that you're not only getting the money that you invest in it, getting a payback, but as well getting the experts at the table who can speak to art and how it contributes to this city. So not only did we have Arts Funding Task Force, but we also assisted with the City of Hamilton Arts Awards program. And if any of you were there today, we're at the Hamilton Arts Awards in May. It was probably the best that we've had in years. And it involved a steering committee that we had representation commissioners sitting at. And we were part of the review, the jury process to ensure fairness when those applications or nominations were reviewed. The event was at Theatre Aquarius, and it featured performances and presentations from our local artists. So it got a gleaming response of approval from not only the arts community, but as well those who participated and attended. And the emphasis this year, and you will notice if you haven't already seen, is that the nomination process has been facilitated at an earlier time this year. In fact, it started September or October, and there's a big push to build nominations and grow that. As well, public art. We were able to provide a report to Council highlighting difficulties with the existing public art procurement process, which resulted in an adoption of a new procurement program approach to public art that is much more accessible for artists, and it is in keeping with the municipal best practices. So each public art jury includes a member of the AAC, the Arts Advisory Commission, who participates to ensure that the process is fair and it's in keeping with the practices within the arts community. So our current priorities right now are we are still working on public art competitions, and these the three pictures you have right there are current competitions right now that we have out for public art. Farmers Market competition was the first to use the new procurement process and has already been praised by members of the arts community for its increased clarity and accessibility. Our other priorities are the 2014 Arts Awards program. We continue to participate as the Arts Awards Steering Committee and as observers of the juries that select art awards, or select award recipients, sorry. The other thing we are doing is exploring opportunities to work better with the Hamilton Arts Council. And we actually had a meeting in November with members of the boards of both Hamilton Arts Council and the Hamilton AAC, the Arts Advisory Commission. And we were looking at ways on how to better work together to support one another and build better communication between each other. And as a result, we've already established a hit list of things that we can do better. And as for one example, the chair of the Hamilton Arts Council and the chair of the Arts Advisory Commission is now meeting on a regular basis. And we've also included both on each other's agenda items those two topics for discussion. And that's just a couple of the things that we've done. So we come to arts funding. It too is a priority. The arts funding will continue to be the Arts Advisory Commission's priority project for the rest of its term. The Arts Advisory Commission sees arts funding as a major issue within Hamilton's community, and as your advisors, we're telling you this needs to change. It needs to be better. As you may recall, the Arts Funding Task Force, a working committee under the direction of the Arts Advisory Commission, completed their work and reported in June to Council presenting a new and improved approach to arts funding. Although the Arts Funding Task Force has fully completed its work, it was mandated to accomplish. The Arts Advisory Commission will be involved in the next phase and continue to work with Council and staff to implement the Arts Funding Task Force recommendations in a manner which best serves all the stakeholders. As you may know, a staff report will be going forward later today at this meeting, which will speak to the status of the arts funding project. On behalf of the AAC, I wish to take this opportunity to share with Council a few things that are on the Arts Advisory Commission's radar. And that is, the strategic arts funding model that was presented back to you in June was based on a strong and well-researched findings, as well as community consultation, individual, group, all of the above. The report and its recommendations were based on the input of the greater art community, including arts businesses, arts organizations, that would include the boards and agency group, and individual artists. The recommendations made were designed to better serve the community as a whole. No one group was left out in the process while it was ongoing. The Arts Advisory Commission strongly believes the focus of all of those who have a stake in the proposed arts funding model need to stay the course. Patience will be required, and letting go of what we know today is how arts funding works, and we need for change to occur. And in order to do that, we need to stay the course. This will help ensure all the aspects of the strategic arts funding model recommendations are given the opportunity to be fully explored in a manner that meets the needs of all stakeholders involved. And I assure you that governance is also part of that process. So we will be, whatever is done, governance, we've got the message that governance is an issue. We are concerned about it as well, and we want to make sure that the model that is used and developed will meet all of the needs of the stakeholders and speak to success. The critical piece to all the overall arts funding project is the completion of the CPP review. This review has been on the table since 2010. We are now going on to 2014, and we ask those councillors who are members of the grant subcommittee to make it their top priority to get this done and ensure this review is completed as soon as possible. The strategic arts funding model was formulated in a way that will make your job as councillors easier, in our opinion. Offering arts funding programs that will be more equitable and accountable will create a more business approach to arts funding that will offer a report card that you will be able to speak to your own constituency more effectively. So the Arts Commission, we view The arts funding program is a strong contributor to the recently approved city cultural plan that now recognizes culture as the fourth pillar of sustainability, along with social, environmental, and economic. All of the AAC efforts will be made to fulfill our mandate as a commission, inform council on this project as it progresses, and offer our support to council and staff as necessary. So in order to succeed, we see a strong connection to City Council, and we have that, we actually have Councillor Farr as our representative on the council and has been attending, has attended just recently the last meeting and will be committed to attending future meetings. We will dialogue with other city divisions and reflect the change in the Hamilton arts community that it needs, based on our input. Or their input, sorry, not ours. And on behalf of the Arts Advisory Commission, and these are your representatives that you've appointed and have been working very hard on behalf of the arts community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patricia. And we have one person who would like to ask you some questions. Questions only, please. Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to, that's just a small sampling of the many people who volunteer so much of their time, Tricia, of course, included, in her work with the Children's Choir and, of course, the AAC chair. But just a small sample of the people that devote so much volunteer time toward this fourth pillar of sustainability. Through you, Chair. So in June, we received the Arts Funding Task Force report. This was the subcommittee of AAC. You mentioned in your presentation that that was a result of work you did, and I quote you, all the stakeholders, you said, Trish. You heard the previous delegation.
Yep.
They had concerns. They recognized for the record that they had representation early. That representation had other more pressing things to attend to, Chamber of Commerce and art gallery issues. But they were there early, you'll attest to that through you, Chair, and later on reported to on the process, but not necessarily at the end of the process. Through you.
Thank you, Trish.
So I would say that they were consulted. So boards and agencies group are considered an established group of arts organizations that needed to have their say. We had a group consultation with them, so all of the representatives, we sat at a table and we talked about the model and got feedback from them. Their message is the same. They are wanting to be measured for success, and we too want that for the organization. But they were consulted early in the year this year, before the actual report, but also individually have been met with the members of the Arts Funding Task Force. So as a task force, I believe that we have done our due diligence to make sure that their terms are heard. As we want to remind everybody that the Funding Task Force was not tasked with developing programs and governance and all the pieces that need to take place in the next phase. We were just tasked with coming up with the recommendations. They are done, and now we're in the next phase, and we need the city staff time to get looking at those processes and defining what that looks like.
Through you, Chair, coming up with those recommendations, so the work from day one of the Arts Funding Task Force to its conclusion in June with the presentation last year, you worked with our arts and culture staff as well.
Correct.
Okay. What we heard from the previous the delegation from Lorna and her group, the anchor arts organizations, is very, very similar, if I'm not mistaken, to what I'm hearing from you representing as chair of the AAC and reporting as you are charged to do to this body. We're all in this together. And going forward, let's forget consultation processes and all that in the past. Going forward, can we assume through you, Chair, that you are agreeable to making certain that everyone is involved in the consultation prior to in the arts community, prior to the final report that comes before us, including anchor arts organizations?
Thank you. Trish.
Absolutely. We would fall short of our job if we didn't do that. First of all, and second of all, if you read the report, that was part of our recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Trish. Through you, Chair. Timeline was the other issue today that we've heard, and certainly I know, working with you closely, Trish, it's one for the Arts Funding Task Force. We have coming up next, we're moving it up in the agenda, which is great because I know there's a lot of supporters here today. Item 8.3, it's more or less an information report, not very lengthy, but at least provides a little direction. In terms of timelines, we heard the big part of this process is reviewing the CPP, the grants, and we've talked about it many times through you, Chair. We've heard our chairman of the grants, who's been a big part of trying to get this review concluded for a few years now, stayed on the record today he likes June 2014. While our motion back in June after your presentation was hopeful that today would be the day Council could deliberate on all things related to the Arts Funding Task Force, good work. How does June sound through you,
there's
Chair?
The question. There's a question.
June sounds great.
Okay.
But January sounds better.
Tomorrow's best.
I'll have some questions for staff.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion to receive Trish's presentation, please. Councillor Farr, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor. Thank you, Trish.
Thanks so much.
Okay, we have staff questions. Councillor Clark, do you want to have your time to ask questions now, as you previously asked?
The question is with regards to a joint economic impact assessment on the art gallery, the Philharmonics, the larger groups that have been here for a long time. I understand we have received economic assessments from some of them during their presentations. Have we requested one that's joint so we can start to understand exactly what the arts are providing to the city? And I'm not sure exactly who I'm asking it to because I'm looking at the front bench now. And
Anna or Mike?
The Chair, you may recall last spring we came to Council indicating that we were developing a cultural report card that will come to Council every year. So that type of information should be included in that. We are looking at right now doing a whole economic impact study on the arts and culture in Hamilton to be part of that card.
Okay.
Councillor Clark?
And can I suggest that the economic impact assessment be the one that's provided by the Ministry of Tourism that was utilized by the Supercrawl, so that we have the same benchmark? It becomes a little bit problematic, Madam Chair, if we start to use different models for the calculation. So just look for confirmation on that, please.
Anna?
Through the Chair, that is the model that we use also, so that will be the one that we use.
Councillor Clark? Thank you. Councillor Farr?
Be clear, Chair. Are we on 8.3 now?
We're on 7.1 still for asking questions, but if you want to, we can
what we heard
put...
from the presenter?
All right, so do you want to put 8.3 and 8.3A on now? We can do that right now, because you're the only person I have on my list.
I just don't want to get in trouble for me for asking questions that relate to a report that's pending. So
That's great. So I think we're finished with 7.1. Is that...
We did.
Received, we already received 7.1. We already received Trish's presentation. So now we are going to 8.3 and 8.3A. So Councillor Farr, you're first on the list.
Okay, and I know Chris is real busy today too, but I'll have some questions for our city manager too. So if someone can maybe go into the green room and parade them out. I'll first through you to John Hertel. In 8.3, we see, John, that you've had some successes with in short order with our finance department, and you've been charged with overseeing henceforth this CPP review. Through you, Chair, you heard some references to some timelines, and I'm wondering if through the Chair you can offer your assessment of whether or not we can meet something around June.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to be involved in this overall important project. I started on this officially, I guess, on Monday, so the first thing I need to do is to confess that my knowledge at this point is limited to the readings I've been able to do since Monday. But I would say from a process point of view, just based on my background and experience and the way I would approach it, that certainly if it's Council's direction to make this a high priority in my own portfolio, working with the Culture Department, who has done a tremendous amount of work along with the volunteer groups. I would see a couple of stages coming in the new year where, let's say by the end of the first quarter, we would certainly have had not only the project scoped and the work well underway, and then depending on the, I'll say the cycle that's required in terms of actually getting reports in front of council, I could certainly see a presentation, the content I can't imagine yet at this point, but a presentation that's very thorough in the June timeframe.
John, the grant subcommittee, and I'm not on it, and it's a lot of work, and it's from our body of councillors who put the time in on hiving off, the funds. I forget how much it is in total that we divvy up every year, but it's not all related to arts. What's preventing you in this report on a CPP review from isolating on all those commitments that only adhere to arts grants? And would it be helpful through you, Chair, in expediting your process? And I know we're early on here, but if you could try to address that.
John?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that there are essentially 4 buckets, if you will, of CPP categories. And it would be, certainly I think anything's possible. I think the challenge would be, I'll say the difficulty of looking at a silo, one portion of this, as opposed to a holistic approach. Not saying it's not possible, but we would have to take, I'll say, special care to ensure that work we focused on with one particular area did not, in the end, negatively impact the other areas that are involved in the CPP.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
As the review you're in charge of at this point, John, moves forward, and we are very early in the stages, if you find, get back to the timeline and to go full circle, my last question, Chair. If you find it may be a difficult process to meet a timeline sooner rather than later, and the reference of June has been bandied about. I like that. I would have liked today too, or tomorrow, or January. But if June was the timeline and we gave you a definitive timeline, and it became apparent to you that we couldn't achieve a review, even if we hived off just the arts pieces of the 5 buckets that grants looks after, at what point do you think you might be able to come to us, through you, Chair, to identify possibly a need for outside assistance, a consultant of some sort, as it relates to this review?
John?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My initial reaction would be very early in the new year, we should be able to make that assessment.
Okay, thank you, and I really look forward to. I was grateful to hear that you have taken on this challenge, and I know you're the right man for the job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yeah, through you to John. So, John, first of all, can somebody on staff tell me what's the difference between 8.3 and 8.3A? Is 8.3A a revised report to 8.3, please, or are we to deal with both?
I'm going to ask Anna Bradford. She signs off on both those reports, so she's probably the person to
That'd be great. Anna, please.
Through the Chair, it's the A portion was just a little more full information to give Council for consideration.
So is 8.3A in place of 8.3, or is 8.3 as well? I just asking procedurally, are we to receive both?
So the original report was a very high-level report, and we had met after that and decided that Council deserved to have a more full report with better information to provide them with an update on where they were. So they're both to be received.
So it sounds like we should procedurally receive both then, Anna?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Madam Deputy Mayor, just through you to Anna or John then, again in 8.3A, BB at the bottom, staff be provided with the latitude to consult all appropriate staff and or committees with respect to governance. Tricia presented on one of her slides, will continue to support implementation of recommendations made to Council in June of 13. One of the recommendations was to hand over the money to this new arm's length group. So I'm trying to reconcile that. Tricia has said we'll continue to support implementation of recommendations. I didn't even know we were at the implementation stage. And I'm concerned about the double BB and A3A that talks about governance, and you know my concern. So between Anna and John, one of you please provide some explanation, Madam Deputy Mayor.
I'm going to Anna. Anna?
Okay, so through the chair, Chris, these are all just recommendations, and they will all be examined, and they will all come back to council, and the final decision is council's. They're just recommendations from the Arts Funding Task Force, so they're not being implemented. Everything will come back to council, and it will be council's decision.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Madam Chairman, and I want to be clear in terms of what we can expect to come back. So in the context of understanding what happens to the anchor arts organizations and their funding model, how will that be addressed internally with staff, either through the committee, as was referenced earlier in the presentation we received and is referenced in this report, or is that coming back as a separate process?
I'm going to go to Anna again, please.
Through the chair.
Or if you want it to go to Mike Segarra. I saw his hand go up.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
thank
through
you.
the chair, the work that the Culture Division will be doing with finance is that we are looking at the programs, who can apply in which program, the filter that they'll be looked through in that program, so that we can make some decisions on funding. So definitely what Theatre Aquarius is bringing back is they're looking for a transparent way that they can understand why they are funded at the level that they're funded, and that will be the work that we'll be doing in that particular section.
Councillor Collins.
So is it coming back in pieces, or is it coming back as one recommendation that will give some finality to the whole question of how we fund arts and culture?
Barring any unforeseen circumstance, it should be all in the single report that's coming forward.
Councillor Collins, Mike would like to jump in at this point, if you don't mind.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I would assume there will be some recommendations and some alternatives for committee's consideration. What you've heard in June and you've heard today is a very broad range of potential commitment from this council towards the arts community, ranging from additional funding through the levy towards these organizations, as well as a redistribution of existing funding. And so the criteria or filter that staff are referring to will have to address that range of financial commitment. To Councillor Farr's reference to a time period, again, the report may impact the 2015 levy budget, and so if there is a recommendation for additional funding through the levy, again, while the June report may make reference to the funding strategy, Council, in terms of the commitment, may be dealing with that in 2015, the Council of the Day in 2015.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, and I want to reiterate those comments in that we're going to receive options. One option may include a suggestion that we increase the funding. Another option, though, may be a look at redistributing the current funding that's provided to the groups, so there is a more equitable and rational system of distribution. So I think we had talked about that at prior presentations from this group. Knowing the state of our city's budget process and what our goals and objectives are, that their recommendations in part are, sort of running against the grain as opposed to the direction that we've given some of our own internal operating departments. So I want to be clear, and to be clear on the date associated with that, when is that expected to come back? I just want to be crystal clear in terms of when those anchor arts organizations can expect to see recommendations that address all of the issues they've raised today and in the past.
Thank you. Anna, can I go to you to the date, or John, would you be the more appropriate?
Yes, I guess I would first commit to engaging directly and personally with the anchor groups as well as the others associated with this topic. And I would look to this June date, not knowing anything further in the way of detail, but that's without a target, where do we go? So June to me is the stake in the ground that is being proposed by Councillor Collins, and that would be the date that I would work towards.
So June 2014. Councillor Collins.
That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, you were asking questions on 7.1. You're now on for 8.3, 8.3A.
First, I want to thank
Anna Bradford and her staff for adding 8.3A. Madam Chair, as you know, one of my concerns throughout this process has been the scope of the work, and it's nice to have it on paper in front of me so I can at least understand what the scope of the work is presently. So, Madam Chair, there's a lot of expectation out in the arts community. I think perhaps heightened expectation beyond the ability of the city to deliver. And I'm a little bit concerned because I'm hearing some arts group hoping that this is going to be done by January. And the scope of work here, I don't know how that's going to be done. Everyone's hoping for more money. Looking at the budget without having an increase to the levy, I'm not sure how that's going to be accomplished short of provincial or federal funding coming forward, and that still comes to us. And I'm not sure whether or not there's an intention around this table to redistribute all of the funds that are presented to all of the arts groups, which becomes problematic for the major arts groups, you know, the Philharmonic and et cetera, when they've been receiving Canada Art Council grants for a long time that are predicated on the funds from the municipality. So if you pull that lever at the bottom by redistributing, we end up having a domino effect to those organizations at the top, which is really quite problematic. So I just want to put it all on the table here so that there isn't an expectation that this is going to be a quick win for everyone around the arts community. I'm really concerned that it's almost overpromised in the community in terms of what their expectations are and what we can deliver. So I just want to be clear up front. I don't even know how we'd be able to get this accomplished within our current budget time frame based on the scope of work that's presented. And I'm watching Mr. Zagaric and shaking his head no. So I just want to make sure that there's, in the community, we're laying the cards down clear. Everyone understands exactly where we are, and we don't have this false sense of expectation. I have no doubt it will become an election issue, and that's fine, but there shouldn't be an expectation that all of this is going to be resolved in 3 or 4 months and funding will be flowing to everybody, because I just don't see how that's possible.
Yeah.
And I know no one stated it that clearly, but I wanted to put it on the table very clearly.
Thank you. And Councillor McCaddy was next, so I'm going to go to you, Councillor Powers, please.
Let me talk about the practicality of June. If we don't complete it by the end of June, then it becomes the property of the new council. As you know, there are no meetings as of the 1st of September for council because it's in a municipal election year. So there is an urgency to do it. There's been expectations, as indicated, expectations over the last 3 years. There's 5 elements. There's 4 elements that are under CPP, which we've always had challenge with. They're historical in nature, and they do need a review, and then we throw in. So those 4 elements, as we know them, that's covered under the $1.63 million that comes out of CPP, is social services, special events, elements of arts and culture, and what I refer to as marquee events that are rightly or wrongly funded out of CPP. So those are 4 elements that are clearly part of that $1.63 million. Then we have the issue about boards and agencies. Beyond CPP and beyond the boards and agencies, we know there is cash flow that comes out of various departments in order to provide assistance in areas, whether it's arts and culture, special events, whatever the case is. So what we have and what's being, and I believe is being considered, is all these things are being looked at the same time. If we've got the ability to shift monies around, whether it's fairness or equity or actually a review of the programs and to shift money accordingly, we'll do that. Anna Bradford referred to options. We may very well have the ability to have options to come back to us sooner rather than later. I mean, we may have something that might come back in, March or April and say, is council receptive to these options for us to do more detailed work on it? If we do everything all at once, we won't see anything until June. Whether or not we can provide some assistance within the 2015 budget, that's something to do. But what we need is to buy in, and we're going to involve all of you. You'll be asked for your comments and your thoughts to assist this to go forward. And it's long overdue. We've adopted a historical process that has had successes, has had few modifications or changes historically since the new city came into being in 2000. Generally, it's worked well, but equally there are some frustrations along with it, and that's why this review is long overdue. It just didn't make sense to do a review of just the CPP process. Those of us on the committee have been asking for that component to be done. Whereas at the same time, we've got the Arts Advisory Committee asking for a review. Now we've got the collective of the professional companies that provide services here. So it makes all kinds of sense to look at them in parallel. And if we can come with options and recommendations to guide the final report in the direction we want to go, I'm hoping that we'll be able to do that. So I support what's here and the more fullness in this report. We've had frustrations because of being able to dedicate staff from the various, I'm going to call, it crosses all departments, whether it's finance or arts and culture, planning department, economic development, it crosses all. This is going to be a, I'm going to say, combined efforts of a blended staff and going to require the input of the public and groups of interest, and at the same time, and will involve and require council involvement in this thing, and clearly the CPP as it relates to ours, but will involve you all in the consultation process. So I urge you to support the direction and allow us to get ahead and get the work started so that we can get it completed by June. Otherwise, it becomes the property of the new council in 2015, and it may very well start all over again.
Thank you, Councillor. CPP. Grants. Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I think I'd just like to check back in with John to see if he shares some of the same views of the comments, just to make sure we're clear on the direction. And the one in particular might have been through Councillor Farr's early questions. Way to pull this together and thinking of Councillor Power's comments about time getting away from us perhaps on this, because it's a large issue. Can you come back, John, in light of all the comments you've heard and the timelines, Councillor Power's comments, etc. Can you come back and say January with maybe an update, which might comment on work plan that would lay out what might happen in March, etc., towards the June deadline? And do you have a good sense that you've got clarity from the comments just now from Council through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to John?
John, do you have clarity?
I have clarity, and I do want to say that I like the idea of doing this in iterations. So to come back in January to your suggestion with framework, where we're at, what we see as the challenges, the opportunities, an interim in March, let's say, as was proposed by Councillor Powers, that starts to see the directions and challenges shaped and get some feedback from council, and then we would be in a much better position then to be hitting that June goal, knowing we had those interim pieces of clarity.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks very much. That's good to hear. Thanks.
That's fine. Okay. Second time speaker, last speaker, Councillor Farr.
Thank you. I'm glad City Manager is back. Madam Deputy Mayor, he certainly has done a great deal of work after the June resolution supported by Councillor, and it's part of the report, the two-part motion. immediately following the Arts Funding Task Force presentation, he went to work and had some meetings. And as you can see, it's alluded to, vaguely albeit, in the report. Through you to Chris, it is vague, and I know you want it to remain so, but in the information report, it suggested that you are engaged in ongoing discussions with the Hamilton Community Foundation exploring the feasibility of an enhanced Hamilton Arts Endowment Fund. What can you tell us through the chair about this?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, absolutely. I've been in discussions with Terry Cook, and they have expressed an interest in playing some kind of partnership role in a arts funding program. And the real issue is, what kind of commitment would both parties be willing to make to provide some sustainable funding, and what requirements would the Community Foundation have to see occur in order for their money to show up. So that's been the nature of the conversation. I think continuing on with that conversation and bringing it to some kind of conclusion early in the new year is certainly possible. And I think if I was given some direction to have some more discussions with Mr. Cook, we could present a model or two that would speak to the interests of this community and certainly in particular this council. So I think there is a reason to continue to meet and see if we can't resolve something.
I'll hope my colleagues will indulge me, and Chris can now officially consider himself directed to continue the conversation, and I don't think we need to formalize it. I would make that suggestion because it's good work, and it quite possibly could be the jump start we need to meet some timelines. Back to that, on the expectations, and I'm glad it was brought up, but just for recollection purposes, in June we received the presentation, we put the motion together, it was supported. If you watch the tape, I turned to senior staff and say, can we get this done by the end of the year, as in the end of 2013, which included a finalization of a CPP review. There were many balls in the air then. Senior staff confidently said, yes, we can do it. And obviously from that, the arts community, who are very much anxious, who worked many years on this, heard that timeline. That said, understanding all of the difficulties and staffing issues across the board, there has been a lot of, as we just heard, terrific work going on. And in my consultation and work with the AAC, the HAC, Supercrawl, others, Theatre Aquarius, and many others, arts organizations, it's clear, I think, one thing is to be sure, hearing that we're shooting for some form of resolution before the next budget cycle is reassuring, Madam Deputy Mayor, and certainly in the report when we are reading on the internal audit report where May 13th, 2013 is recognized, and the report's recommendations include, among others, that the program guidelines be reviewed and updated. The audit targets changes for the 2015 grant cycle, so June is about right when you consider it an election year, as alluded to. One more question through you to John. Hearing what Chris has just said, and the potential that's out there, and the direction he's just received to carry on that conversation, because I'm sure we can leverage so many more funds if we work with a partner, a great partner like the Hamilton Community Foundation. Would you say your first step is to know what number are you working with? Then you can move forward. So through the chair, would you not say that that's key here? How many millions are you going to be able to operate with?
20, 30?
In some respects, through you, Madam Chair, I see the funds and the process as two quite distinct jobs along the way, and jobs that need to be done in parallel. So certainly I would spend time with Chris, Anna, and everyone else who's been involved in the idea generation around the budget and new revenue streams. In fact, in part of my existing or previous, I guess, portfolio now, there are revenue streams that we're looking at that could potentially contribute as well. And I know in looking at the work that Anna and team have done, they've done a lot of work at also sort of brainstorming, if you will, various streams. So I would certainly be reviewing all of those, Councillor Farr, and not letting, I'll say, one half of the project be held up for the other half, because I think they will come together at the finish line, but they are quite distinct in terms of the type and amount of work involved.
Councillor Farr? Thank you. And Councillor Clark?
I want to put my trepidations out there with regards to the community foundation setting up an endowment for the arts. You might want to be talking to some of the major arts players, because they all do fundraising. They all receive donations from donors. And in the past, when these types of endowment groups or a community arts group have been set up or attempted, what happens is it drains the donors from the arts groups to that group. It goes to an endowment that doesn't actually feed out until it hits a certain level, and in the meantime, cash flow drops in all of the different arts groups. So I think it's really important that people who, and I understand that the Hamilton Community Foundation is well established in fundraising, but they need to talk to the groups who are actually doing the fundraising for the arts, because it's a small piece of the pie in Hamilton for the arts. People donate to social services more than they will the arts, and if you set up another group to fundraise and distribute to all of those groups, it'll just transfer over and suck it dry, and you're really not any further ahead. So be careful, because it has been tried before and failed.
Thank you. Members of the committee, may I have a motion, please, to receive both reports, PED 13202 and PED 13202, aka 8.3, 8.3A. Councillor Farr, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Members of the committee, you will recall that at November 20th meeting at the committee, the next 3 delegates were referred or deferred to today's meeting to be heard in conjunction with Councillor Clark's motion with respect to the referendum on the 2014 municipal election ballot. Before I call these 3 people down, I am going to refer to Janice right now. And Rose Caterini, so they can give us some framework as far as, Janice, can you please tell us about the Fluoridation Act and how this will affect either way?
Yes, through the Deputy Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Chair. We're not into the debate. We're just into delegations, so this is premature. We need to unfettered hear the delegations. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to be clear to the delegations, we are here to find out whether they agree or disagree with the referendum. So we've got Simon Kiss from Wilfrid Laurier University to speak to the pending motion respecting referendum on municipal fluoridation. And you'll recall Simon was very gracious at the last meeting to defer to today after he came all the way down here to speak to us the last time. Simon, 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay, I've just got a presentation that Ms. Biggs is pulling up, so I guess I'll start. So good morning, my name is Simon Kiss. I'm a political scientist at Wilfrid Laurier University. Thank you for receiving my delegation. Since 2010, colleagues and I at Laurier have been investigating public attitudes towards fluoridation. And one of the things that we found suggests that it would be very unwise to put this decision to a referendum, and I'm here to talk about why that is. So the reason is that now I'm going to show some evidence and some data from a public opinion survey of residents of Waterloo that we did in 2012. You may recall that in Waterloo, people there actually voted in a referendum in 2010 to overturn municipal fluoridation. So we thought it would be good to survey people's attitudes there to sort of see what we could learn from that. Now, the reason it would be unwise to subject this decision to a referendum is because we know from psychology, it's a central finding, that people make decisions, form judgments, and react to things in the environment very quickly. More often than not, they do this very quickly, rather than taking the time to think things through slowly and deliberatively. One psychologist calls this thinking fast and thinking slow. And people's perceptions of what constitutes a risk, which is a central question in the fluoridation issue, is this something that's bad for me? Is there a risk to my health? People's perceptions of what constitutes a risk are usually often dominated by quick thinking rather than slow thinking. And in my mind, and I'm going to try to convince you of this, it would be better to keep this decision here in your hands, where you have both a mandate from your constituents and the time and the expertise in the public health department to actually make a decision thinking slowly rather than thinking quickly. Now, one of the things that we do when we think quickly about whether something is a risk or not is that we minimize the risks of things that we like, and we magnify the risks of things that we don't like. Now, none of us thinks twice about getting in our car and driving to Toronto because it's useful. Yet thousands of people are killed or maimed every year on Ontario highways. By contrast, most of us would think on a kind of a knee-jerk reaction that nuclear power is something that is very risky. But the number of fatalities or injuries directly attributable to nuclear power is actually quite low. You can see this effect in some of the data from the survey that we did, and I'll show you this right away. So, I just have to explain this. So what this is we ask people two questions in succession. Do you agree, or, and we ask them to agree or disagree with the statement, fluoride reduces cavities. And this chart just shows the distribution of responses. So 2/3 of people think that fluoride reduces cavities, and 1/3 of people thinks that fluoride doesn't reduce cavities. So we asked these two questions. Does fluoride reduce cavities? And then does it cause, second question was, does it cause bone disease? And the answer to both questions, the scientific question to both questions, is that it's highly dose dependent. If you don't get enough fluoride in your diet, you don't get any benefit of cavity reduction. If you get the right amount, you get a very effective, very nice reduction in cavities in the population. And if you get a lot, too much fluoridation, then you get something called skeletal fluorosis. So the scientific answer, if someone was answering these questions thinking slowly, the true answer, the scientific answer, is that it's highly dose dependent. But if they're answering these questions, does fluoride reduce cavities? Does fluoride cause bone disease? If they're answering these questions thinking quickly, then what we would expect from psychology is that there would be a very close relationship between people's perception of risks and perceptions of benefits, and that's exactly what we get. So asking the question, does fluoride reduce cavities? 66% of people agree. 2/3 of people agree it reduces cavities. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to carve up those two categories, the top cell and the bottom cell, based on the proportion of people in each cell who think that it causes bone disease. And so what you get is that if people think that fluoride reduces cavities, then they tend to disagree in vast amounts that it causes bone disease. But if they already think that fluoride doesn't reduce cavities, then most of them will actually think that it does cause bone disease. Now remember, if somebody is thinking about this slowly, like a scientist, knowing that the true answers to these questions are, that this is highly dose dependent, then you would get some sort of kind of random fluctuation in the middle. Things would be much more ambivalent. What this suggests is that people are basically responding to these questions using their gut feelings. They start having a kind of a gut reaction toward fluoridation. They like it, and then they don't think that it causes any harm, or they don't like it, and so they magnify the risks. It's exactly that kind of finding from psychology, which is that people tend to magnify the risks of things that they don't like on a very gut, emotional level, and they reduce or discount the risks of things that they do like. Now you can see the sizes of these cells correspond to the size, the number of people in each group. So you can see most people in Waterloo, when we did this, agree that it reduces cavities and disagree that it causes bone disease. So how did we get, now this is from people in Waterloo, a year or two after they had the referendum where they actually overturned fluoridation. So how did we get from here, people having this basic kind of positive attitude toward fluoridation, to people voting to overturn it? And I'm going to show you how that happens next, or one of the ways that happens. So, yeah, so I'll be very quick. So the other thing that people use to make judgments or are often persuaded by or take into account when they're processing information is who the messenger is. If they find a source credible, then they'll be more likely to trust that source and be persuaded by what that source is saying. If they find the source incredible or someone they don't like, then they'll discount that information. So this is a very kind of non-rational, quick-thinking kind of shortcut that people use. So we grouped the survey respondents into 3 groups. We told people randomly that Maud Barlow and the Council of Canadians oppose municipal fluoridation. 1/3 of the people got that prompt. And then we asked them if they think that fluoride reduces cavities. A second group, we told that the World Health Organization and Health Canada, 2 very reputable organizations, supported municipal fluoridation. And then we had a third group, a control, that just didn't get any kind of prompt either way. And if you look, the real story here is if you compare the Barlow group with the control and the WHO groups. Just telling people that Maud Barlow and the Council of Canadians oppose municipal fluoridation without saying that they think it doesn't reduce cavities or it causes harm, just telling them that they oppose municipal fluoridation reduces the number of people who then agree that fluoride reduces cavities by a fairly substantial margin. It goes down to about 60%. And that's part of the reason why you can get from that base natural default position of people having a supportive attitude toward fluoridation to people actually voting to overturn it. Because in a referendum campaign, you get activists and groups and campaigns free to say whatever they wish without being held to account, raising fears, raising risks, making statements, people making judgments based not necessarily on the scientific facticity of statements, but on things like who they're hearing information from.
Thank you, Simon. I let you go a little bit longer than normal, so I'm going to go to my colleagues.
Madam Deputy Mayor, could I move extension of his time, please?
And what is...
Well, I know we do. Well, I'm trying
Well,
to
let's do it by democracy. I've got a motion of 2 councillors saying that so can all those in favor letting him stretch out?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. Go ahead, Simon.
So I actually was just about to conclude. So what you're going to get in a referendum is you're going to get activists on all sides free to raise any accusations, cater to those kinds of tricks or shortcuts that we use to think quickly, and that's actually what's going to feed into people's decisions to vote. It's much better and much preferable and much more in the interests of Hamilton's public health to have this decision here in this body where a combination of democratic mandate from your constituents can be combined with the opportunity, the time, the context to think slowly about fluoridation rather than quickly.
Thank you, Simon. I have a list of speakers, Councillor Whitehead, Marula, and McCaddy. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Was your research peer-reviewed?
It has not been. We're in the process of writing a peer-reviewed article.
Did you make this presentation to Waterloo in the context of their debate to go to a plebiscite?
Simon?
We did not. This occurred, we did this after their referendum. We have presented these results, though, to the Waterloo, I believe, Board of Public Health.
So when I take the theme that you're putting out there, it could be applied to general elections. I mean, you indicate that each and every one of us around this table should make the decision and not put it to the community, not give them that choice because we're better informed. When I apply your theses to elections, I mean, you can end up getting people elected that don't support fluoridation, which ends up with the same type of result in the context of a plebiscite. So I'm trying to understand how you reconcile those 2 issues.
So I think the key is, and actually even everyday regular citizens are also capable of thinking slowly. They just need to be given the context and the time to do so. And a referendum campaign is not always that type of context. If you give citizens, say for example, a kind of a citizens jury or an assembly where they're given a mandate, and I believe Hamilton has actually sort of done this with the Accommodation Review Committee, the ARC, the school closures, where you bring citizens and you give them a chance to think about an issue, debate, and raise questions. Everyday citizens can also think slowly. It's the question of the context and the time in which that happens.
I appreciate it.
Councillor Whitehead?
I think the point I'm making, though, if you have a candidate goes out and gets elected and one of their platforms is, I don't support fluoridation in the water, how is that different than a plebiscite? Because at the end of the day, that individual gets elected,
So I think what's different is that you have to, if the decision is made by council, you have to, or a councillor who would oppose fluoridation would have to come before his or her colleagues, make that case, and be scrutinized and be questioned and challenged by his or her colleagues who might support fluoridation. And in the process of that debate, a more informed decision might emerge based on thinking slowly rather than thinking quickly.
My last question, I appreciate that. My last question is, you make it very complicated. I think for the general public, it's just a simple question. Do I need to be ingesting fluoride, period? Does it benefit me? And I think that's a very simple, straightforward question. It's not a scientific question. You know, I got a dental plan, I brush my teeth on a regular basis. So,
we got a question, please.
Well, I'm looking at this thesis and talking about a complex short-term decision that is what's presented, Madam Chair.
I understand, but no debate, please, just questions.
And I'm suggesting to the presenter that it is a very short-term decision. Do I need it? Do I not need it?
Thank you.
So I'm just looking for a response.
It seems like it's actually quite a complex debate. I mean, it comes up all the time, and it never seems to be actually resolved. So it seems like actually there's quite a complex intersection of values, interests, positions, and facts that get brought into this debate. So I would respectfully disagree. I think it's actually a fairly complex issue.
Thank you. Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I guess what I've concluded based on what you've presented is that we shouldn't in any way be confusing, I think, issues of public health to a referendum versus issues of, let's say, for instance, finances of a governing body. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, you're not suggesting that you're against referendums in its entirety, are you?
So no, some issues lend themselves to being decided by referendums, some issues not. I would suggest that an issue of public health, where, for example, the primary beneficiaries of fluoridation, i.e. children under 18, are not allowed to vote, and where there's complex technical and scientific facts that really color the debate, those types of issues don't lend themselves to referendums. I would also say, I do think that if you give citizens the chance to learn and reason and debate about these things, even on complex technical issues, they can rise to that occasion to think slowly. I just think that I'm more skeptical of that happening in a referendum campaign, and I'm more open to that kind of a broad citizen-based debate happening in a more deliberative participatory contest. So I would actually urge Council, if you don't trust yourselves to make this decision thinking slowly, and you want to open this up to a citizen body, I might recommend, rather than going the route of a referendum, randomly select a body of citizens from Hamilton, give them 6 months, give them some resources, and give them the mandate to learn and study about fluoridation, the risks and the benefits, and have them come back to you with a recommendation. You'll get a much more informed decision rather than subjecting this to a noisy, unregulated, clangy referendum.
Thank you. Councillor Marula.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, do you agree that public health is an actual science?
Whether public health is a science, I think...
It pertains to this fluoride issue, because we have medical experts that have deduced through empirical data that fluoride is safe.
Yes, I think the scientific evidence is overwhelming that fluoridation is beneficial and safe for the population.
Thank you. We're keeping to the referendum, please, and not the debate.
So there's a connection. So
I understand. But.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, do you believe politics, the actual study of politics, would be compared in the same absolute scientific category?
I haven't had that question since my comprehensive exams and my PhD for political science. Sort of.
Very good. Nice technical question there. Was that your thesis?
Hence the answer is no. It's not an absolute science. So through you, Madam. I believe it was. Was it?
Sort of.
Well, it's not yes.
Tomato.
So what we have determined what we have determined is that public health, as it pertains to fluoridation, is an absolute science. But politics is not an absolute science. Would that be fair to say?
Right. Yeah, sure. I think that's a good way of looking at it.
Thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, from my perspective, I have to close this off by saying that if I have a choice of making a decision on public health between rhetoric versus science, I'm choosing science. So
I agree.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you, but we're going to stick with the referendum, please. Okay, Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Your presentation was certainly worth waiting for, Simon. I hope we were worth waiting for you as well. But this is a fascinating approach to referendums generally, and I would suggest much of the thinking and decision making that goes on in a society. So it is certainly a strong food for thought. And I think you touched on it earlier, but in a situation like this where we have science and we have the medical officer of health locally and at the province saying stick with fluoride, Health Canada saying stick with fluoride, but lots of evidence on the other side as well that suggests a variety of things, and a motion that we moved asking for more information, further clarification, more study from Health Canada, which was entirely ignored. Mm-hmm. No response from Health Canada. What would you suggest as an alternative, I guess, to the referendum? And I think you touched on a citizens panel or something like that.
Simon?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, so I would recommend, I would recommend either. If you want to solicit more scientific information, you should be reading as much science as possible. The science is fairly clear that it's a safe and effective way to prevent dental illness, cavities. In terms of alternatives, I can just say, if you pursue this via a referendum, you're going to get people making decisions about this scientific issue and about facts about what the effects of fluoride is on people's health, not based on what Maud Barlow actually says, but just on the fact that Maud Barlow and the Council of Canadians is saying it, and that you might like Maud Barlow and the Council of Canadians, and so that might actually switch your factual belief. And that to me is not a good decision-making process for public health issues where the primary beneficiaries are children from low-income families.
Councillor McCaddy?
So thanks for that. I tend to agree with your thesis on this, but we're still stuck with this issue. I'm far from finished with it myself, and we'll have to continue to work on it. Query Health Canada, why are you not responding? Other concerns we have. Thanks, Simon.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. So did you explain in your interview the difference between ingesting fluoride versus a topical application of fluoride, or was it just fluoride?
No, we didn't explain that. We wanted to just get people's kind of top level opinion. So the advantages of public opinion surveys is that you can speak to a lot of people quickly and ask them the same questions and see how people respond differently. The disadvantages is that you can't always get into finer nuances when you ask those questions. It's
Understood. You've mentioned, if I may, Madam Chair, that your concern is that it's the children who are benefiting from fluoride. Isn't it the parents that are making the decisions about their children's health?
Parents do make decisions for their children's health, that's true. But I think we will all know that there will be parents who will decide or who will be unable to provide for their children's dental health. And, this is it's kind of worth pointing out. Everything that we do involves some sort of risk. So if you choose to go and subject municipal fluoridation to a referendum and it's overturned, you may think that you're reducing risks to the population because you're not then exposing people to fluoridation, but you're just opening yourselves up to the risks that some poor children in Hamilton will not get the necessary dental care from their parents. And so it's not that one strategy is risk averse and the other strategy is a more risky. It's that some people profit from one strategy while others profit from another strategy. So if you pursue an avenue where municipal fluoridation could end, you're actually increasing the risk of poor dental health for certain segments of society.
So did that opinion influence how you set up your survey?
So I am in favor of municipal fluoridation. So part of why I did the survey was to try to understand why people, what motivates people's opposition, and try to understand that. So
what makes the decision for the children when they are recommended by a doctor to take a medication, a drug? Parent?
The parent, yeah.
And fluoride is the only drug in Canada that parents don't get a decision on.
I guess that's technically true.
Through the chair, please.
I'm just asking, is that
I know, but
yes or no? It's a medication. It's the only medication in Canada, even though our Constitution gives every single person in Canada the right to decide what goes in their body. It's the only drug in Canada that parents do not get the decision as to whether or not it goes in their body.
So it's also worth pointing out, municipal fluoride is it's a perfectly naturally occurring substance. So there's fluoride.
We're not debating the fluoride. Right. Thank you.
And with the greatest respect, he didn't answer the question. The reality is it's true, and the fluoride that is ingested is hydrofluorosilicic acid, which is not a naturally occurring substance. A topical fluoride is a naturally occurring substance. So do parents get the right to decide whether or not their children receive hydrofluorosilicic acid in their water?
I think it's really important to sort of...
This is on the referendum, please. This is not... So please answer the question according to the referendum.
Yeah, sorry. I really think it's important to sort of return to this chart right here, which is that Health Canada and the World Health Organization are of the opinion that this is a safe, cost-effective, and beneficial way to protect children's dental health. And if you provide people information in a referendum campaign, people will make their decisions about scientific facts, not based on scientific facts.
Simon, you did say that, so thank you very much. I'm going to cut you off right now. Yes, Councillor Clark?
The thesis, Madam Chair, is that people make quick decisions without really considering it. I'm asking, parents make the decision on all medications for their children. Is that a quick decision? Or are they basing it on what the doctors are telling them?
So I think
what's the difference?
So I think in some ways, some parents do make quick, knee-jerk decisions, thinking quickly. I'm thinking here of parents who do not choose to vaccinate their children, right, with the MMR vaccine. There are parents out there who choose to do that. And the danger with that, now I don't think that we quite make that mandatory yet, but I do think that if it's very, very difficult to get into Hamilton Public Schools if you haven't vaccinated your children. So it might not quite be an exact comparison, but it's pretty close that we make children get the MMR vaccine.
Thank you, Simon.
But there are parents out there who rely on these kinds of thinking quickly kinds of ways of thinking to deny and to not give their children the MMR vaccine. And I can tell you, in southern Alberta, there is an outbreak of measles in many communities in the United States. The measles is making a return. This is a disease that causes lots of pain and suffering to children who have no choice in the matter because their parents are not making sound decisions about their own children's health because they're relying on unfounded fears, thinking quickly about whether they should be vaccinating their children.
Councillor Clark.
Last question. Do you believe the courts make impartial or quick decisions?
I tend to think that courts tend to make more impartial decisions. I tend to think, though, that the judges, it seems to me that they think fairly slowly, though, about matters.
Thank you.
So in Cranbrook, BC, they just lost a class action suit on fluoride.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. Simon, thanks for coming back. Just quickly now to your public policy professor, correct?
Political scientist.
Political scientist,
yeah.
Okay. So just so that I'm clear, in Waterloo, they had the referendum. That was in the last municipal election?
2010.
2010. What was the turnout during the election? Do you know off the top of your head, Simon?
I don't. It was a very close result. It was something like 50.5 to 49.5. It was very close. I don't recall what the turnout was, though.
Oh, almost to the identical to keeping Quebec in Confederation about 15, 20 years ago. Okay, so 50.5 versus about 49.5, give or take, okay. Do you recall if the turnout in the municipal election in 2010 was greater than 06?
I really haven't looked at turnout. It hasn't been part of our research. I'm really
Fair
sorry.
enough. Madam Deputy Mayor, through you to Simon, have you now shown your findings to the water? There's still a two-tier system in Waterloo, Kitchener-Waterloo, a regional government and a local municipal.
Yep.
Was it the regional government that had the referendum?
No, it was the City of Waterloo. City of Waterloo. It was just the City of Waterloo.
It was the local tier.
Yeah.
The local tier alone.
Yeah.
What did, Madam Deputy Mayor, what does Kitchener do? Do you know what Kitchener does? Are they fluoridating the municipal system?
To my knowledge, they never, to my knowledge, and I don't know this not, to my knowledge, they don't fluoridate, and so they didn't have the decision.
Councillor Jackson.
So it's just the...
To my knowledge.
No, that's fair, Simon. That's fine. Not holding you to that. I'm curious because being a two-tier government, so Waterloo, City of Waterloo residents alone voted on this in 10. And it was basically, you're saying roughly 50.5 versus 49.5 to discontinue.
That's right.
Have you presented your findings to City of Waterloo Board of Health, Madam Deputy Mayor, recently?
Yes, there was a meeting in 2011, December 2011, I think, and they were having an annual retreat, and we offered them to present our findings to them, yeah.
You just give me real fast in a cursory sentence or two, the response back from the Waterloo Board of Health upon your findings?
They were very concerned that residents of Waterloo voted the way that they did, and were very eager to sort of see what we found, how people respond differently in surveys, and from how they actually end up voting, and how there's a kind of a break between how people respond in surveys as to how they vote, and they were troubled that the decision had been made by referendum.
And last question, Madam Deputy Mayor, I was just chatting with Councillor Whitehead. Did I hear you say in response to one of my colleagues that a more informed task force commissioned by either this term of council or the next term of council, similar to what this term of council did with their rating, well, the last term of council, which this term of council adopted and accepted, that kind of task force of citizens at large, city staff, pros, cons, both sides, and bringing back, if you will, in an advisory manner, their findings? Madam Deputy Mayor, is that what I heard from you, Simon?
What I suggested was that, I think the implication was somehow that I don't trust everyday people to make important decisions about policy issues, which is not true. I'm skeptical that referendums are a good process for certain decisions.
I heard that.
If you give citizens the time, the resources, and the context for them to think slowly, challenge each other's beliefs, ask questions, and learn about complex issues, they will rise to that occasion. And so that, rather than, my recommendation would be, rather than going down a referendum route, you might consider, if you don't feel that you yourselves can make an informed democratic decision, you might want to consider some sort of citizens jury where people are given the time, context, resources, and opportunity to learn about the costs and benefits and think slowly about this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
And report back to this body that ultimately would have the final say.
I mean, that would be up to you. Sometimes people do this with giving them a binding mandate, and the advantage of that there is that when people are given the responsibility for a decision, you find that they actually go the extra mile to ensure that they learn the subject matter thoroughly. But there are concerns that maybe that lacks then the seal of approval of elected representatives making the final decision. That's in your hands.
Task force idea is something interesting that you've just kind of sprung up. I'm using that terminology, but in essence, what you've just sprung upon us, and I'm open-minded. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor
Simon.
Powers.
Mine's just a question of curiosity raised by Councillor Jackson. So does the City of Waterloo have its own water and wastewater system, or is the provision of water and wastewater done through the regional government, which for me just creates an interesting scenario as if there's one source, how do you define what's coming in through the pipes and not? So, please, can you help me on that?
I can't. I'm much more interested in the public opinion side of things and how people reach these decisions and their values, and not very knowledgeable about public administration.
That's fine. Well,
water infrastructure.
I'll do my own research and share it with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. And second time questions, please, Councillor Murillo.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just a point of clarification. Councillor Clark had mentioned that fluoride was the only medicine given without parental approval. The fact remains that iodine, through you, Deputy Mayor, has been included in salt since 1924. Can you elaborate on the iodine example?
I know.
I can't accept that it's done, and but I also think the vaccines are also a useful comparator that's given almost mandatorily to children.
Thank you, Simon.
Deputy Mayor, just for a point of clarification, iodine is added. It is a substance that prevents the growth of disease, and it's been going on since 1924.
Okay, Councillor Whitehead, second time.
Yeah, provincial legislation on fluoridation anticipates by the province of Ontario plebiscites. Referendums. So the province of Ontario is the one that did their own determination of the tool and the vehicle to exercise fluoridation in the community. So have you made this presentation to the province of Ontario?
No, not yet.
What do you think? Are you aware of the due diligence that the province engaged in to come up to the conclusion that a referendum was important on this matter?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't investigated that as of yet.
Okay. And I guess the question, this is a tough one. 80% of the population, it clearly in all science, even our public health will tell you, is not in need of fluoridated water. So 80% of the population. In that context, do you not think it's important to go to a plebiscite?
No, from my perspective, all the evidence that I read suggests that this is an effective and cost-effective way of delivering important medical help. So that's my own interpretation. And I'm interested in, so having made that judgment myself, I'm interested in whether or not a referendum gets a good decision or gets a bad decision.
Can I ask then, before
good quality decision or bad quality decision?
Before you embarked on this process, did you already have a predetermined position on this issue?
I think I was open. I think I answered Councillor Clark's question. I am persuaded that this is an important, beneficial practice, and I was motivated by trying to understand what motivated people in Waterloo to overturn referendum. So,
thank you.
Thank you. And can I?
You, Madam Chair, just with respect to the question itself, hypothetically speaking, if we were put forward this question, should we not include in the question the fact that if we eliminate fluoride, we'd have to increase chlorine, which is another chemical because of corrosion issues in our system? Through you, Madam Chair.
So this is on the wording of the referendum.
Right. So on the wording of the question itself.
I mean, the wording of the referendum is actually always a reason for why referendums are often bad processes, right? You know from when Quebec tries to separate, or the referendum on Quebec separation, there's always a struggle over what is the wording of the question. And the same thing would apply here. As you point out, the referendum question might have to include reference to the need to increase chlorine. It might also include, you might word the referendum in such a way so as to say, are you in favor of ceasing municipal water fluoridation, which the World Health Organization and Health Canada deem to be a safe, effective way of taking care of poor children's health?
Thank you. Councillor Murillo, another question?
Yeah, just lastly, so in essence, by eliminating fluoride, you have to increase chlorine, so we're not...
Okay, thank you. All right, can I have a motion, please, to receive Simon's presentation? Councillor Collins, Councillor Murillo, all those in favor? Carried. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you, Simon, for coming.
Thank you for your time.
And thank you for trying to stick to the referendum.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Okay, we now have 6.4, and this is Dr. Peter, and I'm going to butcher this. Is it Grafe? Grafe? Perfect. I said that. I said Grafe. I'm sure I said Grafe. Again, 5 minutes, please, and refer just to the referendum at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for accepting my delegation request. The questions before us today are fundamental. What sort of decision-making processes produce better policy outcomes? What processes best reflect our democratic aspirations? And my presentation today is a bit about how political scientists might think about referenda. I argue there are a few conditions that need to be present to justify the choice of a referendum. And I'm skeptical that they're close to being met in the case of a proposed referendum on municipal fluoridation. Put another way, while referendums may seem to be the democratic way, they are only so in the right circumstances, and I don't think we are faced with those circumstances in Hamilton in 2013, 2014. Okay, so are referenda the best way to make good decisions on issues requiring specialized knowledge? I certainly wouldn't entrust my heart surgery to a democratic referendum. I'd want a medical specialist to do that for me. When you as council are engaged on a legal strategy, again, you don't want to put that to referenda. You want to consult with your legal counsel. So what do we have with the fluoride question? You have your experts in public health providing you the state of the art in the thinking about the science of fluoridation and its health impacts. And you as a democratically elected council get to determine whether following the expertise of public health is consistent with the values of the community. What does a referendum do? Well, it doesn't decide on the science of fluoridation. That science remains a science regardless of the result. What it does is it replaces your judgment of community values with that of the voters. So the first threshold, I think, for holding a binding referendum is to ask whether your legitimacy in deciding on the values of the community around fluoride is in question. Is there widespread sentiment that the current process, that is you making the decision, does not properly represent strongly and widely held opinion in the community? Or is that it's such a thorny and hot political issue that you don't feel the capacity to make that decision? Now that might explain why we had a referendum on the casino in the 1990s. Right? That could explain the decision that you made to go to a citizens forum on area rating. And I can think of issues in the past term that might, although I don't think they do, they might come close to reaching this threshold, such as if the stadium debate or the casino debate had gone in a different direction. I don't think fluoride is one of them. I see some groups come before council every year on this issue, but I don't really see that anywhere else. Right? So that's the first question, a first threshold, one of legitimacy, and I just don't see a way in which you making this decision has been challenged or has been seen as widely questionable in the community. I think you still have that legitimacy. Now, for a referendum to be as good or better than council in terms of deciding on the fit of fluoridation with community values, it's also important that you're confident there will be well-organized and publicized campaigns that will engage and educate Hamiltonians. Right, because the strength of treating this issue in council is that you're a deliberative body, right? You can debate things, you can get more information, and thereby learn and adjust your views, right? And we elect representatives in part because we don't have the time to find the information necessary to make good decisions on these. So given the relative lack of popular interest in this question of fluoridation, well, I don't have any data for that, but my sense in moving through this community is not a hot-button issue. And evidence such as we saw today concerning the very unformed nature of public opinion, as well as the fact that this will be happening at the same time as a municipal election that will likely be much closer to people's interest as they're trying to figure out who to elect to council and to the mayor's chair. I think there's very little reason to believe that citizens will really deliberate in terms of gaining information, debating, and coming to an informed vote on this issue. And so here again, I think we're short of the threshold that would recommend a referendum. I think there's little evidence that this question will produce a necessary debate and deliberation and engagement of citizens. And final point is that while referendums have great democratic credentials, that too is a bit dependent on the rules. In the United States, I think we've seen them been used by the wealthy to get policy decisions that they could not get through regular electoral politics. Part of this is their greater ability to spend on campaigns, but part two is that the wealthy turn out to vote more than the poor. I can only note that the people who will pay the biggest health price for rescinding fluoridation are poor kids who cannot vote, and by extension their parents, who have some of the lowest turnout rates at the polls in this city. So I would suggest that there's a sort of third threshold here, one of fairness, where a referendum on fluoridation also falls short. So in sum, I think referendums are wonderful democratic instruments in the right situations. I don't think this is one of them. I think you'll get better policy that remains democratically legitimate by sticking with the status quo of making the decision here in council as democratically elected representatives, but informed by your public health department.
Thank you. Doctor, I'm going to ask for Councillor Whitehead would like to ask you a question, please. And then Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. 1968, the Fluoridation Act came out and provided an opportunity for municipalities to have plebiscites. Do you believe that that was a quick decision by the community at that time to support fluoridation in the water?
Through the chair, I have to admit my memories of the 1960s aren't as strong as yours.
Oh, ouch.
So, but there was a big, but I mean, this is meant to say that I haven't studied the specifics of that act. But the 1960s too, fluoride was a huge issue in the United States. And there was a series of referendums through the United States on deciding this issue. So, I mean, I'd be happy to look to try and understand what the logic was of the policymakers back in the 1960s, but presumably it was related to the controversy, particularly south of the border, that surrounded those areas. I mean, there was a whole string of referendums around that at that time. I don't know if the point of the legislation at that point was to safeguard fluoridation by setting a high standard of having to get to 50%, or whether it was a way of ultimately opening the door for those who were questioning it to have a way to have their say on it. So I can't go back in time at this point to give you the answer. I can say from the framework of 2013, I'm not sure that that's really, in this kind of situation, the best way of confronting our understanding of the facts around fluoridation to democratic debate. I think you do a better job of it within this chamber.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. My point is it was a vote, a plebiscite that determined that we would be putting fluoride in the water. So clearly it sets a precedence in the context. If you're going to revisit this issue, should we not apply the same tool that put fluoride in the water to considering taking it out of the water? And I think that's the fundamental issue. You talked about the poverty in that, and Mr. Chair, I want to quote Joe Henry, the state director of Iowa LULAC, says poor families and 1/3 of the Latinos live in poverty and can't opt out with bottled water or private wells. And to those who dismiss fluorisis and athesis problem, he says most wealthy, successful people have white teeth. So clearly, even in the poverty organizations are starting to take on this issue because they say they don't have the financial means to avoid the fluoridated water. So I guess your presentation was they don't have a say. Well, I mean, here's a group that's saying we need to ensure that we give them the flexibility of saying yea or nay to the issue.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I mean, I think that's conflating two different questions. Mine is the rate at which people participate in the electoral process. The other is the capacity of certain groups to affect public policy more broadly. So I'm saying that if we decide this in a referendum, that there will be certain parts of the community, including those most affected by that, who will be participating at the lowest levels. That does not prevent people who are parts of those communities from making claims and trying to push this council in various ways on its decision. I mean, including, if you continue to make this decision yourself, to make representations before you in the direction that you seem to favor of providing subsidies to poor families so they can buy bottled water, or alternatively to end municipal fluoridation, right? I mean, that's the question I'm putting forward here is not really which way the vote should go. It is which assembly or which body should be making that decision, whether that's city council or referendum. I tend to be on the side of city council, and in part because I think if we speak about those communities you're speaking about, they may actually be better able to put forward their views, divergent as they may be, in this forum, than to have their voice heard in a referendum where, given turnout rates, they're going to be swamped by higher income voters. So I think it's two separate issues that your question is speaking to.
Thank you, Simon.
I appreciate, Simon, your comments.
Okay, Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Gray, for coming in. Listen to you from time to time as well. I know you're consulted on talk shows and that locally about your opinion on a host of items. Madam Deputy Mayor, just for Councillor Whitehead and for Dr. Gray, I just asked Clerk's Department, they sent me in 1966 to put fluoride in our municipal system. 34,939 said yes, 34,074 said no. So again, similar to Waterloo, 51% yes, 49% no. In 1968, to discontinue, said the referendum, referendum question to discontinue. 27,328 said yes to discontinue. 28,592 said no. Again, literally a 51-49% split. Dr. Grafe, does the binding aspect of the Fluoride Act trouble you from putting a referendum question on, or that's not really part of the factor of how you came to your decision? Madam Deputy Mayor, through you.
Peter?
I'd say it doesn't matter too much. I mean, my question would be more which forum is the best to make the decision. A non-binding referendum obviously does then put the chance to council again to address the question. So if you did have a situation like the situation in Waterloo where it was a very small difference, there might be an opening to discuss it, but while I can't speak for any councillors' decisions, I think few of you would really have the courage to stand up against a referendum, not because you're lacking in courage, but because there's a democratic mandate there that would be hard for you to question. So whether it's binding or not, when the people speak through a referendum, it's hard for people who are the elected representatives to make decisions otherwise. So non-binding would give you another look at it. So if there's a big issue in the campaign, questions of fairness and so on, but in most cases I suspect it would be more or less a closed issue by the time it came back to you if it was non-binding.
Last question, I was piqued by your comment about you didn't detect widespread concern and or this being a top priority issue across the community. I responded to a constituent of mine, and I only primarily have received maybe 3 or 4 emails in total from my constituency on this matter either way. One who was strongly opposed to any further fluoridation in the municipal water system. And I said how I received a 3,000 name petition against a school closure in my ward, and yet I've had just a handful of comments about this since it's been elevated through the notice of motion. So Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Dr. Grafe, is that kind of like where you were going in terms of your detection of what's important in the community and what isn't at this time?
Yeah, through the chair. I mean, again, you have a much better sense of the pulse because people come and speak to you about what's on the top of their mind. But when I walk through the city and speak to people, the question of fluoride isn't very high on their radar. I mean, there's a lot of questions where we would have probably a difficult time knowing what Hamiltonians think, in the sense of there being fairly divided opinions. But that doesn't necessarily mean we should be doing referenda on all those questions if they aren't really salient to people's lives. And if people aren't saying we don't trust council anymore to being able to make that decision because for whatever reason they're not representative of the opinion. So I don't think we're there in Hamilton where there's these people saying, they may disagree with the position of council, but not to the point where they're questioning the legitimacy of you making that decision. And so on fluoride, yes, my view is that it's kind of bottom of the bucket. There's a small number of groups in the city who are pushing this question, and I feel some sympathy for council having to have long time of your scarce time taken up by this on an annual basis. But I think if the question is trying to move the fluoride show off your floor, I don't think it's into referendum. It's maybe into this idea, say, of a citizens forum or a citizens panel might be a better way of trying to deal with it a bit more decisively.
Thanks for the response on the distinction you made there, Dr. Grafe. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Can I have, and thank you, Doctor, for attending today. Can I have a motion, please, to receive Dr. Grafe's, Councillor Farr, Councillor Pearson, all those in favour? Carried, thank you. I'd like to now call on Dr. Larry Levin to approach the podium. Dr. Levin is with the Hamilton Academy of Dentistry to speak on the motion for the referendum. Again, Dr. Levin, 5 minutes to the referendum. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor and councillors. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. I am Dr. Larry Levin, a dentist who lives and practices in Hamilton, and I've done so for 44 years. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Hamilton Academy of Dentistry, a component society of the Ontario Dental Association. I appreciate that with the upcoming municipal elections, some communities are considering the continuation of community water fluoridation, and as a result, are considering a referendum question be put on the ballot. When considering a ballot question on community water fluoridation, I think it's important to remember that residents elected you, their municipal councillors, to be their leaders and to make informed decisions on their behalf. As you are undoubtedly aware, some citizens who are concerned about an issue are more likely to make their views known than citizens who are happy with the status quo. Currently, if you look up community water fluoridation on the internet, you will be inundated with many articles that are based on false science and that are published as a means to scare people away from continuing the practice of community water fluoridation. I fear that the anti-fluoridation movement is so vocal, voters, in an effort to quickly find impartial information on fluoride, may not access the plethora of peer-reviewed scientific journals and major health organizations which discuss and support the benefits, effectiveness, and safety of community water fluoridation. This is a health issue. We already have a good system in place for deciding on health issues. It's not new for you to be considering a health issue. Let me ask you all a question, please. When you personally have a health issue, who do you turn to? The internet or your trusted family physician who has looked at all of the articles, all of the science, the pros and cons of all the aspects, and then gives you advice tailored to your specific needs? Trusted advice, that's what we all look for. Council makes decisions based on benefits to all citizens, including those who are most vulnerable and would have the least voice in a referendum. Councillors must speak for them as well as all citizens. I'm concerned that a referendum will be more likely to be decided on an emotional basis rather than, as council should, through advice from their medical officers of health, and they are more likely to decide on issues based on the science and medical and dental advice. I ask you as councillors, on behalf of all the residents of Hamilton, to continue to listen to your medical officers of health. They are our community doctors giving us their best advice. And to continue the practice of community water fluoridation and not to have the item added as a referendum onto the ballot. We believe that for all the reasons discussed, council and not a referendum is in the best position to make this decision. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Doctor. And I have two speakers right now that would like to ask you questions. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. There was an article yesterday, and I want to congratulate Dr. Guyot for his recognition and contribution to family health. But in that article, it indicated that far too many family doctors, because you made that reference, weren't relying on the appropriate information and reports and studies. He has brought a new approach to the system, so I guess clearly that article identified there was already a flaw in that process. So I want to highlight that. What's your comment relative to that finding?
Please?
Through you, Madam Chairman, my answer would be that our community family physician would look at that information and give us their best advice. So our medical officer of health would examine all information as they've done and give us their most current, best advice based on all the information currently available, including the piece that you just spoke about. And as I stand before you right now, Canada, Ontario, Hamilton, all align saying community fluoride is safe, effective, and cost-saving for our community.
Thank you, but we're not debating fluoride.
No,
thank you.
No, but we are having discussion, Madam Chair, on the decision points and where you should rely on those decision points, and that's part of the plebiscite discussion. Yes. You made reference in your presentation of non-credible sources. Would Harvard University be a non-credible source?
I would think that Harvard would be a reliable source based on the context of the information coming out that an expert would want to read and interpret.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark. Oh, sorry, Councillor Marula, then Councillor Clark. My apologies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and many thanks for your attendance here today. And I think your association and your vocal input in this is the most compelling aspect to this debate. And the reason why I say that is, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm very proud of the fact that I have two dentists in my family, but in saying that, is that it would be very self-serving for dentists to actually eliminate fluoride from our system.
Yes.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, could you elaborate on that particular obvious aspect?
Is this about the referendum?
Yes, through you, Madam Chairman, it is obvious to all dentists that speaking in favor of something which, because there is a business aspect to dentistry, may impact negatively on that business, should be self-evident that it's not in your interest to promote this. So why do dentists promote it? Because dentists are interested in the health of all citizens, and community water fluoridation specifically targets those who are most in need, and we feel that this is the most important health benefit. So dentists line up and support this issue.
Thank you. On the referendum, questions,
in conclusion, the referendum question then, with the probability, Madam Chair, you have to allow questions to expand.
I agree, but I think we need to be careful not to debate.
Based on a referendum. To allow the question to be brought forward and debated in its entirety, and for you and your association to remain silent and allow the rhetoric to prevail over the science could and very well be a monetary advantage to the entire industry. And for that reason alone is why it's the most compelling evidence that we have here today. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the doctor for attending today and taking time out of his practice to be here. The Royal College of Dental Surgeons of Ontario, what exactly does that body do?
The college licenses dentists for practice and examines their fitness to practice. So it is the governing body representing the government, representing people on fitness to practice and the licensure of dentists.
So I'm just curious, so they would be an excellent body to speak to the matter. The former president of the Royal College Dental Surgeons Association of Ontario, Dr. Claude Doherty, appeared in Huntsville and argued strongly for the elimination of fluoride, along with another colleague of his. At a loss when we have someone of that stature arguing that ingesting fluoride is not necessary.
I don't recall what year that he was the president of the college, but I know of the last 3 or 4 presidents, all of them are clearly aligned in favor of community water fluoridation. Because I have been the president of the Ontario Dental Association, and I have spoken on the same podium with the president of the Royal College of Dental Surgeons of Ontario, and we have clearly and unanimously presented a clear, strong support for community water fluoridation. So there may be, if you go back in time, there may be others who have modified their opinion. They may not have the most current information. I don't know, I can't speak to someone else's concern, but I can tell you of the organizations that are aligned in 2003, they are unanimously supportive, including the Royal College of which you speak, and its current president.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
The fact that Dr. Doherty is retired now enables him to speak his mind more freely.
Thank you. So can I have a motion, please, to accept Dr. Levin's presentation? Councillor Jackson, Councillor Ferguson, all those in favor? Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you for the opportunity.
for coming to see us today. Sarah. I'm going to wait till she gets down here and I'll try to pronounce her last name. I'm horrible. I did it right the first time. Thank you for Sarah. And you're speaking on behalf of the Canadian Awareness Network.
And myself and fellow taxpayers and citizens.
Thank you. And you're going to speak to the referendum.
The referendum.
You have 5 minutes, ma'am.
I apologize. I'm nervous. Thank you, everybody, for hearing me. I'm requesting this referendum because we've all established fluoride. It's technically classed as a medicine, so in that I'm applying under Section 7 of the Canadian Charters of Rights and Freedoms, designating every individual within Canada has the right to life, liberty, security, person. This is a right also under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights through the United Nations since 1948. So I am requesting for myself and as the other citizens of the city to have the ability to practice this right, whether I'm consuming medication or not. I'm a homeowner. I pay property taxes into water and wastewater. I pay for the water delivered to my taps through the Water City, which is costing me over $100 bi-monthly, so I'm consuming lots of water, me and my family. So with that, I would like to have more to say of what I'm getting. Okay. I just, also sodium fluoride is not what's in the water. It's hydrofluoric acid, which is a pesticide. So that's, the studies that have been done haven't been on hydrofluoric acid. It's been on sodium fluoride in those topical treatments. I don't drink suntan lotion to avoid suntan. I put it on my skin. The same should be with fluoride. So under that, I ask for referendum, because people, if they choose to brush their teeth, they go to the dentist, whatnot, that's a personal choice. For the entire population to have to do it, it's opposed, because if fluoride works so well, why are dentists still heavily in business? If it works that well, why are they still treating people? And with regards to, should people have a choice? Well, why don't a lot of people bring this up? Well, the philosopher Francis Bacon, he came and he said there's a confirmation bias, which means people, like, if they have a strong belief that they've been told their whole life, they never question it, because they assume that it's right. That's what they've been told. Dentists my whole life has said fluoride's good. This, why would they promote it if it's not? Well, asbestos used to be good. It's natural as well. We are not using it, because now down the road we are finding out people are dying, they've got cancer. So are we gonna start looking at the new information available? Are we gonna continue using stuff that was written 50 years ago at this point? Because now, are we going to be faced with lawsuits because we didn't let the people decide for themselves, and we use confirmation bias of this is what we've been told our whole life, even though there's information out there now that is saying, no, this is not right. There are people speaking out, but because they are blackballed, if you work in a certain thing, you can't talk about it or you lose your job. So my point is referendum. The people vote their elected official to represent them. So they should also have more of a say to vote of what they want, because this affects everyone as a whole. This affects part of, if we have this Hamilton Vision 2020, which public health that has safe water, safe environment, this one topic alone touches all of those. And like, as a person, as a taxpayer, as someone who's, you know what I mean, using all of this stuff, I just think this, in the public as a whole, and this isn't going to be an immediate choice. We have until the ballot to go out and show people, this are your options. You can read it up. You can do this. You can do this. This isn't like an immediate thing. I'm not going out right now and saying, I want to know yes or no right now, do your vote. There is time. This is not an immediate thing. But because I said, confirmation bias, people their whole life have been told this is good. So they need to look up. They don't look up because they didn't know. Because if, you know what I mean? Fluorine in itself, that's not what's in the water right now. It's a bag coming from a Florida phosphate plant, so that's a little bit different. So yeah, it's pretty much, do you want to be letting people decide what they want to ingest under their freedoms and their rights, or not? And then in 50 years when we have, fluoride commercials like we see with asbestos now, and for buildings being ripped down and everything. And with chlorine would not have to go up with the removal of fluoride, because hydrofluoric acid is actually put in pipes to rip down the calcium off the walls.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, can I have a motion, please, to accept Sarah's presentation, please, to receive it? Councillor Pasuta, Councillor Marilla, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you, Sarah, for coming out today. At this time, I'm going to be at the discretion of the committee, but would you like to deal with the motion now at 9.1? Am I seeing yes? Thank you. All right, so if we can bring that forward. Councillor Clark, you have a motion on the floor. Have you got a seconder first before we could discuss? Is there another seconder for Councillor McCaddy? Thank you, Councillor McCaddy.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark, you may speak with it.
I'll read the motion into the record that Council pass a bylaw to submit the following question to the electors of the City of Hamilton at the October 27th, 2014 municipal election. Quote, are you in favor of continuing fluoridation of the public water supply of the City of Hamilton, end quote, and that the question be submitted in accordance with the Fluoridation Act and the Municipal Elections Act 1996. And I'll speak to it. I have just a couple of quick questions for staff so that everyone's on the same page. To our clerk and to Janice, our city solicitor, The question that is written on 9.1, we sat down and went through that question to come up with a question that was appropriate. Can you explain what the parameters are when you're looking at a referendum question? You just can't put any question down on a document. There has to be certain things that we try to make it clear.
Rose Catarini, our city clerk.
Yes, Madam Deputy Mayor, through you. Under the Municipal Elections Act, the criteria for a question is that it must be clear, concise, and neutral, and capable of being answered in the affirmative or the negative, and only permit the answer to the question to be a yes or a no.
Councillor Clark.
And so this question matches that specific. Earlier we heard questions as to whether or not we would indicate adding, in essence, some provisos to the question. I heard very clearly that you talked about it being neutral. Can you comment to adding proviso comments to the question?
Rose or Janice would like to answer that, please?
For example, we're going to continue the use of, we're going to discontinue the use of fluoridation, which means we'll increase the amount of chlorine, I think was one of the examples that was put forward.
Janice?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I think that the language of the legislation requires that it be a simply stated question that elicits either a yes or a no, and I think that mitigates against having provisos included, embedded in the question.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
And the fact that the question has to be neutral simply means that it can't have any language in it that would be encouraging someone to vote yes or no to the question. Is that correct?
Janice?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Clark.
And I'm only asking these questions, but a lot of work went into it to make sure that a question was not put forward that would be problematic for the council. We're talking about two different acts now that enable this, the Municipal Elections Act. Can I get clarification what role the Municipal Elections Act of '96 will take with regards to this referendum question if the council approves it?
Thank you. Rose?
Yes, Madam Deputy Mayor, through you, there is a process under the MEA. Once council makes the decision to put a question on the ballot, there's a process to be followed. For example, we have to go through a public meeting, has to be held. The council is required to pass a bylaw.
Could you state that again, because I'm not sure everyone
I think you need to talk right into the mic too, please, Rose. Sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing you as well.
Under the Municipal Elections Act, there is a process that would have to be followed. Once council makes the decision to put a question on the ballot, there would be a public meeting required, at least one public meeting before a bylaw is passed to allow the question on the ballot, and the public meeting would be in regards to the actual question. Delegations can come forward to argue that the question does not meet the test under the MEA. The bylaw must be passed within 180 days of the election date, so that would bring it to the end of April 2014 in order for it to be eligible in the 2014 municipal elections.
Councillor Clark.
With regards to the Fluoridation Act, can you just enlighten the councillors what that act is enabling and what parameters we have to utilize under that act?
I think Janice?
Sure. Through the Deputy Mayor, so the Fluoridation Act provides that it provides sample wording for the question, and it provides that if the question is put, that the result is binding on council.
Councillor Clark?
And what percentage is the percentage threshold on the question?
Through the Deputy Mayor, it just states majority. So
50% plus one.
Yep.
Okay, just some quick comments, if I may, Madam Mayor, and this shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone because I had mentioned it. I know Councillor McCaddy and Councillor Whitehead had recalled it when we had the last go-round at Public Health that this should be settled at a referendum and that I was going to work on some type of referendum question. So some may have forgotten, but this is not designed in any manner to provide political consternation around the table. The argument that a council is elected to make all decisions is really not quite accurate. It's probably specious, to say the least. The council frequently delegates authority to numerous staff members, whether it's our planning staff in terms of making decisions on our behalf. So legally, legitimately, it's council's decision, but we've delegated that authority away to staff to make those decisions. That's also done under building, it's done under freedom of information, and our own medical officer of health really doesn't work for council. The medical officer of health works for the Board of Health and is directly responsible to the province of Ontario. So she makes her own decision. So council already makes, and many of our decisions are not made by council per se. The legislation, which we just heard from our own legal counsel and clerk, there's two pieces of legislation that enables a decision to be made on fluoridation. This is not uncommon, this is not unprecedented, it's being done frequently across Ontario, and Hamilton has done it twice already back in the 60s. The two different acts deal with it in a slightly different way. The Municipal Elections Act is very clear in terms of how we legally ask a question. So there's no pandering, there's no political machination that can fix a referendum. It has to follow the legislation. That's what that act does, and the Fluoridation Act speaks to the authority for the council to ask the public their position with regards to that. The argument, and I've heard this from a lot of people, that the public cannot grasp the complexities to make a decision. I have to tell you, Madam Chair, I have a lot of problem with that. I find it really offensive to the general public and elitist. You know, the citizens make decisions every election, and they make the decision based on the information that they receive. The citizens are responsible for their own households, and they're making decisions on their own health day in and day out. And no one questions their ability to make those decisions. I have rheumatoid arthritis. It's an 8-page document on the side effects of the biologic drugs that I take. And it was a recommendation from my doctor in terms of to take that. The side effects are quite severe, including sudden death, including a loss of your immune system, and your immune system can cause serious infections and cancer and any number of things. The decision to take that medication for me was not one that I took lightly. It was a decision that I took in consultation with my family, and I made that decision. Thousands and thousands of people across Hamilton are faced with those decisions every day. Thousands and thousands of others are faced with the decisions with regards to other medications with numerous side effects. But they make those decisions in an informed way. I'm not sure why we think we have to make the decision for our residents and parents on fluoride. What's the difference? As a matter of fact, the medications that they're making decisions on for their children, asthma protection and inhalers, they have some serious side effects. What's the difference between saying to that parent, you do not have the right to make a decision on fluoride for your child, but you do have the decision to make decisions on far more problematic drugs in terms of side effects. So I find it a little bit elitist, I find it a little bit offensive that people will somehow, in an argument about a referendum, dismiss the ability of the general public to make a decision. I also find it problematic when people make the decision that the threshold, and it's usually the argument against the referendum, is the threshold, and the number of the people that will make the vote, 50% or less, whether it's binding or non-binding, and the costs. You know, when people are indicating that the turnout will be such that the percentage of decision at 50% will be a smaller portion than the actual clear majority of 500,000 people living in the city, one only has to look to a municipal, provincial, or federal election, and there are numerous politicians that have been elected with less than 50%, almost all of them, except around this table. A couple of my colleagues exceeded the 50%. Many of them are less than 30%. Some are less than 25%, and they're holding office and making decisions. You cannot equate the turnout in an election and then negate the participation of those residents in making a decision, saying, well, because not enough people showed up, this doesn't count. And the Fluoride Act speaks to it. It makes it very clear that it's a basic threshold based on how many people show up. Whether it's binding or non-binding, that decision's taken out of our hands. Fluoride Act says it's a binding decision. So it's not a question of discussion. The costs on the referendum are nebulous given the fact that it's held during a municipal election. And there's been other, we held referendum on smoking. We've held referendums on the not smoking campaign. We've held referendums on the casino. It might be a good idea to hold a referendum on the LRT since it's such a controversial item. Those are decisions that are usually non-binding, but because the legislation is written by the province, a decision on fluoride is a binding decision. The fact remains that whether we make a decision today to hold a referendum, and I made it clear to the folks that were here a couple years ago that I would bring this forward, that this question is not going away. And it's not going away because now we have class action suits that were filed. I pointed out Cranbrook, British Columbia, November 18th, 2013 was the reporting of it, class action suit on fluoride. And after the back and forth in the courts, the municipality decided to settle out of court and just pay off the cost because the evidence was clear that there was too much fluoride, and a part of it was very clear, the fluoride that they were putting into the water. And they weren't adding any more than we are in terms of our parts per million. We're at 5, and Health Canada says it should be at 7 parts per million. British Columbia now, there's only 6 municipalities left that are still using fluoride, the entire province of British Columbia. I mentioned earlier about Dr. Doherty in Huntsville. Huntsville had a huge decision. There were 2 of them, 2 dentists that came forward. These are people that were involved very clearly in the college. One was a retired president of the college. He spoke very clearly to the fact that no municipality should be putting fluoride in the water. That fluoride is a topical application. That's where its strength is. That's where it's best used. And to ingest it doesn't do anything except increase the amount of fluoride in the system. So my point to bringing those things up, whether we decide to let the residents decide ultimately what goes in their system, what goes in their children's mouths, or not, it's not going away. Ultimately, having a referendum and putting it to the people helps to at least provide some mitigation if there's a class action lawsuit. We followed the Fluoride Act and we enabled the public to have a decision. But I can tell you that the 50%, 50-50, which historically is the case, more and more people are concerned about it, and they're not going away. Ultimately, from my perspective, and I heard my good colleague, Councillor Marilla, and I always enjoy debating, my good friend, mention iodine being added to the water, and that's a drug. The fact of the matter remains that the Fluoride Act was written in the 1960s. The Canadian Constitution was written and presented, I think it was 1976, I can't remember exactly, but it was in the 70s. So the Constitution that says each citizen has the right to decide what goes into their body, has the right to decide what's in their body, has the right to decide for themselves, which we take as a right in every single hospital, every single day when a patient is offered treatment, they must decide. We don't offer them that opportunity when we put fluoride in the water without asking. And the only way you can rectify that is by asking. And the only way we can do it in a legitimate, practical way is by a referendum. So I urge my colleagues to consider it and I'll leave it to their conscience in terms of how they vote. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have a speaker's list. Mayor Bertina.
Yes, if I could just ask a question on the question, are you in favor of continuing fluoridation? Does a negative result, I guess this goes to Janice, does that oblige council to discontinue fluoridation? I would think that obliging council to discontinue fluoridation would need to be worded, should the city stop fluoridating the water supply or something like that. So through you, my question is, and the point is, suppose there's new research or information that comes out after we hold this referendum that definitely shows beyond anybody's doubt that that there is a positive effect of fluoridation. Are we, well, I'll just ask that simply.
Okay.
Does that oblige us to anything?
Janice, does it oblige us to anything?
Through the Deputy Mayor, it's our interpretation, and I say our collectively because we have put our heads together around this issue, myself, Lisa Pasternak, Rose Caterini, and our interpretation is that once the question is put, that council is obligated to implement the result. So that the simple answer would be, if the answer came back with a majority vote in favor, a majority vote saying no, that council would be obligated, in our view, to discontinue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murray. Okay, thank you. Councillor Marula, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy or Madam Deputy Mayor. Let me start off by saying that I think we already have a referendum, and that referendum has been completed and it's in flux and has been since 1967 or 66 in the scientific world. And clearly the referendum by a majority of the experts have indicated that it's in the best interest of public health. So, and that's where it belongs. And if you were here when I originally brought forward the issue, if you can recall, public health is separate from council and the governing body at council. There was some discussion about even eliminating that mandate from council to avoid these types of situations. And that is trying to get an absolute science or a perfect science and quality in public health or in the medical arena, and confusing matters with the imperfect science of politics. And that's what we have playing here today. And I understand the imperfect science of politics. I actually love the imperfect science of politics. And it doesn't belong in the public health realm. It truly doesn't. And it's a slippery slope to go down that road, Madam Chair. And the compelling evidence here, I think, and I said it earlier, is that we have the medical experts within dentistry who could just remain neutral on this particular issue because, as I mentioned, collectively they have a great deal to gain from the elimination of fluoridation of our water. Monetary gain. So they don't have to come out knowing that it's imperfect to do so and say, eliminate it, but they could remain neutral and silent. But they don't, because of ethical reasons, moral reasons, and the absolute science of medicine, they know it's in the best interest of not only the city, this province, this country, but frankly, internationally. So, and I appreciate Councillor Clark's position on this. I think it's an interesting debate, but one that when you look at the pros and cons to it, the cons far outweigh the pros, and it's all based on one thing. If there was evidence within that scientific world that even remotely came to a 50-50 scenario, then I would be all for it. But the reality is, the vast majority, it's a landslide in support of fluoridation internationally. It's not just a local issue. It's not a provincial issue. It's not a national issue. It's an international issue. And even if I would be fighting the fight and standing up and waving the flag too. But the reality is, it's all rhetoric. It's not science. And for that reason, I stand by our medical officer of health. I stand by the provincial medical officer of health and the national and the international experts, those that even attended here today. But again, going back to why some people didn't believe this council should be the public health is because they were trying to avoid this very, very issue of politicizing what does not belong in the arena of public health. And for that reason, I could never support a referendum when it has to do with public health. But I'm all for it in the imperfect world of politics, such as a stadium. Now that is a perfect example of a referendum. Public health, can't risk it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. And first off, I think we need to congratulate Councillor Clark for bringing this forward. He spoke about it earlier in our debates on this issue. I remember if I remember correctly, the two major debates that we've had on this over the last couple of years, and he's been stalwart about his position on bringing a referendum forward, and he's had the courage to do so today, which I think is significant. The two previous debates we've had on this have been long and thoughtful, and we've had a number of delegations and letters and evidence on both sides. I think for me, I remain concerned about the issue. Despite the position of our local medical officer of health, the provincial MOH, and Health Canada, who were here at one of our last meetings, there is additional information that continues to come in, which raises ongoing questions for me. I think the science is a general statement. It's always shifting, but I think it is shifting on this issue over time, and it will continue to shift. I was taken by the two presentations we heard earlier today by Simon Kiss and Dr. Grafe on the use of referenda in this particular example, and Dr. Kiss giving you a PhD, well earned. Dr. Kiss's comments on the psychological aspects of referenda and how they can be swayed one way or the other, and I guess the imperfect nature of them was his point, and the concern over the application in this particular case, given his experience in Waterloo. Dr. Grafe and both gentlemen raising the idea of other options and the mention of the citizens panel concept. One of the strong proponents of removing fluoride from Hamilton's water has been Cindy Mayer. You remember Cindy, or many will remember Cindy from the two previous and other discussions we've had in the city. I think a very ethical and well thought out individual offering ideas. She's part of an organization called Canadians Opposed to Fluoridation. And they're based in Waterloo, actually. I've got a letter from her here. And we know her thoughts on this from previous conversations. But she makes the point, which I was a little bit surprised about. But first of all, she expresses significant concern, which I share strongly, on the lack of response from Health Canada to the motion that we moved, Madam Deputy Mayor, at our last meeting. And they totally ignored our requests for more information, which I think is totally unsupportable for another level of government to ignore a request from our Board of Health for additional information, understanding that we're still struggling with this issue, or certainly some of us are, and that Health Canada made some points last time, but they shared very little science. And they themselves have done very, very little science on this issue, which I think is irresponsible. So Cindy makes that point. But then she says, and I'll quote her letter, She says, until the crucial results of these requests, the Health Canada requests, have been shared with Hamiltonians, a referendum is premature. And then in brackets, she says, regardless of the Canadians opposed to fluoridation position. The residents of Hamilton will not have all the information they require to make the most informed decision on fluoridation. In fact, Council will not have performed its due diligence regarding fluoridation until this takes place. This being bringing forth all the information or more information referencing the Health Canada requests that we made. So I was interested in her perspective on this, given how strong she's been on the need to remove fluoride from our drinking water here in Hamilton. I guess one way to read into that is the referendum may be lost. The people may not vote to remove fluoride, and I suspect that would be a concern to her and her organization. So that's a fair comment. I think I'll get close to closing here by just picking up again on this citizens panel comment that was made by the gentleman earlier. I comment on the basis of that I'm still not entirely confident on where we are on this issue here in Hamilton, the Council's, Board of Health Council's current position. I think there is probably other science out there. And the one challenge that we have, Madam Deputy Mayor, as you know, having sat through those debates and those discussions, is Council has 50 million different issues we're struggling with on a weekly, monthly basis. And it's hard to get into the very depth that you need to get into an issue this important with this much science around it. We're benefited from the Public Health Services, Medical Officer of Health's presentations and reports, which were thick on this issue, but all the other information that was brought before us, hard for us to delve into that science and find out why the other folks are saying it is a concern, and whether their science is sound as compared to what we're hearing from the MOH, provincial MOH, and a little bit from Health Canada. The citizens panel would be charged with getting into depth on this issue, hearing delegations' evidence on the issue. They'd have more ability to do that than we do on a monthly basis. Issue obviously coming back to us in any case in the citizens panel circumstance. So all that to say is that I do value very strongly Councillor Clark's direction on this, but I'm not at the point to support a referendum on this issue, but I look forward to investigating other ways to deal with this issue. For us to put our head in the sand is also not appropriate, and I for one, council member, are not finished with this issue, not entirely satisfied with where we are, and look forward to finding other ways to carry on the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCaddy. We have Councillor Ferguson, Whitehead, Collins, Jackson. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and I've sat quietly by through this debate, and because I'm like Councillor Marula, this is something that science should dictate and not emotion. And we have the benefit of two staff members in the audience with us today are experts in this. So I'd like to pose a question through you to both our Medical Officer of Health and our Associate Medical Officer of Health. So Dr. Richardson and Dr. Tramp, do you still recommend to this committee that fluoridation is the right thing to do?
Dr. Richardson, thank you for coming. I know that you were at a funeral this morning. My sympathies. Thank you for attending.
Thanks. Yeah, through you, Madam Chairman, the science on fluoridation is clear. I know there's been questions raised around the science and whatnot. I think thanks in many ways to the questions that have been raised by groups who are against fluoride, that this issue has been studied around the globe over and over and over again and continues to have the science looked at, reviewed, studies done. Countries have done whole population studies in terms of exposure to fluoride and fluoride through drinking water and what are the benefits and what are the risks. And so the science on this is as strong as it probably is on anything. that is out there. There will always be single studies that raise questions that need to be chased down and looked at. There will always be issues in terms of the amount of things that people are exposed to. And, you know, we all know a lot of sugar is a bad thing, you know, even though we drink sugar in our coffee or our tea or in many other ways every day. A lot of fluoride is definitely not a good thing, but fluoride in the kind of amounts that we're talking about that go into the city's water through a fluoridation program are not harmful. They are something which is of overall benefit to a community. And so our position, you know, within public health services, and Dr. Peter Wiebe, our public health dentist, is here as well today, just behind me to my right. It remains the same as that of Health Canada's, of the provinces, of WHO's, of the international bodies who've looked at it, that says that fluoridation is both a safe and effective thing to do, and particularly cost effective for those who cannot get fluoride in other ways.
Councillor Ferguson, you still have the floor.
Just Dr. Tram, you agree?
Oh, he's going to disagree with his boss. Go ahead.
Just having two doctors say it, I think, just reaffirms the science again. I mean, they've gone through decades of training, and so I assume you agree.
Yes, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to echo Dr. Richardson's comments, I am actually independent to say what I want. And I do actually agree with Dr. Richardson. I was here 2 years ago during the discussion for fluoridation. I've reviewed Dr. Mackey's work in that part 2 years ago, and I've been in close consultation with our own public health dentist, Dr. Wiebe, here about anything further that's changed. So my position is strongly supportive of fluoridation, that it is safe and effective. It's different than other issues where, you know, sometimes people talk about something that's sort of new and out there. So do you want to, you know, look at new evidence? Fluoride has been around and has been studied in municipalities for decades. So I'm supportive of it.
And then one more question back to Dr. Richardson, if I can, through you, Madam Chairman. Is,
yes, sir.
Any feel for why Health Canada hasn't responded?
Through you, Madam Chair. I just came in as that point was being raised. I didn't fully understand the point.
Do you want to give her the context to that question, please?
Yeah, I understand it. I don't personally recall it's been part of the discussion today, and Dr. Tram would have heard this, is that Health Canada was asked for an opinion by Board of Health, the City Hamilton Board of Health, to give us their views on fluoridation. We know what our own medical officer health position is. We know what the province's medical officer health says, but we wanted to get it from the third level, and apparently we asked the federal government for their opinion, and so far they haven't provided that. Any feel for why?
Dr. Richardson?
Through you, Madam Chair. I haven't chased down that specific piece to know why there may not have been a reply. If I vaguely recall that it wasn't an issue about fluoride, but rather the particular chemical that was being used in Hamilton to fluoridate the water. And it may be that that is why, that is an issue of quality assurance that goes through other channels rather than through this particular question about fluoridation. But otherwise, I'm not able to help you on that front.
Okay, just my last comment then is that there seems to be some indigestion around Health Canada not taking a position in this. Would it be appropriate we formally ask them then, through you, Madam Chairman, to Dr. Richardson, formally ask them the question, do you support fluoridation of water?
Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is they formally support fluoridation of water. That wasn't exactly the question that was posed, but I'd be happy to follow up with them and ask them further on that.
Well, I think that helps. If you know they publicly formally support the fluoridation of water, I think that answers our question from the federal government. So that's all my questions now for now, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. Just on that note, the request the City of Hamilton sent to the letter to Health Canada in April 2012 to request that it regulate Hamilton's fluoridating chemical, hydrofluoric acid, as a drug so that it could undergo proper study to ensure safety to all Hamiltonians who are ingesting it over a lifetime. That was, I think, the request that was actually made to the Ministry of Health. We haven't heard a response. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, this is a difficult decision because I have never, ever been a huge supporter of plebiscites, and now we're hearing this one be binding. There's no latitude. We had a plebiscite, for example, long before my time, I believe with the forum, to maintain the forum, and I think the majority of the population actually supported keeping the forum, while the council of the day decided to tear it down. So those are non-binding plebiscites. This one here is clearly articulated by Janice, appears to be one that if you have it, you really have no choice, you have to adhere to the decision, which I wasn't familiar with before, before coming here today. The other dilemma I have is that on 2 occasions, we opened this whole debate with a plebiscite of the population. We went to the population and asked them, should we fluoridate the water? And I think same arguments that they're appealing today probably would have appeared back then in regards to validity, the information, the complexity, and yet we have legislation that anticipates legislation or referendum plebiscites, and we had 2 plebiscites. We had almost 50% of the population both times. So this is a divisive issue to suggest that the public don't care. Well, when you got almost 50% of your population have concerns based on those plebiscites alone, is somewhat concerning to me. I mean, this is a fundamental issue here, and I think this is one of governance, I think, and I agree with Councillor, some of the comments. And that's where I'm struggling with, because I don't want to forego my responsibility as an elected official at this table, because clearly we have better and more access to good information and ask the tough questions and rely on expertise. But when I hear around this table, Madam Chair, that that the expertise is in this room, I would suggest, I sat on a panel that looked at autism, and we researched, because we were trying to define benchmarks. We looked at all kinds of studies. And I can tell you, those peer groups, those people that look at reports to suggest that they don't have a bias, I sat in that room. There's no question. And by the way, now you got a whole, adopted by the province of Ontario, a whole benchmarking for autism that resulted from a group that already went in with preconceived ideas, went through, and they decided, in fact, what studies would be applicable, what studies weren't. I'm sitting in this room as a layperson trying to figure out, well, hang on, and then we had consultations, and we had individuals contesting and bringing really important information forward to the table. So it concerns me that that we want to be told, but we don't want to rely on people making their own individual decision. Now, when I look at the issue of immunization, we're talking about a whole different issue. We're talking about fluoridation. It's not dealing with a community disease. We're not dealing with that kind of risk. In fact, we've been told 80% of the population, in fact, does not need to ingest fluoridated water, period. So we got a public policy that says 80% of the population, we're going to force you to ingest this chemical, so that we can benefit that 20% population. To me, is that good governance? I don't know. I mean, to me, that's not good public policy. There's all, we also know that if you brush your teeth more, you don't even have fluoride. Studies have shown clearly that you get better results than using fluoride. Just brushing your teeth. So, and the last piece I wanted to touch on is, I mean, A&W now is advertising that the burgers don't have hormonal treatment in their meat. There is something happening in the community, and the professor from McGill didn't acknowledge this, or not McGill, sorry, Waterloo, that people are becoming much more aware of what they eat. When you take a look at all the organics that are out there and the naturopaths and all those issues, that's becoming much more prolific in our society. We had a debate on eggs, chickens in the farms, because it was about food safety. It was about people knowing where their eggs came from. So clearly people are becoming much more aware. So to suggest there's ignorance in the public is surprising to me. I find that people are becoming more and more aware on things they feed their family and feed themselves. So I think they're quite equipped to make informed decisions. I mean, based on the science of the day, majority of the population in a plebiscite supported fluoridation. That was based on the science of the day. So those proponents that support fluoridation would suggest that was the right decision. But now, because people become more aware, and we got social media, we got more access to information, their argument comes back and says, oh, no, you can't go to a plebiscite, because they're concerned that people will take it upon themselves to become informed and make their own decision. And that troubles me. And that really, really troubles me in regards to not giving credit to the voters in the community. Those people paying taxes, they're concerned about what they ingest every day. Not to empower them to make that decision. It shouldn't be mandated, it should be a choice. And you go everywhere. And the other piece is Israel. When we talk about countries, a whole country, to suggest that they didn't look at the science is being naive. Israel is pulling fluoridation out of their water. Why? They didn't do the science. They didn't do the research. They don't know as much as we do. I find that hard to believe. You look at many of the communities that are taking place are pulling fluoride out of the water. It is a growing trend, whether it's the United States or whether it's in Canada or whether it's right here in Southern Ontario. So it is a very, very divisive issue. At the end of the day, the one thing that resonated, and I agree with Councillor McCaddy, is before you go to that approach, I love the idea of the constituency panel. So let's appoint people from all the reaches of the community that meet certain criteria, put them around the table, and have them look at this thing thoroughly, and then come back and make recommendations to the Board of Health. I like that idea. In fact, I wish I thought it myself. I think that might be the stopgap approach to doing the plebiscite. So because of this new information, I thank the presenters. I am now leaning, and I'll listen to the balance of the debate, but I am leaning to constructing that citizen panel versus putting this out in a plebiscite. It doesn't mean I've given up on the plebiscite, but I think that we have to exhaust all means first, and I think that is the next step before we determine the exhaustion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Collins.
Look, I'm not interested in diminishing the importance of this issue, and it's one certainly that certain people in the community feel very passionately about and strongly about. But I'm also, on the flip side of that coin, I'm not interested in inflating its position to one of such importance that it becomes the issue of the next election. We have so many issues that face this community, and I know that from a political perspective, as was referenced earlier, that if this is on the ballot, this then becomes the issue that overshadows probably all the other ones that should be debated. And we've seen how issues sometimes they develop on their own. I've been through the expressway debate. I still have the scars to prove that. We've all been through the casino debate. We've all been through the stadium debate. I mean, if we're looking for hot topics where we want to energize and engage the public, we've all talked to people over the last several years through our day-to-day work that we do here. We've all talked to hundreds, if not thousands, of people at the doors, and I'll be honest, fluoride's not one of those that rise to the top where people are saying, I demand that you take a second look at this issue. They're out there, there's no doubt about that, but I'll be honest with you, they're not out there in great numbers. And I, to date, have taken a position that supports the medical officer of health and her findings and her suggestions that have been clearly and eloquently relayed to us again here today for probably the 6th or 7th time. And so for me, if we're looking about, putting something out there on the ballot, I can think of probably a dozen to 2 dozen different issues that are of greater importance to where this city is going from a high level, from a planning perspective. I mean, start talking about the issues in the lower city, start talking about poverty, continue to talk about the casino and its impact on the community. I'm not interested in inflating the importance of fluoride on the ballot. And there are people out there who have their opportunity to support or not to support its use, and they can do that through the election. When I knock on their door and they ask me my opinion on it, I'm going to tell them I support it. There may be another candidate who runs against me, or any one of us who consider running in the next election, who may hold a different opinion, and they will have their opportunity, as they have with those other issues that I just referenced, the stadium, the expressway, the list goes on. They'll have their opportunity to voice their democratic wishes on election day, at the ballot box. And for me, I think that this is a slippery slope, as others have said, in terms of putting this on the ballot and then making it an issue. Right now, it's not an issue. There are dozens of other issues I think that the community feels are of greater importance. So if this is about coming up with ideas and ways and means in which to engage people. We can certainly do a better job of that. If this is about gauging the public's opinion on very important issues that will affect and impact the success of our city over the next 10, 20, or 30 years, folks, there's other ones on the agenda that should take priority over this one. So those are my comments. I'm not going to support the motion for obvious reasons, and I'm going to continue to support the medical officer of health and her best judgment.
Thank you. I have Councillor Jackson, then myself, and Councillor Clark for the second time. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I'll commit today to the Citizens Task Force that Councillor Whitehead and McCaddy have suggested. Nobody thought, Madam Deputy Mayor, to use an analogy with area rating, nobody thought, given still some of the heightened sensitivities across our new city even 13 years later, that we could have come to a unanimous decision around this body with tremendous input from citizens across all 15 wards, across the entire new city of Hamilton on area rating that has provided benefits and disadvantages in suburban areas, the old city of Hamilton, whatever the case was. And yet we came to a unanimous decision based on the research and the tremendous work of the citizens panel that was set up last term of council that we ended up adopting with some political machinations after the report came in to come to a unanimous decision. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll commit today to setting up this kind of task force that would report as an advisory body in the future to the Board of Health. I have as well met Councillor Whitehead and McCaddy were good enough to share a copy of Cindy Mayer's letter to them. I have met with Cindy a couple of times before in the past over this matter. Extremely passionate woman from, I believe, the Waterdown area in Councillor Partridge's ward. Extremely passionate, but very much reasonable in her passion in educating me and informing me on why she felt that the discontinuance of fluoridation in our municipal water system was the proper way to go, but also saying her fear that constituents should not be voting on medicating each other by way of the referendum, which was an interesting perspective from somebody who's strongly opposed. Madam Deputy Mayor, I've had chats with Councillor Clark on this motion over the past month or so since he introduced it as a notice of motion. And in talking to city staff, I'll admit that if this was under the Municipal Elections Act, where it was non-binding and would have been a tool for the next term of council, whoever's here, I might have been more open-minded to that. But being absolutely binding on the next term of council, regardless of turnout, regardless of threshold of percentage, that it could go either way, binding on the next term of council, that concerned me. Also, Madam Deputy Mayor, I know there'll be people in the community, if we put this on the ballot, I know there are passionate advocates on LRT, taxes, casinos, amalgamation. I could only imagine where passionate advocates who have their own special interests would probably say, Tom, how come my issue isn't as important as well to be on a municipal ballot too? We've heard our MOH hasn't wavered. I've had meetings with Dr. Richardson in the last couple of weeks in my office. I've heard today publicly stated again. I've looked for any form of wavering from our MOH to say that there's new science out there suggesting otherwise, and she has strongly again reaffirmed her and her department's position for greater benefits of fluoridating the water within the threshold parts per milligram that is suggested. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, moving forward, I can't support putting this on the ballot next year. Again, the binding aspect concerns me a lot, but I'm more than willing to support setting up a task force of getting citizens from both sides of this issue involved in an advisory body, and hopefully could, if not by the end of this term of council, for whoever's here in the next term of council, can do a lot of homework, roll up their sleeves, and bring back some information that could provide for an informed, intelligent decision for Board of Health and ultimately City Council. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And as I said, I'm the next on the list. Can you please take the chair from
Councillor Johnson?
And in the mayor's absence. Through you to Janice. Janice, as it stands right now, does council have the ability to cancel or continue fluoridization? Do they have that ability to have that debate and make that decision?
Yes, to the Deputy Mayor, that is within Council's ability to make a decision to continue or to discontinue fluoridation without putting it to a question at this point in time.
Thank you. And through you, Councillor Jackson, to Janice, if this was to go to a referendum, my understanding is under the Fluoridation Act, if it goes to a referendum, whatever that decision is, it's legally binding by this council to follow through on that decision, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And if at any time, if that decision was made through a referendum, if at any time new science comes up to go the opposite way of whatever that decision was, would we then have to hold another referendum to reverse that decision? Or can, as council, just take the first referendum and overturn it?
No, it's the former. So if council makes a decision to put a question on the ballot in 2014, then the response to that question is binding on council and it must be implemented. And then if council wishes to reverse that position a few years down the road, it must then put the question to the electorate again.
Thank you. And now for my comment, Councillor Jackson.
Okay. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Whitehead asked to be added a second time, please.
Okay, but you're still taking the chair, please.
Yes.
My thoughts is the same as some of the previous speakers, is to form this task force. My understanding is that we would then send it to public health, through you, to Carolyn or Janice. If this body decides to do the task force in lieu of the motion, or not the motion, do we then, is it preferable then to send it to the Public Health Board to set up the terms of reference, and then it would be under their auspice at that time?
Who wants to tackle that, Janice or Dr. Richardson?
I would think that would be the appropriate process to follow, to have the medical officer of health bring back a report setting out what the terms of reference would be and how that would be constituted, et cetera,
okay,
reporting back to the Board of Health.
And thank you. And as Councillor Collins mentioned, this has not been a hot topic for some of the residents that I've been talking to as well. I can think of a lot more things that we could put. If we were going to have a referendum and give everybody a whole menu of things to vote on, I'm all for that. And I would vote for that as well. But in this case, I can't support this right now as it stands. I would prefer to go to the task force first, get them to get the information, and then see what happens when they come back to the Board of Health and give us that debate again. We already decided it in April of 2012, I believe, on that debate. It was to be renewed every year. This would be something for the next year to be debated. So thank you, Councillor Jackson. I'll take this back. Good. Councillor Clark, you're on for this. Oh, sorry, Councillor Partridge, and then Councillor Clark, second time. Yes.
And Councillor Whitehead, yes. Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I appreciate the clarification through you to Janice. I appreciate the clarification that we would have to have a second referendum if we had a first referendum, and then if we wanted to change that decision after the fact, that we would then need to have a second referendum, because that wasn't entirely clear. So I thank you very much for clarifying that. And I too, I'm similar to what others have said around the table. We have such big issues that we have to deal with next year, and I'm not going to support this, although I do appreciate and highly respect Councillor Clark for bringing this forward. But I also don't support the task force. I support our Chief Medical Officer of Health. I support the work that she's doing. I support the province and nationally. And it's got to be based on science. And even putting a task force together, we need to, I wouldn't be on for that with this type of a topic. If it was going to be on, pick any other topic. Area rating, we did it for area rating. Do it for amalgamation, do it for whatever. But to do it for something that requires a science-based research, I'm not on for that. So I won't be supporting this today. But I do want to recognize Cindy Mayer, and others have done that around the table. She is my resident, and you know, I'm very proud of the position that she takes, although I don't agree with it, and she knows that, and we've had those conversations. She's a very committed individual, very reasonable thinker, and so I appreciate the correspondence that she put in here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Partridge. Another first-time speaker, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And yes, I just want to put in my bits on this. I have to concur with some of the speakers around the table. This has not been, as you say, a major issue in Ward 10. And yes, I have had a few residents, but it hasn't been something that people are coming, knocking on the doors or flying the emails off, and making the phone calls to express their concerns and requests that I support the removal of fluoride from our water system. I also found it interesting today that, and I'm not sure, the presenters obviously read about this item coming before us at GIC today and made a request to make presentation. So I found it interesting that we had 4 presenters here before us today, and 3 of them in favor of maintaining the fluoride in our system and 1 opposed. So, you know, you base that on percentages and you look at, is it really a major issue? At this point, I agree that I do not support going forward with the referendum at the ballot, and I would certainly cautiously look at, because on the Citizens Committee, whatever, because I do stand behind our Board of Health and our staff, our Medical Officer's Health, Dr. Richardson, and all of her staff, and also the provincial and federal levels on their input. So I stand by that. A lot of studies have been done, and you're going to get pros and cons no matter what forever and a day. And you look at some of the numbers. I mean, I've been reading articles that have been in the papers recently about tooth decay, how it affects the youngest, not the adolescents, but the youngest of our children who are unable to have services, dental services and medications and dentists available to them. So I look at all of that and say that we need to do what we can. Yes, it's only 20%, but it's also 20% that are the most vulnerable, and it's a part of our citizenry that we always try to take under our wing and take care of. So I stand by keeping the fluoride in our system now and do not support the referendum. Thank you.
Thank you. And another first-time speaker, Councillor Duval.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I thank the council for bringing this motion forward. But however, I'm very confused on the matter when we're asking to do a referendum on something that's not a big issue that I know in my ward. I know some interest groups have come in here in this chamber and explained a certain situation that it's basically bad for us, and they should have the choice. However, when I look at other interest groups that were emailing me along with the other councillors, there were some pros and there were some cons. I'm not a medical doctor. I'm not a specialist in this field. So I have to depend on the advice I was asking and I received from our medical doctor, Dr. Richardson, and telling me that this is basically more of a benefit than it is any harm. So saying that, looking at it, I'd rather have some other referendums if there was going to be some other issues, but this is not something I'm really interested in at this time, because what's going to happen if there was a referendum, you're going to get the pro groups and you're going to get the anti groups, and it's going to be a race to the bottom. But when it comes down to making your vote, and then what happens then is a lot of people are going to be confused in the situation because they're not medical experts, and they're going to be getting advice from people that aren't medical experts. And it's just going to be, I heard this, I heard that, and people are going to be very confused. So I think right now, I mean, if you listen to the medical field, people that were even here today, they're telling us that this is, the issue itself is not doing any harm. We've had it, I've had it ever since I was a child, so I'll keep allowing it in until it becomes an issue in my ward that the people want me to stand up and say they want a referendum on it. So thank you. I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. And that exhausts the first-time speakers. Councillor Clark, back to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It has been an enlightening debate. As it was indicated earlier, I had committed to bringing this forward, and I have done so. With regards to Health Canada not responding back, I think the doctor was correct. The issue for Health Canada is hydrofluorosilicic acid is not a medication. Hydrofluorosilicic acid is an industrial waste product, and it's being utilized because it's cheaper than putting sodium fluoride in the water, which is what we used to put in the water. So it'll be a long time before we get a response back from Health Canada. With regards to the idea of having a blue ribbon panel or task force or whatever we wish to call it, I would have no problem supporting that and giving them the opportunity to explore all of the information, including the difference between sodium fluoride and hydrofluorosilicic acid. That seems to be the prevalent issue. With regards to pursuing the question today, if my colleagues are of the opinion that they, I have no doubt I could withdraw the motion, but I can't do that procedurally. It's within the council's domain, so someone would have to move a motion to withdraw the motion, and then we would simply withdraw it from the docket. You could replace, you could replace it with the question with regards to a panel, or come back with the feasibility of the panel, which would enable a debate on another day, Madam Chair. But that being said, I think I've pretty much exhausted everything today. Thank you.
Councillor Clark. I'm going to go to our clerk now. You heard the suggestion. Councillor Clark cannot withdraw it, from what I understand. So can you please walk us through this if he's willing to?
Yes, through the chair, the motion can be withdrawn by mover and seconder.
No, the mover and the seconder. So once it's been called to withdrawn, then we just end discussion?
Then it would be voted on to withdraw.
Okay, thank you. So I've got the mover, and now I'm looking to the seconder.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Right now, Councillor Clark spoke to it. You have a speaker list. You have to exhaust the speaker list. And if somebody within that speaker list is prepared to move that, then you're in the position to do that. But you have to exhaust the speaker list.
Okay, you're the only one on the speakers list. Are you in currents to withdraw it?
Chair, I just got one legal question, and then I'm okay. So it's not, if you allow me to ask, I don't know if it was asked, I don't know if it's clear, but we were told by legal that the plebiscite would be binding, meaning that the decision that was rendered would be binding. So the question I have is, if we had a plebiscite that said put fluoride in your water, and it's in 68 or whatever the last one was, it said you got to put fluoride in your water, would that not be binding, meaning the only way out is the plebiscite if, in fact, there was an alternative position?
Through the Deputy Mayor, so it's a little complicated because the referendum question that was put in 1968 resulted from a petition. The rules are just slightly different, and as well, the municipality was differently constituted. So it's our view, again, collectively, we put our heads together and struggled through this. It is very complicated legislation. There is, at this point in time, Council is not bound to ask the question if it wished to make its own decision. Once it puts the question in 2014 or subsequently, it will indeed be bound to put the question again if it ever wished to change its mind.
Mr. Chair, and I think that's important. I want to make I want to be absolutely clear that we can get through this task force, if I'm not going to be supporting the task force, that we're not bounded by the previous plebiscite.
Okay.
And that means that we have that flexibility.
Okay. We've got the mover and the seconder are agreeing to withdraw this. All those in favor of withdrawing the motion 9.1? Thank you. Councillor Jackson, do you want to leave your motion to the end about the task force? Do you have a task force one to do now?
So, Madam Deputy Mayor, it was, can I just have the wording, please, that we've worked out? Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. That the Medical Officer of Health report back to the Board of Health with respect to the establishment of the Citizens Task Force to study the issue of fluoridation to the city's water supply. And obviously, in that report back that the Board of Health then will decide in setting up and formalizing the task force, we need to know, is there a cost to the task force, similar to what there was with area rating, what the eligibility would be, criteria, things like that. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, through to City Manager Dr. Richardson, is that clear then? Dr. Richardson, in terms of reporting back on the establishment of it, but also exactly what the ramifications, the qualifications, the costs, et cetera, would be. Is that clear, Dr. Richardson, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor?
Dr. Richardson.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think what would be helpful to know is whether council would prefer to know the costs of such a process first, and then have us work through what the terms of reference for that task force might be subsequent to considering the cost issue. Or would you like to have all of that come back together?
Just bring it all back together if you could, Dr. Richardson, please. Is that possible?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes?
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Moved
you.
by myself, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. Thank you.
And I have a question before we pull the vote, please. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I just wanted to ask, are we asking for a timeline on this? Recognizing that next year is an election year, and we knew that for the referendum question, that decision had to be made 180 days before the election. So I'm just, are we asking for a timeline on this? Because we go...
No, just to be clear, this is not on the referendum. It's on the task force only.
But this will, but depending on the timelines of this could go into a new term of council. So that's
okay. How about, Madam Deputy Mayor, I would suggest through you to Councillor Pearson and Dr. Richardson, maybe some kind of an interim report in the next 2 or 3 months to this body, and then the Board of Health during this term with our last year, next year, can decide then to leave it over to the new term of council. Is that possible, Dr. Richardson? I'm sorry, Councillor Pearson has the floor. I was responding to her, but asking Dr. Richardson in the next 2 or 3 months, she could come back with an information report on this.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, of course we can do that. Can you just clarify, I wasn't sure if you said to bring back the interim to GIC and then a subsequent to Board of Health, or take it all through Board of Health?
All to Board of Health.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson, you still have the floor.
No, I appreciate that. I just think it's important that we make sure we know where we are next year.
Councillor Clark, you had your hand up, I believe?
I just wanted to clarify it would be going to the Board of Health, which I think we've all agreed upon, and this is a healthy outcome based on all the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I just want to clarify what this motion is about is just getting a report back with costs attached. And are we also looking at the terms of reference, or if this is going to be dealt with by the next term of council? Can you just clarify that through you, Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, my understanding was that what was requested was a terms of reference with what the eligibility criteria, selection process, the terms of reference, and the costs would come back in the final report. I don't know that we'll have all that for the first report.
Okay, thank you. And then we would decide.
Yes.
So the vote today is not to establish the task force. Just to clarify.
Just to report it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Deputy Mayor, could I offer just quick wording to Councillor Partridge? How about after respect to the feasibility of establishing the, okay, thank you.
Everybody comfortable? All right, all those in favor to the amended motion?
Carried.
Carried, thank you. It's 2 o'clock, folks, just after 2 o'clock. We've got to go through this list. Let's go. Members of the committee, you will recall that back in November 20th meeting of the committee, the next 2 delegates were deferred to today's meeting. As well, the market component of the 2014 user fees was deferred pending these presentations. And for your reference, it's the yellow sheet in front of you. All right? So at this time, I'd like to call on Ron Jepson to approach the podium to provide his presentation. Welcome, Ron. Thank you for your patience and for everyone's patience, folks. And you have 5 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Jepson. I own and operate Jepson's Fresh Meats and stand number 1 of the Hamilton Farmers Market. I am the 3rd generation of my business, which my grandfather started back in the 20s. My fellow stallholders have elected me to speak on their behalf of the vendors of the Hamilton Farmers Market. We are experiencing the worst business that I've seen in my 38 years as a vendor. The vendors and I feel that business is down for a number of reasons. Before I start, I'd like to give you a brief history as I know it of the market. Originally, the market was deeded to be located within the boundaries of McNabb, York, and James Street. In the 1970s, the city of Hamilton changed the legislation so they could move the market out of its deeded spot to the current location. At that time, we, the market vendors, fought this move because we felt the new location being below street level was a bad business decision. Ultimately, the move was made in August of 1980. It took several years after the move for the vendors to recover from it, adjusting and making changes in order for their businesses to prosper, for the market to function successfully. In about 2003, the Culture and Recreation Department took over the administration of the market. I believe this change was the beginning of the downfall. The Culture and Recreation Department hired a consultant in 2005 to determine the feasibility of the market renovations. The report contained many positive recommendations for the operations of the market. However, these recommendations were clearly ignored. And I can provide you with a copy of that report if you would like to review it, because I'm sure none of you have seen it. Now, almost 3 years into the newly renovated facility, we're in a mess and we need your help. We feel that the board of directors is necessary to run the day-to-day operations of the market. This board would be responsible for making critical decisions for the benefit of the market, its vendors, and its customers. The board would be made of 3 city councilors, 3 vendors, and 3 outside citizens. The city councilors would represent the landlord, the vendors would represent the tenants, and 3 outside citizens would remain impartial and help ensure solid, positive decision-making. There are 3 issues of immediate concern that we feel the board of directors could quickly resolve. The installation of a permanent sign, fixing the parking problem, and yes, totally removing the subsidy, taxpayer subsidy. Now, we understand that you'll be looking at John Hertel's report in the near future. The vendors and I feel very strongly that this market should remain a self-governed public market. We strongly believe that the implementation of a board of directors is the one and only option in order for the market to survive. Until that decision is made, we need a quick fix. Prior to the renovations, we had a beautiful sign that hung across York Boulevard. This sign could not be missed. There was no mistaking where we were located. We all know that sign will not be returning. However, we still need a sign to attract customers. We are requesting that you allow the placement of a large banner on the walkway between the Parkade and the Eaton Center. This banner would read Hamilton Farmers Market in large letters for everyone to see. There should be an arrow pointing towards the Parkade that offers 1 or 2 hours of validated parking. We need the validated parking. And I have an email from the BIA that states that they're in full support of validated parking. Finally, because our present unfortunate situation, I would also like to ask for a 0% increase in our rents for 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, we've hit rock bottom. The market is in a crisis point, and we are requesting that these quick fixes take place immediately. I hope you will consider and approve my suggestions. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron, and we have a speaker's list of questions, so I have Councillor Jackson, Collins, and Farr. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just questions through you to Mr. Jepson. Ron, thank you for coming in. I just have a few quick questions for you, Ron. On the weekend, I did a quick tour about down at the market. Met with you, Ron. Ron, just quickly, just to answer some of my questions. Since the new design market has been open, would you suggest that it really is not designed in a functional manner, or how would you respond to that? Mr. Mayor, through you?
Definitely unfunctionable.
In what you suggested, Ron, are you suggesting, even though we're waiting for the professional report from Mr. Hertel, and I suspect there may be 3 options, status quo, hybrid solution, and possibly privatization. If I heard you correctly, Ron, are you suggesting city remain as a landlord, owner, and somehow some new board of directors, the 3-3-3 you suggested, managing, and then you hire somebody with expertise in food market, through you, Mr. Mayor?
Through the board of directors, that would be looked after and solved immediately. Yes.
And you'd like us to remain as landlord, though?
In my opinion?
Yes, in your opinion.
Has to be done that way.
Ron, just so that everybody's for edification, how long has your family been at Hamilton's Farmers Market?
I'm in the process of hanging a picture up at my stall of my grandfather back in the 20s. So.
Wow, that's incredible. And are you from Hamilton, or you choose to be located at our market, but you're from outside of Hamilton, Mr. Mayor, through you?
We're from Hagersville.
And you choose to be in Hamilton all these decades?
Yes.
That's amazing. Parking validation. Are you suggesting, Ron, that validated parking for 1 or 2 hours for your customers be through market revenue, through you, Mr. Mayor?
I believe that will be solved very quickly and easily through a board of directors, but for right now, until we can, for council to make a decision on how this is going to be run, we would like that in place immediately.
Okay, so explain to me what you'd like in place immediately, Ron.
The 1 or 2 hours of validated parking. And I guess I'm going to go back to say that in the 90s, we had 2 hours of validated parking.
Yes.
It was cut back to 1. I can't remember just when that was, but I can't even tell you how that was paid for. But let's just do it again right now.
Okay.
The same way, exactly the same way.
Okay.
And after a board of directors is elected, that will be looked after. And in my opinion, from what we have, numbers that we've been over,
yes,
that'll be paid for by the revenues of the market.
Mr. Jepson, I've been kind of told to be a little bit fearful if we allow this validated parking, that the downtown BIA is going to be extremely opposed to that and upset. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Jepson, you're saying you got something in writing that they're on side with this, Ron?
So we have heard that for quite a while now. We've been talking about the parking issue, and we've all got back to the BIA just won't allow it. We actually have an email from the BIA that states they're in full support of it.
Terrific, Ron. Thanks for diffusing that argument that was obviously specious. Ron, are you suggesting in going in your direction, what you're suggesting, and obviously being there decades, you must have the sensitivity and the whim of the various other stall holders. Are you suggesting if council adopts the plan that the market stall holders want, that in 2 or 3 or 4 years, whatever, you could eliminate the $200,000 or whatever subsidy per year, Mr. Mayor, through you to Ron? I just want to get clarity on that, Ron, what you were saying.
I wish I could explain this very clearly, and I don't know if I'm capable, but...
Doing fine up to now.
Okay. The market's mismanaged. It has been for quite a while. And it has created a subsidy, taxpayer subsidy. For the first 25 years I attended the Hamilton Farmers Market, there was no subsidy from the taxpayers. It's been created in the last few years, and it will be wiped out. I would like to tell you immediately, but we're in a mess now, and we need some help, and we might need some help financially for a year or maybe even 2, but I can't think that it would take anywhere near that long.
Ron, the sincerity of your responses, obviously, you strike me as somebody who would just down to earth in this regard. Just recently having met you as well. The signage out front, Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Ron. Ron, it just behooves me it's puzzling that there's no signage whatsoever. You're asking for some kind of, big sandwich board or banner or something like that temporarily is what you suggested?
I can't comment on the sign because I have a little bit too much passion.
Okay. All right, but obviously you're...
yes. I'm just offering a quick fix.
Okay.
There was a banner across there at one time. That would be a quick fix. It would be a sign temporarily until the board of directors got formed and would probably pay out of their own pocket for that. We would pay for that. Or if not, that might be something that we need a little help with.
Okay. Ron, we tabled the user fee report of the 1.9% increase, which every other organization, department of the city pretty well passed on a rate of inflation increase. Now, if I heard you correctly, Madam Deputy Mayor, you're also asking for a 0 there. But to be quite blunt on this one, every other department, organization, user group out there, rec, sports organization, whatever, is pretty well facing a 1.9% that we approved 2 weeks ago. So if it came down to validated parking help versus this user fee, could you kind of give me a priority from where you would stand, Madam Deputy Mayor?
certainly I could give you that. We couldn't afford the increase last year, and we certainly can't afford it this year. But if that helped to, if that increase would, if we knew that increase in our rents would go towards our needs, I don't think there would be a problem with that at all.
Okay, appreciate the genuineness of that answer. A couple more quick questions, Madam Deputy Mayor, because I've got a lot I'm going to say on this after the presenters. Please put me on, reserve the right to speak. Last couple of questions. Ron, I walked by on the weekend in the market a community concept kitchen. And I saw lots of chairs and tables, and it was empty. It might have been just the particular Saturday. But can you explain to me this community kitchen? What's the purpose of it, and is it being utilized? Give me some understanding through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, please.
I can give you my opinion. There is no use for the community kitchen none whatsoever in the Hamilton Farmers Market. We are a farmers market. It's being used as a community kitchen, which costs our budget a pile of money and has no revenue none whatsoever. So it took away revenue from our market by taking away 3 stalls, which is a lot. So no, I don't think I should comment on that because I
think you already gave at least a sense of how you feel about it, Ron.
I'll just leave it like that then.
Last question, Ron, just to summarize. Last question. Pre-construction with $6 million. Pre-construction, my understanding, talking to a number of stall holders, there wasn't an empty stall at our market. Post-construction, there are now some empty stalls. Is that an accurate assessment, Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Ron, or am I missing something?
No, there was definitely no empty stalls. There hadn't been for years. If there was one come available, it would have been rented out pretty much immediately on a daily basis, on a daily rental. There is, I guess I can't give you an actual number, but I believe there's 10 empty stalls and has been since we moved back in. As you council well know, because we were here all screaming last time when they tried to remove some stall holders, but we end up with empty stalls. Which creates a huge drop in revenue because of the empty stalls. There's no point in those being empty, not necessary at all.
Ron, thank you for taking the time and courage to come in and present and also answer my questions. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Collins, please.
Ron, thanks for coming in and providing the feedback, very positive and very frank in terms of what you believe the farmers market needs to succeed, at least in the short term. I've asked this of some of your other colleagues and the other vendors, and I'm puzzled to understand how the city could make such a substantial investment in the market. In fact, the number, if you look at the all-in costs, and I stand to be corrected, but I think we're closer to $9 million in terms of how much we spent. I think it was $7 million on construction, and then we paid $2 million for the relocation of the market to the current, what is the current Nation site, and then had to move everyone back to the new building. So the all-in costs, as I understand it, are over $9 million. I attended the first meeting years and years ago that was held, I believe, here at City Hall. There was a meeting in room 133 on this side of the building, and the room was filled with vendors who were anxious to participate in the renovation and design process.
Yes, I attended that meeting.
And it was standing room only. There were people spilled out in the hallway, and I think it showed council at the time that the vendors were very interested in making a new investment in the market. We'd always had complaints about, certain things didn't meet code. It was a dated facility. And so we left that process in the hands of, I think, the vendors, certainly our staff. We probably hired consultants. We had a private architect that we hired to help us through that process, yes. Ward councillor. And then we end up with a situation where we make one of the largest investments we've made in the last number of years from a capital perspective, only to find, as has been repeated time and time again over the last year or 2 years, that you're no further ahead with your business. In fact, as you've mentioned here today, most people are falling behind. How do we end up in that situation? Where did that system break down in terms of such hype, granted probably more than enough resources to reinvent the market or to give it that shot in the arm that it needed, only to find out that we have people who are struggling now to pay the bills and even remain at the market. Through you, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Collins, those people that attended that meeting were very anxious because the building did need upgraded. There's no question about it, and we were really not aware of the code, but we heard that it had to be changed. We were all very excited about it. In the process, someone had a vision which was totally different than what the Hamilton market ever has been. That vision ignored every piece of input from the stallholders. They also ignored every piece of input from their own, from what I hear, large dollars expenditure for consulting. Totally ignored it and stuck with their vision, which didn't work at all. That vision was carried on through the architecture and very easily seen that didn't work, not at all. We took an open air market and filled it full of walls, hardware, totally unnecessary. Ouch.
So you participated in that process and you feel like yours and others, your comments were...
We didn't participate in it. We tried very hard, but fell on deaf ears.
Councillor Collins?
Thank you. And I know that, Ron, there's some sensitivity certainly over the whole issue of a subsidy and what the city provides there. I know the market vendors are, as Councillor Jackson noted, they're very anxious to right the ship, so to speak, and find ways and means in which to for council to assist. You've given us some immediate suggestions in terms of some signage, and we can certainly direct our staff here today to come back with a report that seeks to address that in very short order. We've also talked about a validated parking system, and we did, as you rightly note, in the late 90s we had a system where we had the 2 hours, then the 1 hour, and there was a cost to the city for that, but I think as you've implied, you're willing to partake in repaying that cost with a new system that's in place. Where are we going, and those are immediate concerns, but what's the vision for the market over the long term? What do we see, what can the city do over the next 5 to 10 years? I mean, we've already poured a tremendous amount of resources, and I guess, my whole motivation for getting onto the, jumping onto the subcommittee was to, I'm just not confident that the city has the ability, based on our track record, to help you in that regard, and we may find ourselves further ahead by putting the market in its, whether it's a subcommittee or otherwise, we may find ourselves further ahead if we're working with a third party or, as you've suggested, I guess a hybrid of a public-private partnership. Where are we going over the next 5 to 10 years, and how do we help you better beyond just the signage and the temporary parking through the month of December or beyond?
I can very easily answer that question.
Please do.
I understand your fear because this has not went well, but it wasn't city council that didn't make it go well. Not at all. We have already elected 3 people to sit on a board of directors. Already in place, you have a subcommittee for through councillors. So if you have a tenant and a landlord and some people with impartial, how could you make a bad decision? I don't see that it could possibly happen. If somebody tried to slide a bad decision through, the 3 outside citizens would pounce on it. They wouldn't let it happen. So I don't even think it would be possible to make a bad decision. As far as the city spending more money on the market, I can't see any of that in the immediate future. I think we have to do some fixing. Then through a board of directors could easily make those decisions on what to, how to, and with the city's influence right there on those decisions, they don't have to go through any other departments, or I don't see that it could be a bad one.
Okay. Two quick questions. One, I can't believe that after the renovation, we haven't taken advantage of the street presence of the market. You've provided in your presentation here today a photo of the market when it was an outdoor market, and it was probably in its heyday and its popularity. It was something that attracted people from all over the city, and certainly the market does that today, but I don't think it does to the extent it would have decades ago, prior to the 1980s. I really can't believe after the renovation and investing so much money that there's still little or no street presence for the market. In fact, when I drive by the market every day, even within the building on the first floor, and I raised this at our last subcommittee meeting, when I drive by or walk by on the weekends, either visiting the market or going to the library, in your most prime location that you have there in the front window, there's a table set up at times with pamphlets and brochures on it. The fact that we haven't taken advantage of that prime location is should be concerning to everyone. And your opinion in terms of how that first floor should operate and whether or not there should be a market presence outside on York? Through you, Madam Chairman.
Definitely the market needs a presence. I mean, one thing, since I've been at that market, the biggest thing the city ever did for that market was hang that sign over York Boulevard. It was unbelievable. By far the biggest. The vision that renovated the new market took away the street presence. I'm not telling you that the glass doesn't look nice, but what do you see? You see glass. You don't see a market at all. And if you look inside, in their vision, it's an empty hole. I don't know how anybody could have a vision to show off a market with emptiness. If that thing was, I'll say, full of flowers, through that glass you would see one massive bouquet of flowers. Would that not be attractive? And this has been discussed a little bit through stallholders, but I'm not sure what would do that. Again, a board of directors you'd have trouble making a bad decision. I don't see any way of changing that. I'd like to change it, but I'd have liked it to stay the way it was. That would have been the change. We can't have that now, and we're not going to change it. You can't go in there and change that. But there's got to be ways to make that presentable street presence. There has to be somehow.
Okay, my last question would be, our concern at the last subcommittee meeting we had was the rumblings and rumors that we may be losing additional vendors over the next month or two. I think you've presented here today a situation where you said time is of the essence and we really can't wait to make some of these changes that you've proposed. Where do we sit now? As Councillor Jackson mentioned, there are vacancies, but apparently there are others to come. And without making some of the moves that you've suggested, and maybe even making those moves may not prevent some from still leaving, what do the prospects look like for 2014?
Fortunately, we just found out at a meeting last Thursday from the market manager, Donald E. McDonald, that there has been nobody put in writing that they were leaving. But there certainly has been lots of talk about it, and I can name 3 very easily that are ready to go. Hopefully, with that quick fix that I suggested, if we could get that, I know it takes time, but I'm asking for no time, like to have that done immediately. I'm talking about within the next week or 2. I'm talking about before Christmas. Yeah, I'm talking about right now. That could hold on to some vendors from leaving. We can't afford to have any leave. Like, we can't afford it at all. The vendors in that market, we work off each other. It's been that way forever. You can't have a market half full because it won't operate. If we start losing some of those solid vendors that's been there for years, I'm afraid of what'll happen. I'm afraid it'll snowball, and we'll be done. You can't have that. I'm hoping that those quick fixes could keep those vendors that are on the fence.
That's great. Thanks for that, Ron. And Madam Chairman, I do have some comments that I'd like to make, and I would like, with the assistance of others, to respond to Ron's request and ask staff to report back as soon as possible, understanding time's the essence. So if you can put me on the speakers list, I will like to come back to that.
Thank you. And next up I have, just give a second. Carolyn's going to open up the dome a little bit because it's getting to be more like a cave. 8 caves. Keep us awake. Thanks, Carolyn, that's great. Councillor Farr, you're next on the list, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Ron, for your delegation. It certainly is important that we engage on this. No one can argue the relevance of the market's presence in downtown and what it means for downtown renewal. So I'm glad you're here. It's difficult for me as the chair of the subcommittee, the Farmers Market Subcommittee. I think we had 5 councillors at one point. They started dropping like flies. Then there was 2. Pasuda and I hung in there. Now Councillor Collins has joined the fray. We've had productive meetings, but also our mandate has drastically changed from the time where really one of the first functions as a councillor-elect was to try to address the situation, and thank God we did successfully, of what you've already alluded to here today, where that boutique style, as it was referred to when I first started 3 years ago, meant a lot of generational farmers market vendors were not going to come back. We fixed that issue. It took some time and some debate, but everybody did, from the transformation, come back to the market and thusly squeezed into an even smaller space, what with the walls and the AOD regulations and everything else. But we did, and I was proud to be affiliated to that. But you know, on the side of the committee, Madam Chair, and then hearing from you today, it's 2 different things, and my fellow committee members would agree. You're saying there's 10 vacancies presently, and we're told there are next to none or 2, but there are 6 people that have applied, so it's 2 completely different messages. So how are you getting the information on 10 stall vacancies currently at the market, and yet we're hearing otherwise from staff? Through you, Chair.
If anybody wants to go for a walk, I'll show them to you.
It's good answer through the chair.
I wasn't trying to be smart on that either, but it's very visible. It's not hard to see at all.
It's not the situation where, as opposed to the bylaw where the vendors need to be there whenever the market's open. There's certain days where they choose not to show, maybe only come on a Saturday. They're just not there at all. Those spots are open
empty
as long as the market's open.
Empty.
10.
I believe there's 10. I actually heard 11, but I think there's 10.
Okay, so at the appropriate time, I'll verify with staff, because it's the first I've heard. I mean,
I understand that, but you know, I got to say too, we hear what you're hearing too, but we know that that's not correct at all.
Yeah, well, that's a major communication breakdown on that particular point.
I understand that.
Not to, staff deserve an opportunity to speak to that.
I agree with that. This is one person talking here.
Yeah, and we'll do that here today. We'll speak to that. So,
yes.
But when you're up and you begin with, you know, 3rd generation businessman in our important farmers market saying it's the worst it's been in 38 years, and then follow it up with 10 vacancies, and we're hearing that there's 6 people actually waiting to get in, and we only needed to bring 2 in, we'll clear it up. On the prime location issue that was brought up by Councillor Collins, one of the things that we can confirm for the record is, and our next delegate will know all about that prime location, he was situated there in our attempt early to squeeze everybody back in, and under protest no longer is, I think probably still, it was a great spot, but it was for, in this new boutique style market, entertainment purposes, to draw people in with shows and guitars and different performances. On the surface sounds pretty good, but it was confirmed at our last Farmers Market Subcommittee meeting that it hasn't worked. Market management has said it's not worked, and so I believe, Councillor Collins, we moved a motion to have staff investigate actually programming that space accordingly to actual market product to draw people in. So we're waiting on an answer on that, and we expect that would happen soon, I'm sure. On the parking issue, Ron, so you mentioned some dates, late 90s. Just to confirm, you were there, right?
I was
so there. It was 97, those stats I got, and council approved 2 free hours, and it was a deal we did at the time, not with the market, but with Eaton's. And it was to try to keep them downtown for another 10 years. And so we offered this as a deal, not with the market, but with Eaton's. And it was a 1-year deal. And then it ended in August 98, but council approved to extend it to the end of that year. Then in June 2001, City Council approved a program to change the limit 2 hours to 1. It was done as part of our operating budget to reduce expenditures, so it was a money issue.
Thank you. Is there a question,
And
please?
It continued to be a money issue. So are you aware through the chair is rather relevant. I know
No, I
I'm not the
understand.
only one who takes a
I know, and I've
little while
been
to
giving
size it
everybody
up.
some leeway here.
There's probably one of the three, as you probably heard, there's three relevant issues that these vendors have, Madam Chair, and parking is right up there.
I get that, and I want you to get to the question. That'd be awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So to understand the question, I thought a little bit of sub-context, a little bit of history might have been important. It was clear that we tried to get that earlier and we couldn't get dates, so I thought I'd offer that. I had it handy. It was relevant, I thought, to the question. So through you were aware that I tabled the motion 2 years ago to try to get you the free parking back.
I am.
Okay, are you aware why the motion was tabled through you, Chair?
Why the table was motioned?
Why the motion was tabled, which means that we didn't vote on it, so it's still floating out there this term of council, and it doesn't require 2/3 of us to bring it back. Are you aware of why it was tabled through the Chair?
I'm aware of why it was tabled, yes.
You know why?
I believe so.
Why?
I believe that it was taken off the table. I believe I know that also.
Why?
Because of the things like the BIA, I believe was one of the strong ones, but again, I was shocked when I seen the letter because it didn't come directly to me, but it was forwarded to me immediately when it was sent, which was just recently, I mean within the last week or so. So obviously there is some things weren't being communicated properly at that time.
Thank you, Councillor Farr.
That issue, and if you watch the debate from a while ago, it got a little parochial and totally understandable. Other farmers markets elsewhere, other BIAs elsewhere, where people have to pay for parking, and if you get it, then we should get it there. And I went, whoa, okay, I could see where it was heading and took it off the table.
Yes.
I needed your compelling delegation that day, and I didn't have it probably too, so I'll admit to that. But your BIA, is it the downtown BIA then that was the other point, and you're right on that. Through you, Chair, is it the downtown BIA that has now said to you through an email, go ahead, we're no longer opposed to free parking in the parkade?
In full support of validated parking.
That is through you, Chair, the downtown BIA in full support of validated parking. Okay, so someone's paying, okay. And when did you get that, through the Chair?
I believe it was just last week, and it might have been 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Shane Coleman has a copy of it.
That's great. Yep. I'd love to see it because I haven't yet. I've reached out on a few occasions, and that's hugely important to have.
I understand that. May I say, please?
Yep, go ahead.
That I've been trying for 3 years to get to talk to you people.
To get to be a delegation status?
No, I didn't know the process, but I've been trying to talk to you people for 3 years.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Councillor Farr.
Okay. So the report, finally, through you, Chair, comes to us in a week from John Hertel. And the draft that I saw basically suggests 3 different options.
Yes.
Are you here today saying go for option 2, which is a not-for-profit? I believe it's 2. Of the 3 options, there's one that says a not-for-profit option. Is that the one that you're sort of drawing our attention to? And if there were an RFP, if we were to endorse the report next week and we say to Mr. Hertel, go out and issue the RFP, the stall holders would then bid to be part of that? They would be part of the RFP through you, Chair?
And just for clarity, can you explain what an RFP is?
A request for proposal to be part of it? Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
But, and it would be the not-for-profit model in that draft, should we endorse it, that you would want to attach yourself to. Thank you for coming again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farr.
Thanks. Ron, how did the market do in the swing space? You were moved to the west by Bay Street.
In Jackson Square? So that was thoroughly mixed. Thoroughly mixed, because I've heard people say how well they did, how much their business increased over there. Mine personally dropped drastically. So that's, I'm going to say there's, I can't even tell you why those things happen. I don't know why mine dropped drastically, but it did. Now, and I'll tell you too, in the return of the new renovated location, my business numbers come right back to where they were and exceeded it. So,
yeah, I got the same confusing report.
Actually, you know that probably better than anybody else because you were in there and yeah.
Yeah. So the other thing, the escalator. I heard a lot of complaints about people who just felt that the new configuration kind of was blocking access rather than inviting it. Is that?
So we took the vision, took a good people moving, a good people mover and removed it. Yes, there was some, seriously, people got injured on those escalators, and I'm sure that in any building facility like that that's multi-leveled, I'm going to say for malls, for an example, that they're still putting them in there because it moves people very efficiently. You know, we took out a good people mover and put stairs in, and an elevator that we can't keep working.
Yeah, and finally,
once again, ouch.
I thought so much that we would have been better off to make a level right from, you know, basically you go down in a hole to that market. And I just never was comfortable with that notion of going down in there, and that because you have a giant high ceiling above, so why couldn't we just deck it right over?
And you know this as well as I do, is made to make that space to get that acre of that needed to be supplied for that. But in all honesty, why would anybody put a market downstairs or for vendors to take tons of food down for the public to carry back up? That's, you know, there's just no, that was
Finally, Councilor Collins mentioned the York Boulevard, you know, and I was sort of thinking there would be more trucks or sales exterior outside during the better weather, and I didn't see that. Every now and then you'd see a cone and a truck parked and somebody selling out the back of it. So was there any expectation by you guys that there would be more activity on the street?
Because of the outdoor market, temporary outdoor market? So I can tell you that any time in the last close to 39 years that I've been coming to this market, anytime you disrupt traffic in any area of the market, your day will be very poor. So our city put an outdoor market out there and disrupted traffic every Saturday for the whole summer. It was very brutal on us. Tough. Very tough.
So that idea didn't work out so well.
Very poorly. As a matter of fact, if you if you look at any of the what that brought in revenue, was next to nothing. It also housed one or two new vendors. That's it.
Okay. Run.
Very poorly run.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councillor Pasuta. I have Pasuta, Clark, Whitehead, and Marula. Councillor Pasuta.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Johnson, and welcome, Ron. And I can tell you're speaking from the heart, and being from the farm too, I understand and how we think. Okay. Some questions, not too many comments, but Ron, you had mentioned about a board of directors, and I like where you're going with this. And you said 3 city councilors, and I don't know who they would be for sure at the end of the day. 3 vendors and 3 outside shoppers. Would this board of directors, their meetings, they be open meetings to the public? Can you see it that way?
I wouldn't know why not. I can't see any problem with that. Really, this board of directors wouldn't have anything to hide. Absolutely nothing. When I would like to comment, and you said shoppers. I wouldn't necessarily call them shoppers. I would like to see the 3 city and the 3 vendors choose and carefully choose those 3 people.
Okay. A market manager then. So the market manager that would be at the market would not be a city employee then? Would that be somebody that would be hired through the... Explain that through you, Madam Chair.
I can tell you that I've seen some of the stall holders' ideas on that, and this is a personal opinion, this isn't one of the stall holders, this is only mine. I think you still have to have a person in there to be a manager of the market. Whether it be chosen through the board of directors or supplied by the city would that would have to be discussed in more depth.
So, Madam Chair, would the manager be responsible to the board of directors or to a city senior staff person in your mind?
No, in my mind, it would have to be the board of the directors. The purpose of having a board of directors with city on it would take away one person or two people's decision making, because that board of directors would make those decisions simple.
So,
simply.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So, Ron, you're saying that it's not going to be like a governance model, it's a business model as far as running the business of the market. That's what you're looking at, the board of directors.
The board of directors got to look after the market, not the businesses. The businesses can run themselves just fine.
But the overall business, not the governance itself, the political part of it, but the business.
No, all of that.
All of that?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
both.
Do you fear privatization? If somebody taking over the market outside, do you fear privatization?
That would, I would give the market 6 months before it'll be finished. I can't see that any company, management company, would come in and look after the market. They would come in and look after renting real estate. I can't, well, they don't care about the market, they just want money. That would be the only purpose of a management company, to come in there and manage that.
Okay, Madam Deputy Mayor, if I may, Ron, you mentioned the sign. I know we've been on this sign, our committee's been on the sign, and I think finally Councillor Farr put a motion forward or direction to find the sign, and we discovered it's been scrapped, it's gone. And I know I've been onto the sign, and exactly as you say, that you don't know the market's there. You go by. I know my wife and I go by. We bought this house in the mountain. We go by here regularly, and every time we go by, like, where's the market? I said, where all the glass is.
Yeah.
And there's no such thing as can't. If we desire and we want to work at it, we can put some kind of a sign, identification out there to do that. And I'm with you all the way on that.
I'm sorry. Can I say that at a meeting with Terry Quinn 2 weeks ago, I believe he's already looking into 2 or 3 different companies to supply that. I think that's in the works.
So, and Madam Deputy Mayor, to Ron then. So Ron, when the market was rebuilt, and you talked about, you know, getting together and they had committees and worked on that, at the end of the day, which I hate that term, but at the end of the day, was the vision and what came out of that was not what you expected?
Totally not. We were left totally in the blind. Totally.
Think anything different could be done there now as far as a draw to people? Somewhat like the St. Jacob's Market, which we lost in the fire, which used to be there a lot. Every stall has kind of their own identity. They're not forced, but to follow kind of a template. Do you think by changing some of the things and having your own board of directors and being able to change some of the identity in the market would be a draw to draw in people off the street to shop?
Without question, the new design of the market put to be quite frank, they put I-beams around the front of the stalls that hold up a little piece of plastic sign. I mean, I could hang 20 sides of beef on that rail, and it's holding up a little piece of plastic. So it has taken away from the individuality of the individual vendors. So it would look very similar. Yes, you can't go and take that out. The cost would be unbearable. But you could be allowed to reface that to make it more individual.
Right.
Certainly. And that is a draw. That's a draw for people.
Okay, and I think the last thing is, so you're asking for parking validation and you want to hold the 2013 rental rates as they were, right? The lease rates. You don't want to increase. Okay, thanks for coming in, Ron. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And Ron, you're being very patient. You've waited all this time and now you have to stand up there. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Just some quick questions because I'm trying to understand what parameters may have caused the change in the market so dramatically. For example, you're indicating, I guess, there were 10 stalls that are empty. So We have the new grocery store downtown Nation. We have new farmers markets spread out around the city. On top of that, how do we assess what has actually impacted the success, or I should say viability, not success, the viability of the market, and what has impacted it that we have no control over? Like Nations and the other grocery stores all clamoring to say they've got local fruits and vegetables.
Certainly. So I tell you that every major grocery store in the city of Hamilton has come to the market, grabbed their concept, and took it back to their store in the last 15 years. I personally had George...
When you go through the store.
Exactly. I personally had George Love bring his butcher in and stand in front of my stall, told him to study it, and take it back to my store. So it's the stores that took their market concept and took it back to their stores. They can't do what we do, but they did a pretty good job of it, I'll tell you that. They can't offer the personal touch or the service that we can, and therefore the market will never die unless it's killed. It's not going to go anywhere. But what has happened? Certainly the Nation store has impacted the market. The city of Hamilton spent a lot of money renovating the market, and just before they opened it, they took away an hour of free validated parking, which that was not a good move. It should have been the other way around, if anything. That hurts. It definitely hurts. The loss of the sign, the obstruction of traffic with the outdoor market. These are all things that, but I got to tell you, another huge one is the enormous amount of bad publicity that's been put out there in the last 3 years. It's killing us. It's terrible. And unfortunately, a lot of that bad publicity was wrote on with lack of knowledge, and that's too bad. That hurts. And I'll give you an example. I mean, we've been called resellers, and we don't have any farmers anymore at the market, and we've been pretty much slandered terrible by the press. And in actual fact, our so-called resellers go to Toronto Food Terminal, where farmers bring their stuff in to be distributed, and they go there and buy it personally from those distributors to bring to the market to sell it. And, we've been slandered terrible on that. And that bad publicity, it's a killer. A killer. So if you started throwing out good publicity, instead of the councillors getting bad emails and bad phone calls, they're going to get pats on the back. Turn it around. It can't be that tough. I mean, come on and visit the new farmers market and get what you've always got. Turn it around.
So assuming that the validation is approved and the other ideas that you've advocated for today, Madam Chair, how long would it take in your mind? Because in the corporate world, they'll put up a grocery store, and they give it a certain period of time, and then they have to make a decision how long. So how long would it take to see, in your mind, a respectable ROI on it, so that you're making money and there's no empty stalls and everyone seems to be happy?
That market's been running just fine for 175 years. It's going to continue that way. It's not going anywhere. But with that quick fix, I can see that turning around quite quickly. As far as time, just like I said, with the board of directors, our revenue generates enough money to easily look after that market. And I believe with renting their extra stalls out, so the whole market is rented out, we've got to change that community kitchen. That's a sore. It's got to start creating revenue, and it can, and lots of it too. So with those things, I can't think, I mean a year, I would believe in a year that we could totally remove the subsidy, and I believe we could put in a we'd have to work with the Parking Authority on this, and Shane's going to give you some numbers in a few minutes that we've already have that's very feasible. I think we can have that self-paid for very quickly, and I mean within a year, I believe so.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And I've got Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Marula, and Councillor Farr for questions with staff after Ron is finished.
Thank you. Did the conversion of York Street assist the market in any way?
Converting it into two-way?
Yep.
It actually hurt us because of the parking meters, mostly.
Thank you. I find a breath of fresh air. Councillor Marilla moved a motion a while back looking at lowering our subsidy to HEC-5 facilities. And we went to a private operator model. What I'm hearing today is that you're looking for a similar position of council to support a private operation in the context of the board operating the farmers market, which is not inconsistent with decisions we made in the past. Is that correct, through the chair? The hybrid.
I'm going to say yes as a hybrid. Yes.
Well, maybe we have many organizations that we subsidize. They have their own board of directors and they run their facilities. You're looking to replicate those type of models.
I got to say, what made me hesitate there was privatization.
Fair enough.
Ouch. Yeah.
Okay. I guess the other thing, and this is a tough one, and I don't read into it, but it's what I get from constituents. If Nations and all those other businesses in the mall are not making parking an issue, then why is it an issue for the farmers market?
It's always been an issue for the farmers market, and if you think about it, if you go and buy a bushel of apples or a bushel of cabbage, you got to walk down below street level, grab that, walk above street level, and now go and find parking. And if you're going to go and buy a bushel of apples for $8, paying $6 for parking, that bushel of apples is $14, and I got to go downstairs and grab it and carry it all the way out there. That doesn't work.
So, my understanding is that in the model that you're talking about, the validated parking would be a mechanism between you and the client that patrons the market. You might have to set whatever that level is in regards to validation. So they've spent $20. They get a parking validation for free for the period of time that they shopped at your market. I think I've heard suggestion that you would actually pay for the actual amount of time they spent or is that going to be subsidized by the taxpayer?
You are talking about the same model that Nations uses right now. I believe they have to spend $20 to get their certain amount of parking, I believe. I'm not 100% sure on that. What I'm talking about for right now, for the quick fix, is just put it back the way it was. And I believe that this city paid for that. Am I right on that?
Yeah.
I have to ask that because I don't think in the beginning it was on the market budget at all. I think it was placed on there back in 2006 or 7. That got placed on the market budget. Well, it wasn't on there before. So what I'm saying, that this is a quick fix. Just put it back so we have that to draw. When the board of directors takes over, I'm not saying that they will put in a model of you got to spend $20 to get an hour of free parking. It might follow the same model that was back in the 90s, where if you purchase anything at the market, you're going to get a stamp on your parking ticket that says you get an hour of free parking or 2 hours of free parking. Whatever we can come up with and afford ourselves. Nothing to the taxpayer. Nothing.
So what lost revenue would be compensated by the market is what you're suggesting?
So the market has never been subsidized, never, by the taxpayers. But market staff is being subsidized by the taxpayers.
I'm talking, sorry, the lost revenue at the parking lot that people aren't paying for because they're getting free parking. I think I heard you suggest that your model would be at some point that that parking revenue would be made up by the market.
That we would pay for it. With no problem at all. Like I said, Shane's got some numbers that could just, and I mean easy too, real easy.
So I don't have any other questions other than it's refreshing to hear what you're bringing forward. There's the old cliche about putting a lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig. The reality is the market was never a good structure in regard to the current structure with the basement model. So we started from a wrong premise from day one. That should be at street level. It should have always been at street level. And I think that's one of the big issues that concerns me. Thank you.
Thank you. And then one last speaker is Councillor Marula, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome and many thanks for your presentation. I want to look at this presenting problem in a short-term and a long-term basis. So when you're looking at the immediacy of your concerns on a short-term perspective, what do you need us to do to expedite at this time?
Oh, I'm sorry, say that again?
What do you need us to speed up on the short term to help you?
Very simple. Two major factors that will definitely help change that market immediately is the implementation of some sort of validated parking. I'd like to use the word free, but I've been told not to because it sounds bad. But so I'll say some type. What I would like for the quick fix is to put it right back the way it was for years.
Okay, so...
And that money's got to come from somewhere, I understand that, but help us with that. Till we can get the board of directors in there, and believe me, there will be no cost after that. Our revenues is lots enough money for us to operate the market with no subsidy, help our customers with parking.
Now, Councillor Collins is bringing forward a motion on that particular issue, and I think I can say with a great deal of confidence there will be support for that. Are there any other issues?
Certainly, but really not any that the board of directors wouldn't fix as soon as it's implemented.
Okay. And with respect to the, I guess, discrepancy between the 10 stalls that are available versus the other number that came around, is it true that the real issue is that we have 3 open stalls, you have a seating area that you would like to transform into stalls, you have a community kitchen that you want to change into stalls, as well as a management office, and it's not really technically 10 stalls, but 3 plus all of that space that you want converted?
Again, I'm going to say, for right now, I don't think you can do anything with that, but a board of directors would figure that out and do it properly with ease.
I guess the discrepancy in number, is it because of that issue, that they're not technically stalls today, but you want to convert them into stalls?
No, there's actually empty stalls in there.
10 of them?
Please don't quote me on the number.
Oh,
but I believe so.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much. I look forward to supporting Councillor Collins' motion. I think he has over and above, as he mentioned, 0% increase for 2014, as well as a banner, the banner issue that was brought forward.
For a temporary sign, yes.
Right. So I think that's forthcoming. I'll be glad to support it at the appropriate time, and I look forward to moving forward. But on the short term, I think that'll deal with it. It's the long-term issues that I think we need to put a very concrete plan of action together. I know staff is committed to ensuring the sustainability of the market as it presently stands, and I look forward to working with you and the rest of the stall holders to ensure that it's an amicable environment. Because in the past, what I recall, not having been intimately involved, but it has been a very divisive experience between the market and council, and just looking at the ways of trying to mitigate those issues. So through you, Deputy Mayor, I appreciate your time, sir.
And thank you. And I'd like to make a comment on that, because it wasn't really between the vendors and the council. That's not what it was. It was those people in between that was the problem. There wasn't it wasn't, and I don't believe that it was a problem in between.
Well, I guess perception.
For council and vendors.
Right. So
perception, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the perception was, although, and from my perspective, it became reality because I didn't hear otherwise.
But it did to us too.
Thank you. We got another first-time speaker, Councillor Duvall.
Thank you. Thanks, Ron. And just a couple of questions on the parking, if I'm trying to get this right. Are you asking for free parking whenever you're open?
if I can be quite blunt, and please understand, I'm an uneducated little farm boy from Hagersville, so yeah, I want free parking out there. Sure. Yeah, just the same as it used to be. No bells or whistles or anything else. Hopefully we can make it 2 hours, and if we can't, make it an hour, but we need free parking to draw people into the market. Got to have it. Now, whether it's validated, we can put any name on it you want to put on it. If we can be allowed to have a board of directors to run and govern this market, that will be looked after very simply.
Okay.
But for now, yeah, we're asking for some help, yeah.
Okay, and so how's that going to save you free parking? Because you're going to draw the customers in, is that what you're saying?
Certainly.
And so how would we tell the rest of the BIAs and the farmers market that we have throughout the city of Hamilton that they should now get free parking to draw more people in?
In all honesty, and that's why I was been told, guided not to use the word free, because of that. But so let's say it's validated parking then.
If it's validated parking paid by the stall holders, I can understand. Okay, but if it's validated parking paid by the taxpayers, there's a difference there.
But for the short term, definitely by the taxpayers, without question. Because we have no board of directors to decide on that, to pay for it. I mean, if council would like us stall holders to gather up some money and toss in there to help that, I don't think that's a problem. I don't think that'd be a problem at all. But
so there's a suggestion there that stall holders would put in so much funding?
I'm just saying if you need that, we'll make something work. We want to work with you. We want to make this work. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duvall. And Ron, thanks again. You've spent a long time waiting to speak, and you've spent a long time up there speaking. Thank you very much.
I'm going to thank you all for giving me a chance to be heard.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'd now like to call on Shane Coleman. Oh, sorry, move to receive. Thank you. Councillor Jackson, Councillor Collins, all those in favor? Thank you. I'd like to call on Shane Coleman to approach the podium to provide his presentation. Keeping in mind, please, Shane, 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yes?
Madam Chair, at what point will I be able to address some of the comments from the last delegation to staff?
Can we just get through the presentations and then we can ask staff all together all the questions that you have between both, if you don't mind, just to keep this going a little bit quicker. Thank you. And we'll talk about how we're going to try to keep the rest of this meeting quicker.
Okay.
Thanks, Shane.
Honorable councillors, Mayor, and Hamilton citizens, good day. My name is Shane Coleman. I'm the president of the Hamilton Farmers Market Stallholder Association. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the stallholders requesting a validated parking program. My family has been on the market since the inception in 1837. We have seen many difficulties in the past few years. Business was satisfactory prior to renovation. Business for myself was very good in the temporary market and has seen a drastic decline after returning to the renovated market. The vendor mix has not changed greatly, but the availability for access to a validated program has changed. We understand there are many challenges ahead. The Stallholders Association and myself look forward to changing the relationship we have with the city in the past, and we wish to work more closely with cities and staff moving forward to refresh and revitalize the venerable Hamilton Farmers Market. We've had several meetings with John Hertel, including yesterday, December 4th, 2013, with several citizen focus groups, and reviewed the report regarding the market, scheduled to go before the Hamilton Farmers Market Subcommittee. We are supportive of the findings in the report and its reference to the parking situation and look forward to the changes ahead. The Stallholders Association is in support of a not-for-profit board of directors and believe there are cost-saving strategies that can reduce or eliminate the city subsidy for the market while still leaving funds available for a validated parking program. I would like to read from the City of Hamilton funded 2005 Urban Marketive Collaborative Report, page 22 and page 23. It's also in your booklet. Downtown parking at meters on Saturdays, on-street parking, is not a trade-off with the situation with the market. The market need for nearby free parking is irrespective of the downtown merchants and business desire for free parking. The market needs to be able to compete on the same level as grocery stores, which means free parking and has to be provided every day the market is open, which Nations has. The market requires up to 272 spaces nearby that offer free parking. There are not enough on-street stalls, parking spaces, near the market to provide this level of support. There is no guarantee that free on-street parking will allow for quick turnover of vehicles. The market can use the fact that there is a free parking at the parkade in their marketing strategy and medium. The market can reasonably guarantee to potential visitors that there will be an available stall or parking space at the parkade anytime the market is open. The report goes on to list markets which offer a parking program for customers, and that list is in the booklet. We constantly run into parking issues when venues come to Cops Coliseum, Hamilton Place, or large events on drained streets such as Supercrawl, which causes parking rates to rise significantly and take up all available spaces. The stall holders are requesting council to direct the parking authority to work with staff to implement the validated program at the York Parkade to allow the first three wings, 1A, 2A, and 1B, to be available for short-term parking only, that all monthly parking passes be restricted to level 3 and above, as outlined in the original agreement for the York Street Parkade with the city and Cadillac Fairview, former Eaton Center owners, available as record with the city clerk. To change the rate charged to the market budget, I have provided the 2009 parking numbers. At the time, the market budget was charged $2.5 a car and a total of $94,247 for the year. We wish to be charged a rate similar to the monthly rate of $80 per month per unit space. Either, one, by providing a minimum number of validated market spaces for the market, example 50 spaces times $80 is $40,000 per year, or two, using $80 per month for average usage of 5 days a week, the average hourly cost is 46 cents per hour. Using the 2009 numbers, this would be a yearly parking cost of $17,534. The Stallholders Association feel we're already paying very high rental rates of $25 to $28 per square foot for only 4 days a week. We wish to have this rate reviewed and validated parking budgeted from our rental rates through cost savings, revenue generating strategies, or using our Stallholder Association budgeted advertising fund. I appreciate having this opportunity to speak with you today, and I hope we can have speedy resolve to this request.
You must have timed yourself because you're right on 5 minutes.
I can't go over.
I was trying to get your attention to say you have 1 more minute, but you did well. Thank you, Shane. I have Councillor Jackson would just like to ask you some questions, please.
So thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. Shane, thanks so much. You're still the duly elected or appointed president of the Stallholders Association?
Yes, I am. We recently conducted another vote to elect 3 board members.
Terrific, Shane. And I know, Shane, you've come in here a number of times since the reopening, and you've said you've been forewarning, cautioning, and I kept getting feedback and difference of opinion from the department, the bureaucracy, and it's not so bad and things will change and get better. So parking is the main issue, both short-term and long-term, along with the signage. Shane, Madam Deputy Mayor, through you to Shane.
I believe parking will always be an issue until we become more like Toronto, where we have lots of downtown density. For this period of time, Hamilton's still a driving city, and I believe the transportation report recently released last week said not enough ridership is on buses. So at this time, we still require, or if you have families, large families, they're not taking the buses.
Shane, as president, Mr. Jepson said, if given a chance with a new hybrid, where we're the landlord and we set up a board of directors and you folks can operate it and hire your own market manager who has market experience, he committed, and I'm not holding him to an actual date or year, but to eventually eliminate any taxpayer subsidy. As president, what would be your comment, and would you be in line with that, Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Shane?
Through Deputy Mayor, yes, I believe that within the year the subsidy could be removed. I don't think that we're adequately using the market's floor plan space. We should be renting more of the space, and I believe the staff cost to revenue, as in John Hertel's report, is too high.
The community kitchen, again, I walked by that on Saturday and again saw it was empty with just tables and chairs, not any usage. What was your understanding of the community kitchen, and was it something the stallholders agreed to, or just one of those things through the design? Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Shane.
Through the Deputy Mayor. I believe the vendors at first just sat back and watched to see what happened, but I think we can say for sure that we don't feel we're getting a return of actually stimulating shoppers in the market. Currently, it's a lot of community service groups, which could also be done at community service centers around because the market is limited in space, and we have a lack of people cooking in the smells. So it would almost be better to remove the glass walls and actually have some ventilation with some people cooking maybe fresh bread or muffins or anything that brings the smells to the market.
Councillor Jackson.
And last question, Madam Deputy Mayor. I was told through the department at the time of the design for the renovations that we're going to try a new approach, Councillor. It's going to be more of a niche market, a new high-end type market. I haven't just seen the success of that vision, that notion, Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Shane. Shane, was that kind of something that was brought upon you, consulted with you? Should it be something we just return back to the glory days in terms of the local producers and that, in terms of who should be at the market? Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Shane for a comment.
Through the Deputy Mayor. I believe that the vision we had the market was for what Hamilton will be in 10 years from now with all the condos going up. I don't believe we're there yet. And I believe that the vendor and the product mixes in the market is actually established by the shopping trends of the customers, because if the customers don't want those products, they won't be there on the market. But we have a highly ethnic-based downtown core, and those are our primary shoppers, so that reflects the product lines that you see on the markets.
And your family's been there over 150 years?
175, yes.
That predates the city of Hamilton's incorporation as a city.
Yeah, well, my family's related to the E.D. Smith family in the Battlefield House.
Great, and I recognize Mr. Chiarelli as well, who's been a long-time stallholder as well. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you, Shane, for being so patient and for standing up here and giving us your thoughts. I need a motion, please, to accept Shane's presentation. Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Jackson, all those in favor? Carried. Now we're going to go to staff questions, and I've only got one. Sorry, I've got Councillor Fars first, and then Councillor Ferguson, please.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to Terry Quinn. First, maybe share with committee your position as it relates to your involvement with the market, and then the number of available stalls currently, please.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I've been involved with the market since mid-year 2012, so after the renovation. The market manager, Donald McDonald, reports to me. Since 2012, we've reduced our budget subsidy from 200.
Terry, I'm sorry, we can't hear you on this side of the room. Do you mind getting closer to the microphone, please?
So I think the question was on the number of empty stalls. I'm just verifying here with staff. I haven't heard back yet, but my understanding is we currently have 3 empty stalls, not 10. I believe that to reconcile the difference, they're in the stallholders' proposal, they want to rent out space which is currently not designated as stall space, and there is about an additional 6 or so spaces. I believe that's the difference between the 3 and the 10, but there are currently 3 empty stalls, and we have applicants for those spaces. We've held off on awarding them until we were able to get confirmation from the adjacent stall holders whether they would like to expand their stalls into that space, as was just recently approved by council at last week's council meeting.
Okay, Terry, you heard through the chair, Ward 4, Samarula, actually emphasize, are you counting kitchen space, market manager space? And I clearly heard, I think, no. So I think there's a discrepancy from what the delegates are telling us with respect to empty spaces and what you've shared with the Farmers Market Subcommittee and with us here today. So you can emphatically say in your position with the City of Hamilton overseeing the farmers market, and you're the man who our current market manager reports to, that we have 3 empty stalls, not 10. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, and as I said, I've got an email out to staff, and I'll get that. If anything comes back as differently, I'll confirm with you, but my understanding is there's 3, and I'm quite sure that's correct.
Okay, so we're still waiting confirmation on that important aspect, but we'll hopefully get it before this debate is through. The outdoor market, we heard from the delegates the revenue was little to none. I was under the impression we don't request nor are we given the revenues from stall holders whether they're inside or outside, that we don't see what they're making. Is that not true of the outdoor market people as well, through you, Chair?
Through the Deputy Mayor, correct. We do not get information on the sales levels of any stallholder. However, Donnelly did speak with the vendors who are external in the outside market, and those people that came that were from the not in indoor market vendors, people who are outdoor only, all indicated that their sales were satisfactory, and they would look to come back next year if, in fact, we had an outdoor market again. So that would tell me that it was met whatever sales expectations they had.
Okay, so we have another contradiction in terms of what we're hearing from the delegates and what we're hearing from staff, and I happen to recall, now that you say it, Terry, that there was some satisfaction. So there's two unfortunate contradictions, I think, but hopefully we'll get the answer on the important one with respect to the stalls. The community kitchen use. Let's get to that. So it was referenced that it's just not being utilized. I understand the mandate was to bring the community in to buy some of the, or attain some of the fresh produce available, go right into the kitchen and cook it, have cooking classes and so forth. How would you rate the mandate and the success of that mandate in the last year through you, Chair?
Through the Chair, the community kitchen, I think, was originally envisioned it would be a high-end, just demonstration kitchen. People would come and take classes. That has not panned out well. So what staff has done over the last year and a half is start to move that, and been successful in moving that towards bringing in nonprofit organizations to teach cooking skills to downtown residents, people in our code red neighborhoods, and other nonprofit groups. So there's approximately 15 or 20 nonprofit groups use that. It is used every day during the week. The only sort of general public or open classes are on Saturdays. There's typically 2 on Saturdays, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. They're an hour each. One is for children, one is for adults. But throughout the week, it is used once or twice a day with organizations such as YMCA, Wesley Urban Ministries, and other Good Shepherd and other organizations use it with their clients.
So you would say through the Chair that it's satisfactorily utilized? It's
satisfactorily utilized for that purpose. Those don't contribute heavily to the market's benefit. They do buy some produce there for the demonstrations, but it does provide a good other value to the community. Did you say 50 not-for-profits are using it in the week? Or? Approximately. I can get you the exact number, but approximately 15, yes. Okay. Signage. I don't know if this is you, Terry, or Anna, but the public art, my understanding is from across the world, 50 submissions have come on the public art, and some thought, great suggestion, have in replace of that signage that all of us had to move motions to find what happened to, and eventually, as Councillor Pasuta alluded to, the old sign's gone now. So we thought, and Council was nice enough to move our next public art piece up to the top as it related to location, to offer an opportunity of not a sign, but a public art piece that acts as a barometer or a marker that you are here at the farmers market. It's not a sign, but it certainly would reflect that you're at the farmers market. So where are we with respect to that piece of the signage argument through the Chair? Or when will the public art be in place?
Through the Chair, the Market Precinct Public Art call was issued, and we did receive well over 50 responses to it, the farthest one being away from Switzerland came in on a marker for the market precinct. So it will now go to the jury process. There's a couple of layers that we have to go through to get to the maquette stage. Maquettes are 1/10 size of whatever the piece will look like. They will be on public display. Public can make comment on it. The jury will make the final decision. So I don't have a timeline right now in my mind, but I can be happy to provide that to you.
Having, through you, Chair, been involved in the public art process before, and given the knowledge of the stage we're at right now, can you provide an estimated timeline?
Through the Chair, depending on the project, it could be up to a year, including manufacturing.
So in the interim, there's a banner through you to Terry Quinn that's on order, or 2 banners on order. How big are they? Where would they go?
Mr. Quinn, about the banners, signage?
Yeah, so through the chair, there is no banners in order. What we do have done is we have hung, I guess, light post banners have been up there for the last several years. They were replaced earlier this year with a more contrast design so they get better visibility. There is a temporary sandwich board which is on the street on market days, and we have gone to a sign design firm to get designs for 2 permanent signs that would be suitable for the front of the market on the sidewalk. We have not pursued a banner at this point.
The sign design firm, through you, Chair, how much longer before they come back with their design?
They'll be back by year end.
Year end. So you heard one of our delegates suggest an immediate need and a banner may be a temporary solution. Do we have it in our market budget to cost out and maybe pick up a couple of big old banners and put them in relevant locations through you, Chair, and turn it over in the next few days?
As long as a banner is technically feasible, yes, I'm sure we can find the funds for a banner. We'll have to find out if there's appropriate attachment points to the building.
Thank you. And I think maybe we can amend what Councillor Collins is bringing forward, which is roughly what I brought forward about 2.5 years ago, I guess, with respect to the parking issue. On the parking issue, for Ted or Marty, I know legals, in my consultation on this issue, and I've been involved in the file as the chair of the Farmers Market Subcommittee, but obviously the downtown councillor. Legal says we're good, we could do it. We could have a validated parking option for the parkade. We haven't seen the copy of the BIA. I'm reaching out to the BIA as well, and Kathy Druitt, our executive director, to verify, because I have to, the fact that they're saying they have no issue with a validated parking in the parkade. So knowing that my work with you suggested that the period between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. at the parkade, the high and low count for the days in the parkade were 466 and 361. So how doable is turning around this validated parking exercise in short order, given that they're looking for the first 3 levels, basically, and that it appears the spaces are available? Through you, Chair.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the program, a validation program was in place. We could start it up within a matter of days. It would depend on the logistics of what type of program it was.
Basically, we're at the will of council. And in the event we can support this here today, in a matter of days we can implement, which is probably a great relief to those folks who spoke today. Ted, while you're there, and Ted and I work together pretty much on a daily basis, and he's very, very helpful, and it's much appreciated. You had sent me a history of the validated parking issue, free parking issue, whatever you want to call it, Deputy Mayor. So from 2006, can you take us through this? This is the note. City Council approves removing the free parking in order to provide free parking on Saturdays for all of downtown. So that was at the meters through you, correct, Chair?
Madam Deputy Mayor, yes.
Can you just explain how that went? And just to, I think it's important that we focus on where we were and where we're headed, which is where we were.
As long as you know where you are.
Through you, Chair.
Through you, Madam.
Ted understands.
Yes, that's scary. Ted, you understand?
Mayor. Basically, yes. In 2006, roughly 2006, Council approved removing the free parking at the York Parkade to as an offset at it by providing free parking on Saturdays in the downtown area, being the International Village BIA and downtown BIAs. It was a neutral effect on our budget, and it was felt, the wisdom of council, that it was a benefit to the entire downtown versus the parkade, which was basically a benefit to only those businesses that were in the immediate area of the parkade. So that was the termination of the free parking through our budget. Subsequent to that, council in their wisdom decided to maintain 1 hour free parking, and it was funded through, forget me from, I don't know the exact department name, but a community services.
It was Public Health Community Services.
Right. And it was funded through their budget up until, I believe, 2009, and at that point in time, it was removed permanently.
And it was a budget issue through you, Chair. That was the reason for the removal in 2009. The previous council decided it was too costly through that committee.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, yes.
Okay, thank you. John Hertel, 2 questions for John, and I'm through. Thank you again, Ted. I look forward to hearing Councillor Collins' motion. Your report due next week, the 11th, through the chair?
Very close. It's actually the 12th is the meeting date, and it has been signed off and should be out, I guess, today, tomorrow sort of thing.
In it, you're recommending 3 different types of ways to go after the RFP, very briefly, because one of them is of interest, as we heard from the delegates. Very briefly, what are those 3? From all of the consultation you did with many stallholders, business people, I can't think of anybody you didn't cover in this report. It was very well done from a consultation perspective. What are the 3 items through the chair?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd preface it by saying that the approach that I took in this was to make this a fact-based report that would facilitate preparing a terms of reference for an RFP that would then go out to all 3 of the categories. So private sector, not-for-profit, and of course giving the city department the 3rd option to rebid, if you will.
Okay, thank you, John, for verifying that there is an option for our delegates in the not-for-profit, as they alluded to. That's all. Looking forward to that on the 12th. I'll have comments at the appropriate time, and I look forward to the motion coming ahead, and I thank the delegates and the community who continues to support this historic market.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Very quickly, because I was going to ask John the similar questions. You know, we seem to be getting a lot of conflicting information. That's been my experience over the last 3 years. And it still puzzles me. We put $6 million plus the swing cost into this facility. When I was on the committee, up to $300,000 a year in annual operating subsidy. Yet we have markets on Ottawa Street and Concession Street and Waterdown and Dundas and Ancaster. They get nothing. They're never in here complaining. And so we just need closure to this darn thing. I'm tired of it, and I'm tired of the conflicting information. We can't seem to get a consistent message. I hope through you, Madam Chairman, to John, that you've had focus groups with the customers, most importantly, with some taxpayer groups, and with the vendors, to make sure we're all singing from the same hymn book when this report comes in. Is that true through you, Madam Chair?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I would say approximately 100 people were directly involved, either in focus groups or one-on-one conversations with me, plus, of course, all of the literature that is available. In fact, last evening we had, I believe it was 22, many of the members are here, we had 22 previous focus group participants come back and do a bit of a walkthrough with me with my report to make sure that when I listened accurately and recorded. We had a great dialogue last night. The passion remains, and I think for the reasons that Ron indicated, it'll be around for another 175 years in some form because of that passion. So it is, I would say, well vetted. We have actually another 7:30 tomorrow morning session with other members who have previously contributed to the report. Again, a round of vetting of the information, and then, as was indicated, I'll present that comprehensively to the Farmers Market Subcommittee on the 12th, and look for hopefully support and direction from the subcommittee to then create the terms of reference, which I'll have back to them in January. I've been working in advance with procurement to make sure that I fully understand which parts of the process are flexible, and we'll get that out, get it certainly back to this committee for sign off, and then out to market. Anticipate the obvious question. I think we can get that back, and again in front of this committee with valuations of, and let's, I'll use an example, maybe we then would invite the top, 3 or whatever number of proponents, if there are lots, back to this table for final discussion based on the valuation criteria that we put forward in the RFP.
So this report's going to the Farmers Market Subcommittee, not here, next week?
Initially to the subcommittee, and then we'll vet it, more through that conversation. Do the terms of reference back to the subcommittee in January, then the terms of reference and report being presented and signed off with this committee, and then out to market.
When you met with the vendors, did you get a pretty close consensus of what they're all looking for, or was it all over the place?
Surprisingly, all of the focus group participants, whether they were small business, hive, community members, neighborhood associations, and the vendors, all essentially want exactly the same thing. And we have framed this, we'll touch it up a little bit based on this week's conversations, but we framed it in, so I'll say that the 6 points that everyone wants in the vision of this market going forward. What should it be?
And I take it your recommendation from your comments is going to be to go to an RFP to put it over to a private sector operator.
I would not, I've said to everyone I'm agnostic in terms of the type of governance. It's interesting, if I may, we looked at 11 somewhat comparable markets in Ontario, comparable meaning that they were indoor year-round, so, London, some in Toronto, St. Catharines, etc. Of the 11 that we looked at, only one was private sector, and unfortunately it burned down this summer in Waterloo. The others are split 50-50, 50 owned and operated by some definition by the city or municipality, and the other 5 of the 11 were run by a not-for-profit.
Okay, that's all my questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Collins, then Councillor Jackson, please. Fine. Councillor Jackson, please, then Councillor Collins.
Oh, how nice. Thank you, Councillor Collins. Madam Deputy Mayor, I just have comments. Is that okay, or are you still looking for questions of staff? Because I just have a little speech I want to give.
Oh, really?
Speech is good, but I understand there's a motion coming forward. Do you want to reserve your right to speak?
No, I'd like to speak right now. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, all kidding aside, I've bit my tongue for the last 6-7 months. I actually told some members of staff, some of my colleagues, because I know in the past year or two, after the reopening of the market, that I said, I was getting mixed messages in terms of the exit surveys, stall holders there, with the functionality of the new market for our $6 million. And people, I know people were rolling their eyes, kind of like, here's Tom's mantra going on again about, more negativity than positiveness, and that's totally opposite to my normal personality, approach, and style of what I try to do at this table. So I'm not going to bite my tongue anymore because, you know what? With the redesign, an architect could be winning awards for the new glass structure, but it's not functional. People with arts backgrounds could be saying, we can bring, Councillor Jackson, creativity to the market and new ideas and make it niche, high-end. It's not working. We need to consult with the stall holders. They know what's best, especially ones who are in the gallery, who have been around 50, 70, 100 years or more. They've obviously have a good base of customers that, in spite of some of the misguidedness of what's happened in terms of the design of the new market and or management of, by people that don't necessarily have a market produce background, they have somehow survived. But they're telling us today they're on the verge. Things aren't working. One of them said it's a mess. You know what, folks? I appreciate the chair of the subcommittee, Councillor Farr, today asking questions that staff has said, oh, we'll get that sign up in a few days. Oh, we'll get the parking back in a few days. I'm going, why did it take today for these men to come forward to put the urgency before us? Why wasn't staff, the market manager, folks, they should have known day to day, week to week, month to month. $6 million investment. It hasn't gotten out of the gate properly. And I hardly speak this way because I'm the first one to praise people who are work within this corporation, are contracted by us. I had my reservations. I went along with the whole scheme, but I'm sorry, the design has not worked. One of the designs, Mr. Jepson walked me through on the weekend, and a parent with their child in a buggy couldn't even get around this aisle because the design was done around a massive concrete pillar. I mean, it's just, you would just kind of scratch your head and wonder, how did that happen? So if I was somebody, Madam Deputy Mayor, who had voted against the $6 million to spend on this new market, then people could say that, you know what, Councillor Jackson, you really don't have a right to speak because you were against it all along. I have visions of this market reaching its glory years like it did when I used to visit with my parents took me there, had great times at the market. It was a place to be in this community. And I love all the other markets and BIAs in our community, but the downtown market was a place to be. And please don't give me excuses like some members of staff are trying to suggest, oh, Councillor, since Fresh Nations has come in, you know, it's horrible, you know, it's affected everything. Sorry, that doesn't cut it with me. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm finished with in terms of being patient on this. We've heard urgency today from representatives who have had decades, years of being there. They're hanging on. I strongly support, I'm very respectful of Mr. Hertel's report coming through Farmers Market Subcommittee, eventually back to GIC. I'll be respectful of that, but I'm putting my oars in the water now. Let's get on with this hybrid solution. We maintain we'll be the landlord and owner of the market. We'll turn it over to this hybrid board, let them hire a proper market manager, and let's get this market back to the glory years that it could be once again. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Collins, and then Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. And for me, the breaking point was last year, and to see consecutive budget years where the operating budget is getting worse at a time when we made a substantial investment, just under the $9 million mark, was concerning for me. And to hear, as others have, we've all been through the market, all of us shop there from time to time, some more than others, and we've heard from the vendors in our informal discussions with them that it just hasn't worked. And so I think the impetus or the driving force to put the motion that suggests that there's another operating model, I think is a good one for us to consider, because to be clear, and as I think what Councillor Jackson's pointing out, is the sooner it's out of our hands, the better. And the sooner that we start to take the guidance, and what we heard today was that, you know, questions were raised, advice was given, and it wasn't taken in the past. And I think we're at a point in time where we would all agree that we're willing to take some advice and some criticisms and some positive critiques in terms of what we can do better to not only ensure that the investment we made was a sound one, but at the same time, we want to ensure that the market continues to be a place for people to shop and visit in the core, and it's a destination point. And I'll be honest with you, as more time passes, it's becoming less and less of a destination point. At a time when, and I've mentioned this publicly, you know, we're seeing this renaissance downtown. We're seeing cranes in the downtown for the first time in decades. We're seeing more people move downtown for the first time in decades. And I look back, and this is a time when, with all those signs, that the market should be flourishing. And it's not. It's actually one of those businesses that isn't benefiting from the rejuvenation and regeneration that we've seen in the core over the last 3, 5, 6 years. And for me, when I look back at the history of the market, to be clear, the parking issue that came up in the 90s, and I was chair of the, what is now our Public Works Committee, but I was chair of Transport and Environment Committee, and it was related to the Eaton's negotiations that took place. If you recall, Eaton's was threatening to leave the downtown, and one of their demands was free parking in the core. And so we had a budget decision to make at the city. We agreed with that, and immediately upon passing that decision for the free parking, which was unrelated to the market, was there was an outcry from the BIAs that it was an unfair advantage for this area of the downtown versus some of the others. We didn't have Stony Creek and others to worry about at the time. We had Concession, Ottawa Street, and others. And so there is a history to that free parking. I think that, again, the genesis was, it started with the Eaton's negotiations that took place. And as Councillor Farr appropriately relayed the history, for certain reasons, and again, after amalgamation, it was discontinued. And I think that was probably a mistake in retrospect. Having said that, I've been of the opinion of the last couple of years, again, looking at the budget numbers, seeing the operating budget having gone up, and of late, I thanked staff last week. Those operating numbers have improved. When we started this process, when we put the motion to look at a private model, I think we were in the $240,000 subsidy range. Now I think, as staff reported last week, we're around the 160, 170, so I think that healthy tension has certainly helped the budget process. We need to go a little bit further. My fear, again, having watched this and waiting for Mr. Hertel's report to come forward, is that we're going to end up in a situation, and I heard through both presentations here today, that there isn't a desire to look to a private sector partner to operate it instead of the city. My fear is that we're going to go through an RFP process. We'll get something on the table from a private operator that looks better than what we are looking at right now with our own operating budget, and we'll be faced with a decision to either move forward with a private operator against, again, the wishes of the stall holders and those people who've made tremendous investments over the last 100+ years. So I'm at a position in a point in time, as Councillor Jackson is, where I'd be willing to give serious consideration to this hybrid model. I'd certainly like to see Mr. Hertel's report first. But as they have mentioned, almost to a person, time is of the essence. And I'm not certain we have 6 months to wait to go through an RFP or an RFQ or an EOI, whatever you want to call it. I don't think we have that time, Madam Chairman, to wait. And so I'd certainly be willing to consider, on the day that we receive that report and we have an opportunity to ask her questions, to move towards a hybrid model. It's an easy one to shift gears very quickly. I mean, the operating budget, we could certainly talk about roles and responsibilities, and I think this concept of a committee with citizen involvement is a good idea. It's certainly one that we should be willing to look at and seriously consider supporting when that report is submitted shortly. In the interim, I think we need to move on some of the issues that they discussed today. One is the validated parking concept. As was noted by Councillor Farr, he had raised this issue in 2011. It was tabled at Council, so it needed to be reintroduced at Council. But it was for Saturdays only. And if we're looking at validated parking, we may want to look at an alternative or an option that seeks to address shopping at the market on all days that they're open, which is 4 days a week. I'm not certain if asking staff to report back on that changes the original intent. I don't know how that works in terms of reconsideration, whether that substantially deviates from the original motion that would allow us to entertain that consideration today or not. I'll certainly let the clerk decide that.
And we've been working on that. Have you found out yet?
Yes, through the chair, procedurally, Councillor Collins can put his motion forward, and then when the recommendation is before Council for consideration, we would have to lift the tabled item first and dispense with that, and then deal with the new motion.
Okay, so that's procedurally. You can make the motion now to go to Council. Council has to lift the old tabling motion. We have to defer, or we have to destroy that, and then work on the one you're vote on the one you're putting forward.
The dilemma we have is that we only have one council meeting left until
on the 11th.
Till the new year, if memory serves me right. Is that correct?
Yes, December the 11th.
So even if we're changing that direction in whole or in part, we're still left until the new year to come up with a plan that seeks to address the issues that were raised by the market stall holders. So I think the message we want to send today is we're going to try and do it as quickly as possible, but I'm not certain we're going to meet a year-end deadline. The signage issue, again, I'm with Councillor Jackson. I recall, again, with the old city, that it was on the occasion of the market's 160th birthday that they had come into our council and talked about the need for additional signage. And I believe that was in either 1996 or 1997. And our staff responded through the good works of Christopher Thieglin and Werner Plessel. We actually designed not only a market sign, but a library sign, the gateway that you see at Wellington Street, as well as the Hess Village gateway. We had funded those all through the same budget process. And that sign worked fairly well. And in fact, it was Werner who, about a year and a half ago, emailed us to ask where did that farmer's market sign go. And as I understand it, and I think Ann has already submitted a report to this council, when the construction contract went out to the private sector to allow them to bid on the rental project at the market, the winning bidder was given the opportunity, I guess, to salvage whatever pieces or parts came with the market. And as I understand it, Kemp Construction then would have taken that sign down and probably disposed of it as they so chose at the time. So that's the history of the signage. Again, Along the same lines as Councillor Jackson, hard to understand how we couldn't reuse that through this process. And it was only up for a couple of years, cost us a substantial amount of money to originally create it. But again, not looking in the rearview mirror and looking forward. On the third issue, in terms of the percentage increase, I think we'd all, in light of the circumstances, hope there's unanimity on this one. A small issue related to percentage increases. We've done this for other organizations. We've done it with our rec fees. When we see that there's trouble in an area of the organization, we've responded by freezing the rates. And I don't think it's an unreasonable request for us to ask staff to come back with something by council. I think that's not unreasonable to suggest that somebody can't come back to us in time for our next council meeting to help us understand what the 0% increase would mean on the bottom line. So if I'm asked to put that into a motion, which I'm going to do right now, I would ask that staff investigate a validated parking system for the market that would include a validated parking system for 4 days of operation for the days that they're open. I would ask that staff immediately report back on signage opportunities that would include a new banner that would be installed on the pedestrian walkway above York, and that staff report back in time for our next City Council meeting on these financial implications related to a 0% increase in the 2014 rate.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Jackson. And Terry, you had your hand up. Would you still want to comment?
I'm glad to come back with all three items. The information on the impact of the 0% is $9,500.
$9,500.
I would just move that today then.
Thank you. And that was all. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll support what Councillor Collins is putting forth, but I do have to come to the defense of our staff. This process with the Farmers Market Subcommittee has been, I would phrase it as incredibly dysfunctional from the first time I sat on the committee, Councillor Ferguson and many others. To hear people around this table now agreeing with everything that the members from the stall owners are saying, all of those issues came before the Farmers Market Committee. Every single one of them. We couldn't get agreement on bupkis. Every single item that came forward with staff recommendations, even looking at hybrid or some form of ownership on it, at the end of the day, the only thing the stall owners were concerned about was outright control of the market, period. That's all they wanted. So to hear some of my colleagues express such consternation and leave the implication at the feet of our staff did a yeoman's job through that process of maintaining their control and presenting all of the information to us, and the councillors made the decision. I watched the faces of our staff as some people were commenting. No, it was not dumped and it was not their issue. They simply managed what was before them, and everything came before the Farmers Committee. And trying to get agreement on it with stall owners at the time was a real challenge. And I looked at impossible, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Duvall, you know, we went through this. Some of my colleagues weren't present. And so I can't stand back and allow our staff, Anna Bradford, Joanne Pryle, and the rest of them, have this laid at their feet. Lots of blame around the table. We were trying to push the market forward, and we couldn't get agreement. We had Stall Owners Association going out and trademarking the name, as opposed to sitting down and working with the committee. So let's be clear. People are now realizing that everyone's got to work together. The hybrid model, which there was discussion on and support for, there was no support from the stall owners at the time. It would be wonderful if we can move forward with that model. It would be wonderful. I'm hearing Councillor Farr say that was true. So please, to my colleagues, don't leave it at the feet of our staff. Now we have people paying attention. Now we have stall owners at the table who clearly want to move it forward and work with us on it. The hybrid model is an appropriate vehicle to move forward. And I'm glad that this has come to this. And there's this realization that we're all in it together. But unfortunately, today, things are being said that it implicates our staff, and they did an excellent job. And my hat's off to Ms. Bryle and Ms. Bradford for their hard work on it through this process. In a professional manner, in a statesmanlike manner, at sometimes it was really ridiculous, the things that were being said, and the comments and the threats that were being made to staff. And the councillors around this table weren't present. They didn't hear them.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Whitehead, please, then Councillor Partridge.
I think it's going to be a stark contrast to the previous speaker. So I'll make them feel better and say we all should be taking responsibility for where we are. But at the end of the day, you work with staff. And you rely on their professional opinion and recommendations. At the end of the day, it failed. Whatever happened, it has failed. Miserably. When I take a look at the design of the farmer's market and the functionality of the farmer's market, to me, that's a failure. Pretty clear. Now, I don't know how much consultation took place then relative to the significant amount of capital that was going in, but at the end of the day, it's not a functional space. It's no better today, in my humble opinion, other than a little lipstick, than it was before we entered into that significant investment. So I have no problem being a member around this horseshoe and saying that it's all our responsibility. The results speak for themselves. There's no dispute in regards to the results. So clearly we need to move in a different direction. I think the board of directors or the executive or the stallholders made it clear, and I love this idea, quite frankly, and maybe they didn't agree with it before, but they seem to be agreeing to it now. I love the idea that we empower them, and as difficult as they may have been over the past in getting consensus, that's their problem now in this new hybrid governance model. If they fall on the sword, they're falling on their own sword now. We're not providing the sword. So from that perspective, on a go-forward basis, I certainly support what Councillor Farr and Councillor Collins has put forward or will be putting forward. I want to give every opportunity for this market to succeed, and I think the answer to that question is pretty clear. Empower them, give them the control, and hold them accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I too will be supporting the motion. I just have a question, though, with regards to the signage. I understand what we're, through you, Deputy Mayor, what we're asking for is for signage to be up on the walkway, to be the temporary walkway or the walkway to be up there, but my concern is on the actual building where you go through the door from York Street to get into the market. I've seen people trying to open doors and doors are locked and they're looking in and, you know, how do I get to the market? So we need some sort of signage to on that space to indicate that there is a market in there. Because quite honestly, when I drive by, similar to Councillor Pasuta, I slow down and I'm looking in to see where the market is. And, you know, I haven't been over there since the old market. So I just think it's really important to have some sort of signage on the face of where it actually is. I think the banner is fine, but a banner that just says Farmers Market and doesn't indicate where the market entrance is or how do you actually get into the market is, you know, we're missing out on an opportunity there. So those would be my only comments. And through you, Deputy Mayor, could I just get some input from staff on their thoughts around that, please?
Thank you. Terry, I'm sure you've thought about this.
Yes, through the Deputy Mayor. I understand. There is, we do have temporary signage that's been up for the last number of months that we bring out on market day at the door. It's a large black tent sign. The signs that we're investigating are for a permanent sign that be located on the sidewalk somewhere near the door. That's what's being investigated. And we do have, of course, the banners on the lights on the light posts, which also indicate that this is the market district. But what we've done temporarily and what we're looking for permanently is something which will be close to the door for just the reason that the councillor has mentioned. In addition, I too have seen people trying to get in. Often that is on non-market days. So I'm not sure what days you've seen it, but often it's on Mondays or Wednesdays as you drive by and you see people trying to get in.
And thank you for that. But any store that you go in, there's a sign on the door that says the hours of operation. And there is nothing on that building, on that entranceway. So, and I appreciate that we're looking to put it somewhere near the door. Why can't we just put it on the door like every other business has? I don't understand that.
So through the chair, I'll go back and check. I believe there is a sign on the door. However, it's a white sign on glass, and it's not highly contrast and highly visible. So we'll take that feedback.
Councillor Partridge.
Okay, thank you.
I have Councillor Farr, Councillor Pasuda. Thank you, Councillor Partridge, or Councillor Pasuda.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor Johnson. You know, it's been a long time coming to this point. We had a renovation for a market, the old market. They had moved over, and then they came back. Things have changed. When you do change, when you upgrade, when you improve, you expect better. For many of the vendors, it's been quite the rolling ball here, okay? Many of them fell off to the side, and some have managed to hang on. We're moving on. I think we've seen some movement today. I think the market's going to survive. I believe in the hybrid, but I've seen some of the drafts what John's bringing forward. I think there's good ideas. If this goes towards the hybrid, the board of directors, stuff that John has worked on that I have seen, it's good material. A lot of hard work went into it. It will benefit what we're seeing here should we decide to go with this board of directors a hybrid. So let's move on. Enough bickering. I think the vendors of the market have come together. They've come to an agreement. We had our subcommittee was, I can tell you, it was a disaster. We had issues that went on back and forth. That's in the past. Time to move on, get the market settled. We got other business in the city to do. So it's going to happen. John, bring your report. We're all looking forward to seeing it. There's good stuff in it, and we can use that. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And now I'm going to go to Councillor Collins for your motion, please. And Councillor Farr wanted to speak to it if he gets back here in time.
Yes, I would move first and foremost that we move with the 0% increase for the 2014 rental rates.
That's one, 0% increase for 2014.
Yep.
Oh, do we want to do them separately?
I'm in your hands.
What's at the will of the committee? Want to do these separately?
Okay.
Okay, so we have in front of you, moved by Councillor Collins, second by Councillor Jackson, a 0% increase for the 2014 downtown Hamilton Farmers Market stalls. Carried. Thank you.
I would move
That's one.
I would move that staff report back on signage opportunities, which would include a new banner that would be installed on the pedestrian walkway above York Boulevard and provide the information prior to the December 11th, 2013 council meeting.
Okay, that's seconded by Councillor Jackson again. Did everybody hear that? Okay, all those in favor? Carried. Carried.
And to be fair, Councillor Farr had raised an issue.
Go ahead, Jay.
No. I would ask that Councillor Farr move the parking issue because, in fairness, he had raised it in 2011. It was for Saturdays. So I'll second the motion that he's going to put at this point in time.
And to be fair, given what the clerk has told us, we have to go to council, we have to lift your tabling motion, sir, and we have to disperse with that first. Then this motion can come forward and be voted on. Okay? Are you all right with that?
I've been advised by the clerk ahead of this meeting. Yes, and you and I had that conversation. So we don't need to deliver this now. We can at least deliver it at the night of council where it first appeared. To that end, can we just have...
Okay, just to be clear...
we have staff confirm that they can have all the relevant information available at council on Wednesday.
I want to be clear. Everyone here is sort of having sidebar conversations. Clerk, could you please walk us through that one more time?
Yes, through the chair, if staff are able to provide the information requested with respect to parking prior to the council meeting on Wednesday, then at council, the item would be lifted from the table, and then the information would be debated at that time.
Thank you. So the motion, can it read more so that the staff look into the feasibility of this? Would that satisfy the procedure? so that the information's coming to council meeting on the 11th?
Yes.
Okay. So your motion would be that staff, or direction to staff, that they look at the feasibility of the validated parking on all 4 days that the farmers market is open. Then they bring it on, and it'll be a walk-on item for the council meeting on the 11th, and it can be dealt with right there and then. Both procedures can be dealt with.
I think direction is fine, and you just delivered it nicely, Chair.
Thank you. There was your direction, right? I'm sorry, the guy who didn't know where you were before is shaking his head no. Ted, are you all right with that? I believe this would be coming from bylaw parking. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I need a little more clarification on validation. Should it be 1 hour, 2 hour, all day? I need that kind of confirmation to
Fair enough.
give you some decent numbers.
Councillor Farr, can we be more direct, please?
My suggestion is, in his process between now and council, he meet with our delegates, our representatives from the Stallholders Association, and get that specific requirement, which I believe was 2 hours, to return to the 2 hour validated, or 1, but regardless, offer those options on the 11th.
And Ted, you've got that direction? Yes? And I've got someone who wants to speak on this right now. We've got Councillor Duvall.
I just want to be sure, when we're talking about validated parking, we're not, are we talking about a cost to the city taxpayers? Are we talking to the
Can you please go into the microphone again, please? I didn't hear you. Councillor Duvall, can you please ask in the microphone? I didn't hear you.
Okay, so I'm asking, I guess, to the councillor, when he's, the motion that he's bringing forward to validate it, does that mean the cost is going to be made by the taxpayer?
That would be, the motion read, Councillor, staff be directed to investigate a validated parking system for the Hamilton Farmers Market. That would include a parking system for the 4 days that the market is in operation. Report back on, they got into signage after that. So that'll be answered in the report, in short. Good question, and you'll have it on the 11th.
Councillor Duvall, are you satisfied with that?
Okay, I just wondered if it's going to be by the taxpayers, I'd be definitely against it, but if it's going to be by the stall holders, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, Ted, do you understand the direction now?
Yes, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. We will provide you with the cost to implement the various options.
Thank you.
It'll be up to you to decide where the source comes from.
And that's what we'll decide on December the 11th. Thank you very much. All those, Councillor Ferguson.
Ted, do we not provide free parking for all BI areas during the month of December? Help me out with that.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, pretty much.
So there's already
not
free
100%.
parking for the market in December?
Only on-street parking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of the staff bringing back a report on the December the 11th council meeting, validated parking. Thank you. All right, now I'm just going to walk you through what we're going to do for the next little while. We've got a gentleman who has been so patiently waiting for us right now. Dave Stevens is going to come down and talk to us about North End neighbors. And while he's on his way down, he's probably going to take him an hour to get to stand up. We need to walk through this agenda, and we're going to have to figure out what we can weed out and what can wait till Friday and what will be deferred on to another time. Order, please. Okay, so I've asked the staff to put together a list of things that can wait till Friday and where the recommendations for some of the motions that are here before us. And what I've got from staff so far is 7.3, 8.2, 12.3 and 4 can wait until Friday. So we'll try to get there by the end of the day. So I've got 7.3, 8.2. So 7.3 is the non-union termination. 8.2, which is the 5-year plan regarding two-way streets. I have 12.3, which is in closed confidential, and it's the assessment appeals by U.S. Steel and the non-union terminations case review. Those can be referred till Friday. And did I say 8.2? I did. So those are right now before us that we can wait till Friday. And I've got 9.2, Councillor Ferguson's motion. Staff are recommending it goes to the capital budget meeting. Okay, thank you. And Councillor McCaddy's motion about the Red Hill, I understand you were going to refer this until Dave Estrin was here.
I want to clarify that name, Madam Chair. Yes.
Oh, there's a long story between me and Mr. Estrin.
Yeah. Madam Deputy Mayor, yes, I'm going to be deferring that to the January date that Janice is working on.
Thank you, and that's it right now. That's what we were trying to weed through. We could get there at the end of the day, but just in case we don't. And 8.5, I'm looking to Councillor Marula.
On 8.5, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'd like to refer for a special GIC in which we could actually invite the MPPs, and make it a special GIC related to the GIC, related to the downloading.
Okay, and that's seconded by Councillor McCaddy, or your? Okay, hang on. So all those in favor of 8.5 being tabled until we get the appropriate MPs, MPPs, and ABCs here. Thank you. Sorry, David, we're just going to do this really quickly. All right, and have you got any other motions before we can listen to Dave?
We took one off the consent items, thanks to Councillor Clark. We moved it to the discussion item regarding the land purchase, if you remember, right? So that's on our agenda yet to be dealt with.
Right.
It's going to be very quick. We've had subsequent discussions, so it's time sensitive, so we need to actually address it.
All right, no, that's fine. We'll get to that after we finish with Dave.
Very quick.
Thank you. Everyone, thank you so much, David. You've been extremely patient, and you win a big S for the chest there and the cape, Mr. Superman. Thank you. Dave is here on behalf of the North End neighborhood, and he's going to walk us through. And you've got a presentation here on the...
Yes, actually I've spoken to you guys quite a few times over the last few months, so another member of the implementation team is going to be doing the presentation.
And his name?
Sean Selway. Selway.
Selway. Okay, thank you very much, David. And just as this, can I have a soft vote? Who can stick around and what time? 5, 5:30, 11 tonight, 5:30, midnight. Councillor Clark, Councillor Pearson, what's your time frame like? You're good? Jackson and Duval, Marula, any timelines? 1:30 in the morning, good. You? We're good till 6. All right, so I got a couple 5:30s here, so we'll just have to be cognizant and try to keep quorum.
Yeah, it looks like it went on.
Pardon?
Hit the power button.
Yeah, but you don't count.
Oh, there we go.
We've been trying to say that for years. Can I say it louder?
Not on there? Yeah, right there. Yeah. How to use the clicker, right? Peter's in front of you.
Carolyn, I think that, oh, okay. Did you get that, Mr. Selway?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, thank you, everyone. With us today is Sean Selway and David Stevens, and they're here to talk about the North End neighborhood. Thank you, Mr. Selway, for coming.
Thank you for having us. When the North End Traffic Management Plan was being implemented, the Board of the Neighborhood Association appointed a 3-person subcommittee in order to work with the city through the implementation. So that's myself, Mr. Stevens, and Herman Terpstra.
Mr. Selway, can you please move that? You know what? You've been waiting so long to speak. We want to hear everything.
You'll be hearing from Steve Malloy and Public Works staff on the implementation plan so far a little later. But the board has sent us here since we've been wrestling with these issues for some years, has sent us here to tell you directly that we're very pleased with how things are proceeding to this point. I'll just give you a little, how do I? The North End is a stable neighborhood in the center of the city. There are about 1,000 children under 16, 5,000 residents. Many of them do not have cars, but we're quite close to downtown, so we can get down there on foot. There's a fair bit of turnover happening at the moment in the neighborhood where we have more and more houses changing hands. We notice that there are more children now. And it remains a major asset for Hamilton as a place in the downtown for families with children. So what the traffic management plan is doing is reducing historic high levels of traffic cutting through the neighborhood. That historic high levels phrase needs a little bit of refinement, which you will hear, I think, from Public Works today, because there are high levels of volume on some streets. It's dropping on others, and the question of speeds varies from street to street. We are part of what is a larger movement, as you know, of returning streets to sharing between pedestrians, cyclists, the residents of the area, motor vehicles, and so on. And slowing the traffic down is beginning to change the feeling of the streets and make the North End a more welcoming place. We would like to express our appreciation to John Mader, Alan Kirkpatrick, Steve Malloy, and the rest of the team at Public Works for their work in bringing this plan forward as they have. They have been supported by Councillor Farr, who has supported us as we're going forward here, and we appreciate that a great deal. The plan has been rolled out in a very timely manner. We're just in year one of a 5-year process, and we, as I say, are quite recognizant of the fact that it's been put forward so quickly. The 30K limit, the signs are in the streets, but the actual physical features which would indicate to drivers when they're on those streets that they ought to be moderating their speed, those are not there yet. We have some installation on Bay and on McNabb, and that appears to be working. The difficulty, of course, is the fundamental one of changing long-standing driving habits. When I learned to drive, there was no seatbelt regulation, there were no car seats, nothing of the sort, right? You would be cruising down the road in your Buick with a smoke in one hand and a drink in the other, and kids rolling around in the back seat. None of that happens anymore. Well, it's a long process that's been taking us some decades to get through, and that continues to unfold. The benefits of reduced traffic volumes in the community, though, are quite clear. The North End neighborhood supports the setting sale plans for 700 new homes on Piers 7 and 8. We regret the loss of complete build-out. It was in the initial setting sale plan in the Barton-Tiffany area. There used to be about 8,000 people in the North End. We're now down to 5, so there's obviously room for a lot more people down there. And we're looking forward to meeting our new neighbors. And the James North GO Station and the West Harbour recreational plans are, of course, going to add to the quality of life in the neighborhood, need to be integrated with the traffic, which we will be learning how to do as we go through this 5-year period. And we intend to continue working with both staff and with our councillor, as we have in the past, as well as with Central and Beasley and the other downtown neighborhood associations in this ward. We think that the North End is one of the places in Hamilton where your mission to make us the best place to raise a child can and will be demonstrated, in part through this traffic management plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Selway. Do we have any questions? Councillor Farr.
Briefly, just want to, it was a thorough enough presentation that I have no questions. Not only that, we're going to be spending about 2 hours together tonight at a community meeting, just getting feedback and continuing the engagement on a greater scale in Veneto at about an hour and a half from now, and we'll have lots of time to catch up then. Great presentation. I'm moving to receive it. And
thank you very much.
Waiting around all day.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank them for waiting patiently throughout the day. If we'd known it was such a report, we probably could have put them to their front.
I'm sorry, Councillor Clark, I can't hear you. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Thank you.
I thank them for being here being so patient and staying all day. And I also indicated that if we knew it was such a short report, we probably could have slipped them to the front.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what I said.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. You were just getting further and further away from that microphone. Thank you very much. And I got Mayor Bettina actually would like to also ask you a question.
Sean, you said 5 years. It's at least 8. I think it was 2005 when Steve Park and all our staff started meeting to...
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, but...
Slowly, and I'm delighted that we're where we are, especially with the element that I brought in in those discussions was the monitoring as a part of the pilot program. Monitoring the data that shows how traffic will change, how health issues will change, how pedestrianization will... So that's another key part of that will probably not be useful until it's run for 2-3 years. We won't be seeing that right away. But
that's correct. That's right, and you're going to be hearing about that, quite a bit about that shortly, and then each year thereafter, or as often as you wish to.
It was fun to be with you guys, believe me. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you, Stephen. Thank you David, thank you for hanging in here for so long. Move to receive, please. So we got Councillor Farr, Councillor Clark, all those in favor? Carried. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. With your indulgence, let's move to 8.1 just to finish off this topic, please. I just want to ask if anybody has any questions on 8.1. It's just move to receive. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Collins, all those in favor? Carried, thank you. So we've done that one. Councillor Whitehead? Your finger went up. You're okay, no, we're not doing 8.2 yet. We're going back now to 7.1 or 7.2. Correct? You've put this on the list, Mr. Murray? By 2, we deferred 8.2 to Friday. Yes, Councillor Clark? Okay. 7.2, folks. And you want to be down on the list, Councillor Clark? Did you want to be down on the list to ask questions first? Okay, thank you.
Haven't even started.
Okay.
Haven't even started. You must be.
You're in demand. You haven't even opened your mouth yet.
So.
No, it's in the white. It's in your regular agenda, folks. No extra papers. Okay, order, please. Go ahead, Mr. Murray.
To you, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to present on the first couple of slides here. And go ahead, Beth. Okay. Just again to highlight how this fits into our strategic plan, you can see that under valued and sustainable services, specifically under Objective 2.1, and more specifically Strategic Action 2.13, we are to implement the call handling review recommendations. Now, the call handling, as you may well know, has been something under consideration for, I believe, 3 years. We've been working with a subcommittee that is made up of Councillor Partridge, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Powers, and Councillor Collins. And so staff have been working with them over the last long while to explain the process and to highlight the steps that we're recommending here today. With that, if we can go to the next one. You know, in essence, and when you boil this all down, what we're really trying to accomplish here with this report and these recommendations is to improve service to our citizens and at the same time save the taxpayer money. And so if you look at our, not unlike the web, if you look at our, you know, our current state, you know, we are, our current system is more internally focused and as opposed to what it needs to be, which is more resident focused. And we need to use technology, obviously, to enable us to serve people better. Our processes are quite complex and we need to simplify them. And we need to be consistent and we need to ensure that we have continuous improvement with this program that we're talking about here. We, as you know, in the early days, call handling, we were one of the front runners actually in the country in terms of consolidating calls to a single number, and so that we weren't, you know, asking our citizens to call many numbers to try and get information from us. And so in the early days, we were certainly a leader. And I think over time, you know, others certainly caught up and surpassed us. And so we are now at a point where we believe that, again, through the recommendations that we're making here, that we can serve people better and save the taxpayer money. Now, having said all of that, I do want to point out a concern that was raised, I think, and brought to your attention yesterday from one of our union leaders whose union members would be impacted, has raised some concerns in terms of impacts to unionized staff and implications, because we are dealing with a couple of unions here. Certainly ATU and 5167 are potentially impacted by what we're recommending here. And the issue that was brought to you, I think through the email you received, was that there could be some conflict between the two union agreements. And so certainly it was staff's intention to work through matters with the union, assuming there would be some support for the direction that we're taking here. But again, it's always better to go to unionized staff with a clear position of council so that we can then discuss, obviously, how we are going to make these changes so that we don't ignore the implications of the collective agreements. And so that was the process, and it's not to say that we haven't been in touch or they haven't, unionized leadership hasn't talked to our staff or our staff haven't talked to them. But it's one of these situations where, I am very cognizant of your situation and certainly cognizant of what the union is bringing to you. So what I'm going to suggest here is that you have the report. Obviously, you have a chance to go through it. You have a presentation in front of you that Beth is going to provide. We've had a lot of engagement on this process to get us to where we are today. A lot of staff have spent a considerable amount of time working through this, and so dare I say there is a strong consensus among staff as to why we're going in this direction and what the benefits of this are. And so there's been a lot of effort put into to where we are today. So I'm going to suggest, though, just so as in the fullness of all information that I think you will want before you make a decision, that what we may want to do here is complete the presentation here so that you get a very clear understanding of the basic gist of where this thing is going. You may want to just simply table the report today to allow us some time so that we can go and talk to the unions more directly about how it is that this thing is going to unfold, to get their ideas presented to us so that we can come back at the next GIC, which I believe would be in January, with that information in hand and present that to you and then engage in a maybe more fulsome discussion of the entire initiative at that point in time. Certainly today, though, if there are any major deal breakers here or major concerns with anything you have seen in writing or what we're going to present to you in this presentation, we want to hear that. But if by and large that we've done our homework and we've gone and we're going in the right direction, I think tabling this to allow us to have that chance to chat with the leadership of the unions and come back to you with some answers as to what can work and what may not work, we could certainly take that direction and be happy to move forward that way.
Thank you, Chris. And I'll ask my colleagues, I heard the city manager ask us very respectfully if we would table this report until they had time to go back to the union representatives just to clear all their bases. Is at the appropriate time, or do you want to do this now? I misunderstood.
I want to do the presentation. If I could to you, Deputy, no, as I said, very clearly.
Yeah, okay. I just misunderstood, I'm sorry.
No.
So that's the direction you're asking at the end of all this presentation then?
At the end of this presentation, I mean, if you have some comments or questions about the presentation, of course, we'd be happy to answer them, but,
right.
But again, without, I don't know if it's entirely necessary today. I know we're late in the day here, and this is a really important decision.
We'll go straight into what you need to do.
But if you want to ask questions or make comments with respect to the presentation, and then after that's completed, then we would agree to table, and I would have, or Beth would have, direction to go chat with the unions. I mean, that would be fine with us.
Okay. So what's the will of the council? To continue and table later, maybe? Okay. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chris. I think we need some batteries here. Before I talk about the recommendations that you have before you today, I would like to acknowledge all of the individuals that you see listed on this team, on this page. It truly has been a unique process that we followed and a collaborative one. And I want to recognize everyone's commitment to sensational service and serving the taxpayers of the City of Hamilton and what we've come up with, their commitment to collective ownership, breaking down silos, and courageous change in the recommendations that are here before you today. I really want to acknowledge the call handling team members. These individuals represent the call areas that we included as part of this review, and they were part of the process every step of the way. And it was through their knowledge and expertise that we were able to come up with the recommendations that you have before you. I also want to acknowledge the Web and Service Channel Subcommittee that's chaired by Councillor Powers and with membership of Councillors Collins, Partridge, and Pearson. If you recall, when the web project initially came forward, this committee was struck for that purpose, and its mandate was expanded to include other service channels and responsibility for this particular project. And I think you'll see today in the presentation the linkages between the two projects and the importance of us moving forward as an organization. So I want to thank the committee for their leadership as well as we move forward. I'll give you a bit of background, the process, recommendations, what implementation looks like, talking about the financial and staffing implications, and the overall benefits for the organization. As Chris mentioned, this is a key item from our strategic plan, and we had 3 objectives. The first one is to improve services for our citizens. The second one is to take a citizen-centered approach to how we were designing our services and make it easier for residents to do business with us and businesses as well, and also create efficiencies that support staff to better manage the routine calls and information requests coming into the city so we can be focused on more detailed tasks and conversations. We undertook this in two steps. The first phase is what you have before you is all of the analysis and work that got us to these recommendations, and then there's an implementation approach that I'll talk about, which would occur following council approval. This is a really important slide for the presentation of why are we doing all of this. And it is about simplifying access to city services. How calls come into the city is really foundational to our service channels. Currently, we receive about 1 million calls per year coming into us through 175 different phone numbers and 15 different call areas. Actually, 25 call areas were looked at as part of this. So it's really confusing for the
resident when they're trying to figure out how to get to city services. So what this does is addresses the call channel, and it also enables us to be ready for future integration of web services and mobile services as well. What we're talking about here today is that the customer service processes that we develop, as well as the technology that's being recommended, can be used both for web and mobile. So it really enables us in good processes for today and into the future. You see the connection to the frontline services. This is really critical as well, so that we are flowing information to the frontline services and back through the customer service channels. We need to integrate with all of the technologies that we have within the organization and make that a seamless connection to customer service. And we also need to know what the residents are calling about, what are they interacting with us about. So this is a really key piece, and I'll talk a little bit more of what that looks like. This is the steps that we followed. As I mentioned, we have all of these published numbers, and there were 25 call areas that were included as part of the review. The first step was with the call handling team to establish assessment criteria of how we're going to look at these calls and what does it look like if we needed to move them to the customer contact center. There were 32 criteria that the team developed, and they were categorized into 4 areas: ease of providing the service impact, the operational impact, and the ease of transition. What the group did then is go through a process of collecting the data and outlining exactly what happens when one of these calls come into the city, and this was done with the assistance of a consultant at Focus. And through the course of this, we were able to document 103 different call processes, which represent 80% of the top calls, so 80% of that million calls per year. Then the assessment criteria was applied to these processes, so we understood what the issues needed to be addressed if we were to move them to a centralized call environment. We went through the process of looking at the consultant recommendations and analyzing the information that we got. We also got input from senior management team on some guiding principles on how to develop the plan that was coming forward, and those guiding principles are available within the report, but essentially they're customer service, citizen-centered design, the financial impacts, and the ability to reinvest further in the organization. With that, we were able to develop a high-level implementation plan based on volume of calls, ease of transition, timing of various work groups so that we could smoothly transition them into a centralized call environment, and that's what brought us to GIC today. An overview of the recommendations. Recommendation A is to consolidate the recommended call areas to the customer contact center to 546 City so that we have a single point of contact for calls coming into the city. And a key component of this is acquiring the required technology to support this high call volume environment. And these 2 pieces of technology are a customer relationship management system and a knowledge management system. The second recommendation deals with the financial aspects. Sorry, I should mention I'll talk about all those call areas in a few slides, and they are available in Appendix A of the report as well. And these recommended calls were based on the assessment that was completed. The recommendation around the financial aspects, the implementation costs are $2.918 million, and I'll talk about what that entails. And this is to be considered as an investment. We're proposing that these funds be borrowed from reserves, and those are identified in the recommendations, and that they would be repaid over a 5-year period. And this is based on a minimum savings of $1 million per year. The report actually identifies savings of just over $2 million per year. So we wanted to give a conservative estimate of the savings so that we can safely repay the reserves. So certainly we're only going to spend as much as we need in the implementation costs, and we want to repay it as quickly as possible so we can have conversations about how to reinvest the savings in the organization. Recommendation C deals with the staffing aspects, and as Chris mentioned, that's a really key element and concern that needs to be addressed throughout the implementation. So any staffing adjustments would be done in accordance with the collective bargaining agreements, and we would be reporting to Council as we go along as part of the complement control policy. We know that this is an extended implementation. It's a 2-year implementation period that we're recommending. So because of that, and because of the financial impacts, we want to make sure that there's regular reporting back to Council. So we would be doing this, including tracking of the departmental savings as we go along. And also, we know this is really the beginning, so we want to look at how do we move our transactions to lower cost service channels like the web and mobile into the future. There's a lot of opportunities for us to really improve our customer service as an organization. So how does this work? So we have them, currently the call center takes 500,000 calls per year, so they would be taking 1 million calls per year through this change. The call center hours would be expanded, so there's additional service hours. Currently they're open from 8:30 to 4:30 with after hours service. With the proposed changes, the full services would be available from 7:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. in the evening, with the future opportunities for web and mobile services. What happens when a call comes into the city, to 546 City, is the knowledge management system kicks in at that point. So this describes to the agent how the call should be answered, how to resolve it, how to action it, what kind of expertise is required. So this is all documented and the knowledge is in front of the agent. They then use their knowledge that they have at hand to work with the customer relationship management system. So the all call information is entered into the system, and if required, a service request is entered into the system. And instead of a black box, we're referring to the purple box here. The purple box is the automated flow into the back-end systems that the departments have. So the agent enters the information, it generates the service request, it is transitioned through this integration point into the business unit. If it's, for example, a graffiti request, the appropriate area resolves it, they complete the request, and once they enter it electronically, it automatically gets driven back through to the customer relationship management system. So what this does, at any point, we know exactly where the request is, and we know that we're always closing the loop on the service requests. This gives you a vision of what's happening, what can happen for future. This is an example of the City of Winnipeg. So you can see they actually have a 311 service, and they're marketing as it's more than a phone number. You can also do those same requests on their website, and this past August they launched mobile services, which it's all linked to the same work. So it really gives you an example of where Canadian municipalities are going, and I would say all of the top 10 municipalities are in this direction of making sure that we have all of these services available online. As I mentioned, it's a complex process for implementation, and it would happen over a 2-year period. The first phase is establishing our implementation team and our overall project plan and getting into the details there. And really critical is acquiring the technology that we need to make this happen, and also readying the customer contact center to take on this increase of calls. They're going to be learning new technology. They need to have the skills, training, and facilities ready for any changes. It's through the phases 2 to 7 is that we stage the transition of the calls, and it's done in 5 phases, so don't worry about those. I'll show you in a second what they look like. And what we do is go through a detailed design process with each of the call areas to make sure that they're appropriately transitioned to the call center, but also that the work remaining in the department can be appropriately managed as well. So we have to do the knowledge management transfer, make sure that what's left in the department can be appropriately looked after, do change management, develop service level agreements between the contact center and the department so that we're all working smoothly and together. This is what it looks like in terms of the implementation schedule, and as I mentioned, this schedule was developed by the call handling team based on the call volume, seasonality of programs, and transition requirements. And the first phase shows you the water, facilities, and tax. That represents about 45,000, so we're going with a lower call volume while we transition into the technology, and you can see the various stages roughly in 3-month stages, and making sure that we can support the businesses and support the call center. The implementation costs, there are really 3 critical areas for implementation here. The first is the technology, and about $2 million of the $2.91 million is associated with that. We need to make sure that we have resources to look at the processes in the departments, do things like counter reviews. We also need some external support for expertise that we don't have, and we also need the project management and coordination. It's really critical with all the moving parts that we have the appropriate supports in place. So again, it's an investment that would be repaid, and this would be the maximum upset limit for the implementation costs. Just a word on the reserve repayment. We've worked extensively with corporate services staff, and Mike Segerick is a co-sponsor of this project and has been actively involved in looking at the financial implications. So it's a $1 million minimum projected annual savings, and we have identified by department what the savings are, and that's in Table 1 of the report. And what we do, as you can see with the detailed design work, is that this is the point where we're confirming exactly what's needed in the contact center, exactly what's needed in the departments, and at that point we'll be able to identify specific account numbers and debt IDs. So we'll have these confirmed savings that would be transferred from the departmental base budgets into a corporate financial account for visible tracking, and that way we can see how we're doing in terms of repaying the reserves and what we have ready for reinvestment or savings for the organization. These 2 bullets are tied back to the recommendation D on the reporting. We want to make sure that you're seeing what's happening and that it's visible and transparent for the organization as well when we're moving forward with implementation. This corporate financial account is maintained until we have repaid the implementation costs, and then we would be reporting back once that's done so that there can be conversations on how to reinvest these savings into the organization or to the bottom line. The staffing implications are really something that we've spent a lot of time thinking about. And firstly, this is something that we need to transition to. It's not an on or off switch. We need to work with staff to make sure that the organization is supported throughout this. As Chris mentioned, there are net reductions to staffing levels as a result of implementation, and this is because of the efficiencies in a centralized call environment. So it's in the order of 20 FTEs. There is a range that we would be working out on the implementation. So these FTE transfers and changes are determined in the detailed design phase so that we can identify position by position. We also need to support the centralized call environment, so there would be an increase of 10 FTEs, so that 15 to 22 number is net of those 10, so there's no net increase as a result of this, so that we need to have extra people in the call center, ensuring we're maintaining the relationships with the departments and maintaining the knowledge on a continuous basis. So through this, the savings, that's how the savings are derived and set out in the report. The human resources strategy is something that will finalize once we get approval to move forward, but Appendix B sets out the framework for the human resources guidelines, human resources strategy rather, that these are our guidelines, and our first bullet in that appendix is that efforts will be made to minimize job losses. We recognize this is a significant change for the organization, so we want to make sure that staff are supported through this transition, and any of the changes will be done in consultation as part of the collective agreements, and consultation with the unions has been contemplated as what we're recommending. So in closing, there's a lot of benefits for everyone in moving forward with the call handling review. Number one, and key for our goals, was that it is for the citizen. It gives them improved service. They're getting longer service hours at the customer contact center, possibilities for supporting for after-hours services as well. There's the single number. It's a lot easier for residents. Right now, they're getting transfers. A lot of people do call the contact center now, and they're getting transferred anyway, so let's support them to answer that on first call. Their calls are getting answered quickly. They have skilled agents that are dedicated to taking those calls. For the councillors and departments, you're spending less time on those routine calls, and you have more time for the complex work. And it's about improving services as well. Those 500,000 calls, we don't know the details on the analytics on those, just like we've been talking about on the web. We will have information so that we can move them to other service channels, performance monitoring on the services, and to tune into the needs of our residents and how to improve those services. For employees, they'll have better tools to provide sensational service. The future expansion opportunities are there as well for the technology to serve us well into other service channels like web and mobile. And for the taxpayer, there's a single investment technology, not in separate investments in each of the business units. We're getting quality calls, consistency in how calls are being answered, the support for training and skills, which means overall better value for residents of the City of Hamilton. And also, which is critical for our community, is that it's a step for financial sustainability, that we have this savings that we can achieve for ongoing savings. So with that, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, I've got a long list here, and Councillor, you have a motion? Councillor Duval has a motion. I have a speaker's list, so Councillor Duval, do you want to wait until we've got some of the people asking questions, or do you want to go? This might save them time. So is everybody all right if we let Councillor Duval just go ahead with the motion? Okay? Okay, what is it?
It has to deal with the actual union side of this, because of the two different collective agreements. We have to honor those agreements of contracting out and technological change. So instead of implementing this today and talking to the unions afterwards, because I understand, and I'm just off the top of my head, this will be obviously grievances going in there that could be very costly to the city, that we table this and let our staff go back and talk to the unions now to try to make a compromise and see what's going to work together on this and try to work with harmony to avoid any costly grievances. Quite a few jobs are going to be lost here, so there's going to be a bit of money that has to be paid out.
Okay, I don't want to put that formally on the table because everybody wanted to know what that motion was first. I know that we'll go for the seconding in a minute, please. Thank you. So can I go to my speakers list if everybody doesn't mind? So Councillor Clark.
The tabling motion I'm fine with. I think that would be my preference before we get any further or begin adding comments to what's before us.
Okay.
Should actually deal with that first and then deal with the report in full.
So I'm sorry, just to be clear, you're supportive of tabling this. We don't speak towards it because going to the unions, there may be some sort of, that's what your point of view is. Okay, I have a speakers list still, so I'm going to go to the speakers, and no, hang on, you're number 5. Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So just to clarify then, if we're going to table this, and I'm okay with that, would we ask questions? And I guess I would suggest we're going to hear back, we're going to get an updated report, and at that time we can appropriately ask the questions with regards to the presentation today.
Okay.
For you to
Chris or Beth?
Beth.
Chris?
Well, let me start. I mean, that's certainly an option, that we could just wait until we come back with the results of our meetings with the unions and then do it that way. I mean, certainly if there are, any major concerns with respect to what you've heard Beth present here. I mean, it doesn't hurt us to know if there are major issues, but again, if you wish, you could take that or reserve those discussions until we come back. I'm aiming for January is when I'd like to be back in front of you. I don't want to wait too much longer to get on with this if we're going to.
Yep. I'm okay with that, Madam Deputy Mayor. The questions, I mean, they're not earth-shattering. I just want to get some clarification points. We can do that in January.
I'm just going to go down my list very quickly. Councillor Collins, are you okay with the tabling and then come back when they re-present this? Okay, thank you. And Councillor Whitehead, you're okay, you're next. Councillor Jackson, you're fine because you're seconding it. And Councillor Ferguson, you're the last one.
Yeah, just a couple quick questions because you may have to do some research and you come back. And I think the tabling is exactly what the city manager asked to sort this out with the collective agreement, so that's fine. No issue with that. But who else is using this technology? It worries me we're spending $2.5 million. It sounds like a software system we're purchasing. Here at City Hall, we use the same software system that they use in United Nations because it was proven technology to have electronic votes, and we're having issues with that because it can't record a second-time speaker. So I'd like, if you don't have it at your fingertips, maybe you can come back to us when you come back. Who else is using this?
Through you, Madam Chairman, we plan to issue a request for proposals. There are several technology options that are being used by municipalities and Canadian municipalities, and several have installed in the last year. The City of Winnipeg, City of Calgary, City of Edmonton are all ones that are well-established technologies. York and Waterloo have issued requests for proposals this year. And we do have our consultant here, Musha Gulich, who could also speak to other municipalities. She works with municipalities across the country in implementation.
I just wonder, Madam Chairman, through you to Beth, in the interest of time, could you come back to us with a spreadsheet showing what municipalities, what the technology is, and what their comments are on it? What have been the showstoppers? Because I just want to make sure for investing $2.5 million, we're darn sure this thing will work.
Okay, have you got the direction there?
Yes. And the second part is, I don't know how, Chris, I'll direct this question to you. As you know, I'm getting skeptical on these savings because I never see them come back. They want all this capital dollars to go and purchase it because it's going to result in future savings. And either we don't see them up on the screen when the operating budget's put back up, or we get a report saying, well, we want to take those savings and hire some more FTEs at no impact to the levy. I'm very cynical when I see savings of $2 million a year. I know you say you're only taking $1 million. I need to get more comfortable that this is real and that you're going to have a reporting mechanism, not just for this one. I'd like to see for every report that comes to us asking for capital dollars with savings, how it comes back to us at budget time in saving and operating costs.
So, if I can, through you, Deputy Mayor, I think we've heard this comment from you and actually your colleagues a number of times, and it doesn't take us too many times to realize that this is an issue we have to grapple with. So, I mean, this has been front and center in Mike's thinking and in Beth's thinking and communicating, and we are happy to get into the details. There absolutely has to be a tracking system established that we can point to, that the monies that are saved at each phase as we implement and decisions are made with staffing, where those dollars go to, which I think we've said are going to be held into a special account that we'll report on regularly so that you can see the progress. Depth ideas are going to be specific that we're going to be affecting. Mike or Beth, I mean, certainly you want to add to this because we knew this is an issue. We know you're concerned about it for good reason. So, Mike, if you want to.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, just to continue on in terms of Chris's description around our internal processes in terms of tracking the savings, what staff are proposing, and Beth spoke to it in slide number 16, is that we would track savings within departments and within accounts. And as we do through our 2 in-year variance reports as well as our year-end variance report, we have similarly a target with respect to gapping. $4.6 million on the tax-supported budget. We track our gapping savings net of any related costs, whether it's overtime or temporary staff or consulting, and we report those gapping savings through our variance reports. So we would track similarly savings related to the call handling investment, and as Beth identified, at the end of the payback period, we will report back to council with respect to the realized savings, and council would have further discussions at that time as to whether or not to reinvest those savings in other efficiency opportunities or to apply those savings to reduce the tax burden, or a combination of those two.
Okay, so give me more comfortable. I think my council colleague is more comfortable with this. It'd be nice when we do the operating budget that you have a spreadsheet, every report from every standing committee that went to council, where we agreed to an investment of capital dollars to get savings, that's on the spreadsheet, what the savings are supposed to be, what it actually is, and what the variance is. And so that we get real comfortable. We're going to invest in a chiller system because it's going to have huge savings. We never see it again. And I don't know whether we are or not getting the savings in the chiller. I could pick others. But I'm just getting more and more uncomfortable with regularly we're seeing these savings, but they don't slide at budget time. So if you could come up with thoughts about that for when this report comes back, that would help get my vote. Thank you.
Mike's got that direction. Thank you very much. So the tabling motion now, moved by Councillor Duval, seconded by Councillor Jackson. All those in favor? Carry. Thank you. Thank you, Beth. Okay, folks, let's go through the 7.3 has been referred to Friday. We have already dealt with 8.1. 8.2 we'll deal with on Friday. 8.3 we dealt with this morning. So we're going to be changed right up to 8.4. This is a report by Anna Bradford. And Councillor Jackson, would you please take the chair for a minute, please? I just have a question about this.
Councillor Johnson?
Anna, when I first read this, I thought it was a good news story because we're eliminating a position because the position wasn't needed anymore, but instead we're replacing it with a manager's position, and this is to deal with council-directed projects, and my understanding is that it's a $20,000 difference. Why can't we just leave it at a coordinator's position and not have a manager's? We're constantly being criticized that we're top-heavy. To me, this is a perfect example of that.
Anna? Through the chair, this is not a manager's position. The title is a senior project manager. It contains the word manager, but it is not a manager's position. No one reports to them. They do not function as a manager, so it's not at a manager's level at all. So this position is, it primarily oversees complex multi-stakeholder projects and the work of consultants as needed.
Yes.
Okay. High skill level for the position is needed, such as project management skills, facilitation, consultation processes, and it allows the city to leverage their expertise versus hiring consultants to do this type of work. So in the long run, it's a lot cheaper. It requires
hang on, Anna, if that's distracting you, Councillor Whitehead, you just need to let Anna finish, please. Thank you.
Okay, Anna, carry on.
So the difference between the two positions are that they require a high level of skill in project management, a comprehensive knowledge and expertise in the cultural sector, facilitation such as planning and implementing community and stakeholder engagement, demonstrated experience in researching trends, developing municipal best practice based on our 4 pillars, and approach to planning, social equity, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to Anna. And I totally get that. What I see is a $20,000 difference. So right now, we're saying that's okay, we found that $20,000 somewhere else, but next year we're now going to have to find it. And then we have increased employee costs. So I guess my question is, and not understanding the cultural world, so trust me on this, I'm just playing on the number side. Why can't a coordinator do exactly what the manager position or the project manager position that you're preferring? Why can't we just keep it at the coordinator level?
Anna?
Through the chair, it is a completely different set of skills. A coordinator would not have the skill level that we need to do the job. So the funding that we did find was through, I looked at realigning operations in some of our areas, so we were able to eliminate some overtime costs, that type of thing. That's how I'm doing the difference. Also for the 2014 budget, this has been included in it, and it is not increasing it at all. So it was all done internally within the budgets that I already had. So it is there for each year.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Councillor Jackson.
Councillor Johnson, I have Councillor Collins wish to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Collins?
Thanks, Madam Chairman. And I had one of the same concerns in that I know it's a small incremental cost that's associated with the position, but I refer back to the service delivery review chart that we received from staff that had 100 plus, I think it was nearly 100 issues that were in front of council to investigate or consider as part of cost-saving measures that we could pursue. One of them is the fact, and it's referenced, I was just trying to find it now, and I have referenced it before, as it said, to investigate our cultural area within the city because our costs were higher than other municipalities listed in the OMBI report. And so, again, while this is just 20,000, this is one of the areas that have been red flagged internally in terms of one area where we're, based on the comparators, where we're higher already. So I'm not certain I could support this now. However, if this could be referred to the operating budget, we could have a better, more fulsome discussion at that point in time. It would allow us the opportunity maybe to work with Mr. Zagaric and Anna to better understand those OMBI stats so as not to make the situation work. I think, as you've suggested and others, we're certainly trying to improve our competitive position. $20,000 isn't going to hurt, but it certainly doesn't help, and it's going in the opposite direction.
Thank you. And are you going to motion this to be deferred to the operating budget? Councillor Duval?
I wanted to ask a question to Tanner. The person, the event coordinator's job will be eliminated. What would happen to that person? Would she get the promotion up to the manager job?
The event coordinator position was empty. That person had actually been bumped from their position, so that person is not affected by this. I also need to point out that when you're talking about the figures, the OMBI figures, the reason Hamilton is so skewed is because all of the HEC-5 figures go into those figures, and that's why we look like the contribution towards those is so much more, because all of those figures are in there, and it's not apples and oranges with other community. The other thing that I'd like to point out with this position too is that when the new division was created, we had some new services that were put in there, and one of them is the creative industries, which is very much the economic development part of the new division, and I only have one person in that position, which is Jackie Norton, who is really focusing on film and music. So this position is to really help us sort out the creative industries and how we're going to approach that to have the best return.
Councillor Duval, you still have the floor.
I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Collins?
Thanks to Anna for raising that, because it's one of those issues we haven't been able to sort out with the same group that was here this morning.
That's right.
When they argue that we haven't supported arts in the culture sector, they're the first ones, and I think as part of their assumptions that they use, they did not include the HEC-5 numbers, the monies that we allocate towards Hamilton Place, Convention Center, and Copps Coliseum. OMBI, who we their numbers to compare ourselves with other municipalities, have included those statistics. So I have found it. It's actually number 72, and it says Council has the opportunity for operational efficiencies to look at OMBI cultural operating costs to determine why they're so high. I think that's probably a valid exercise to go through at some point in time and finally settle the debate when groups come forward and say we're not supporting the arts, we're not supporting culture. Obviously we are. In fact, a third party has identified the fact that we're higher than everyone else when it comes to that. So for as much as we can talk about the comparisons to London and what they're doing with their theater and everything else, the fact of the matter is a third party, an unbiased party, has recognized that Hamilton is higher than everyone else. That needs to be rectified not just as part of that cultural planning exercise, but also needs to be rectified as part of the budget process.
Thank you. And I heard a deferral to operating budget. Is that still on the table? Councillor Collins is moving that, seconded by Councillor Marula. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 8.6, School Board Property Subcommittee. Move it? Somebody's yelling move it. Councillor Farr, Councillor Ferguson, all those in favor? Carried. 8.7, Steel Committee. What is the wish of the Steel Committee? We have to go through the motions. Sorry, folks. So I need a motion on item 1. Move. Carried. Item 2. Well, we have to do it by chair, vice chair, and that's how my Carolyn trumps everyone. No, we just do the whole report? Okay, thank you. So then don't put item 1, item 2 there. Okay, so Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Pasuta, all those in favor? Carried. So now we're into, I believe, motions, correct? Got through? I don't know what purchase you're talking about. I got 8.6, and that was the subcommittee for the school boards?
So the one we took from consent items and put it into discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, 514. I apologize, Councillor Whitehead. I think I had written it in here, and it went wayside. Okay, so 514, and this is the acquisition of part of 1400 Upper James Street, Hamilton from the LPF Realty Retail Incorporated. Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah, I'm going to support the report as is. I did have discussions with the proponent. I had discussion with staff. We have found the solution to the issue concern I had. Hopefully that would be resolved before council. So what we have here today is fine.
Thank you. So on 514, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Thank you. Sorry. Now we're going into motions, and if you'll remember, we dealt with 9.1 this morning, 9.2 and has been referred to capital budget, 9.3 has been referred to January when David Estrin is here, and 9.4 comes to Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the item that came up during our discussions about social services pooling and the uploading. This was the motion that I worked with Mr. Zagaric on and the clerk's office with regards to all of the wording to make sure that we identified in the motion exactly what the dollar figures were that we were receiving from the province versus what they're claiming the cumulative benefit to the city is. You can see the resulting variance of approximately 67 million. So what we'd like to do and what this motion is requesting is that we would hire a third-party accountant, an independent auditor, if you will, to review the financial numbers that are coming out of our office, the financial office, and the same numbers that are coming from the province to come up with an independent report indicating, in essence, who's being factual. I don't want to get in a situation where we're claiming that the provincial politicians are misrepresenting the information, but I will say that it's been my experience that the finance department provincially is as thorough and as fastidious as Mr. Zagaric is, so they have to follow the same accounting principles through PSAB as we do, which was their own legislation, I might add, that brought that into play. So there really shouldn't be a discrepancy. So somewhere along the way, politically, there's clearly a misunderstanding, and I'm really getting tired of trying to explain it to voters, and so this would actually resolve it once and for all. And Councillor Marula has graciously agreed to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I got Councillor Marula as the second speaker on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Councillor Clark for bringing up this initiative. I think it's a very merited one, particularly over the years in discussing this issue. Keep in mind, this is one envelope of a bigger envelope that ultimately we need to tackle to clarify the true impact of downloading. We referred or deferred the earlier report on the global impact. And when you incorporate the pills issue and the downloading issue and the lack of taxes we receive from institutions and schools and so on, it's a staggering amount of money that local taxpayers are paying as a result of the province not paying their bills. And it actually represents over 60%. So when you look at boards of agencies as well, it amplifies it. So in essence, this is one envelope of a greater envelope that ultimately we're going to tackle, and we need an independent body to review it, to take away whatever perceived rhetoric there might be, and look strictly at the numbers. Numbers don't lie. And I believe in our staff, and clearly this is something that not only our staff are indicating, but that AMO endorses as well. So every municipality is on the same page as we are. So I believe that our staff are telling the truth. which then begs the question what Queen's Park is all up to. So I look forward to this coming to fruition. I think it's a very merited initiative and one that I look forward to the outcome. But just as I guess a forewarning, it'll be one step towards a larger step to ultimately incorporate the entire envelope that needs to be exposed, because we can never change legislation that needs to be changed unless we provide, firstly, the awareness of the necessity of that change, the profundity of that, the necessity of that change, and also the power at the ballot box to make that change. And without awareness, that'll never happen. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marilla. Councillor Ferguson, and then I have myself down, and then Councillor Clark for second time.
Typically, these type of motions come to us, Madam Chair. There's upset cost.
Well,
and
that was my question.
I don't see it here.
Okay, so do you want to ask Mr. Zagaric? Oh, sorry. Do you want to ask Mr. Zagaric what he thinks the upset?
I'm going to ask Mr. Zagaric another question, but he can answer that one too if he likes.
Okay.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I don't have a cost estimate, but one way of minimizing the cost is we could work with our external auditors in part to see whether or not we can have them pursue this initiative in terms of reconciling the provincial statements in terms of the benefits to staff's reported savings through our financial information returns as referenced in the motion.
In your extensive career, would your estimate the cost be $10,000, $100,000? What do you think?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I would expect the cost to be less than $5,000.
Okay.
Oh, okay. And secondly, are you okay with this?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I am in parts. We've shared some of the same frustrations in terms of reconciling the numbers. Staff made the effort to try to categorize the province's financial reporting in terms of the upload benefits. We've tried to, for the benefit of council, is to provide council a better understanding as to the budget savings versus avoided cost benefits. We've tried to relate the clawback of grants to the upload savings, which is not reported in the provincial benefit figures. And so I would welcome the opportunity to have a third party review the province's statements, staff's reports, and provide that clarity in terms of benefits versus savings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And that was my question. Councillor Clark, second time.
And I just wanted to make it really clear that the report that comes back from the external auditor, it shouldn't be going through a politician, or it shouldn't be paid for out of a political office. It should go through our staff, through Mr. Zagaric's office, so it remains 100% independent of this table. We get the report back when it's made public. There's no prior viewing of that.
Yeah, but you're not talking now. It's him. His turn. Sorry?
Okay, I'm just making it clear that it goes to Mr. Zagaric, the report, and then he will bring it to us as a full report. It can't be seen that it's coming out of a political office. That will defeat the entire purpose. As soon as someone has an opportunity at Queen's Park to say, well, if the mayor paid for it or a specific councillor paid for it, it destroys all credibility. In order for it to have credibility, it has to remain external, much like we do with our independent audit. So I see Mr. Zagaric shaking his head, and I know Councillor Marula.
And the seconder is in agreement with that. So as the motion as amended, all those in favor? Carried. Now next on my blotter was any notices of motion right now? Seeing none. The next thing was the outstanding business list items, but unfortunately we still have a few that we have to deal with on Friday, so let's refer this outstanding business list to Friday when we've cleaned everything up, and hopefully by then staff will have item X have a date for us. Right? Okay. So are there any other additional items of general information, other business? Seeing none right now. Now we need to go into private and
Through you, Deputy, if it's okay, if as we're going into private and confidential, could we do 12-2 first and do, because the individual that we need for 12-2 is en route here, and so rather than have them sit around and cost us money, we'd like this.
So we'll do 12-2 and then we'll do 12-1?
Yeah.
correct. Okay, so private and confidential. Members of the committee, may I have a motion to move into closed session pursuant to subsections B and E, as in Everett, of the city procedural bylaw and subsection 239.2. Wait a minute, folks. Oh, sorry, it'll just be B, not E, because we took 12.3 and 4 off the list. So B is a personal matter about identifiable individual, including municipal or local board members respecting item 12.1 and 12.2. That's all we're doing tonight. Thank you very much. So for whoever doesn't need to be here, get out. Yes, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Farr. All those in favor? All those in favor? Thank you.